Oh, hey, welcome everyone to day 2 of Chili Mountain. Today we are going to have a lot of really great tournaments. For those of you that were able to join us yesterday, there were some absolute bangers. Personally, it was great for me to be able to watch Schwimpy playing a lot of, just watching him play again within competitive Heroes of the Storm is something that I loved, right? He was someone, Tetcher, that was
Hell yeah.
a great player to watch back in HCC, and it was just amazing. I'm excited to watch him play more games today. I mean, what are you feeling the most excited about? Like, it's so excited to have you here co-casting. I mean, you're an absolute legend in the HoTS community, so pretty hyped up about it.
Bit of a legend yourself there, mate. Don't sell yourself short. But I definitely agree. Seeing Shrimpy play again is always very, very wonderful. He is a lovely person, all the way back to WCA when I first saw him cast. He was brilliant. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm hyped about Reset, someone who hasn't really been involved too much in the big resurgence of HoTS on the Western side, where a lot of Korean players have come over, but has still been playing on the revival scene in Korea, so it's just really nice to see and cast him for myself. So that's where my biggest hype is right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Reset, really strong player. Someone that we're actually going to be casting in our first series.
Hell yeah.
The star-studded roster that is TWT. I mean, can we just talk about it? I mean, Reset, Queppy, Hyde, Kyocha, and Spell. I mean, that is a monster of a roster. That was like world caliber, like world championship caliber players. And I'm excited to be able to watch them today. I feel like they're definitely the big like behemoth that people are going to be trying to overcome to win in the finals. I mean, I feel like we have some teams that could potentially, upset them, but I definitely feel like they're the favorite going into this tournament.
Couldn't agree more. They are such a strong team. Obviously, a lot of those names are very familiar. The one least familiar might be Queppy, because they started playing more around, again, the revival scene, but they still performed very well, second and thirds in the revivals 4 and 5. So they're still an insane player, and playing with these absolute legends of the scene, as you said before, it's a big play, and they have already shown how well they can do going into today's games. But we're heading into the draft, and he's made it to first bat already. Goodbye, Hogger.
The Hog Wild will not be happening today, which is probably for the best. I mean, Kyocha yesterday actually in the CCL matches showed the power of himself on that hero, right? Against 30K, which is actually my team, which is crazy, but he destroyed us in game 1 on Towers of Doom, right? Like going into it, we didn't ban it. They first picked it, and he was like top siege damage, top XP, top hero damage, and it felt like he was just like running amok on our backline. So, I mean, maybe that's something where they watched yesterday's games and decided they didn't want to actually have to play against it, but I do think that's a really smart ban coming into a player. I mean, I can only imagine playing versus Kyocha on, low ping Hogger, because 180 ping Kyocha Hogger destroyed, a CCL team.
Absolutely. That Hogger is playing ridiculous right now, and like you said, if they've done their research for this, which wishing on the on this team is an insane player when it comes to actually preparing for his matches. He's shown it in the past, so running with if they have actually done the research, then that is brilliant. But there's also the Storm division, sort of division idea of, have people been banning this? Is this going to be popular in ranked? Speaking of popular in ranked, the Chromie going to be the first pickup here. You mentioned CCL earlier. Chromie, the highest popularity hero in terms of picks and ban ratios of all heroes, appearing in 89% of games.
Wow.
So not too surprising to see her here. But a hero who has actually fallen a little bit out of favor in the Western scene, Diablo, will come in early for Spell.
Yeah, I mean, as well as the big hero I'm looking at is that Stukov, right? Stukov, I think, one of the best supports in the game right now. Really, due to a lot of different things, right? Having the ability to be really aggressive once you have 13 pick potential, but also that level 4 75 armor talent is really big. And we're going to see a Garrosh as well as a Leoric coming out for the side of Flying Techo. I mean, really solid front line here, potentially setting up for maybe a Hanzo, maybe a Deathwing to pair with that Leoric and Tomb later on is something I would like to see. And the Deckard ban, I mean, looks like a real support choke here.
It really is, seeing as they got their Stukov on the board and their opponents, Flying Techo, were very kind of them to ban out another support. Seeing as we're down those, we're kind of leaning more towards the Brightwing now as one of the remaining supports people like, or maybe a Malfurion. We're going to see that Malthael banned out because that Garrosh, of course, is going to be a little more susceptible to percentage damage, and Malthael can have a pretty reasonable lane versus Leoric and can blow up Chromie very easily. So it's a nice safe ban coming out of Flying Techco.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a solid one. You have Garrosh, you have Leoric. Any percent damage looks scary to you. I would expect maybe a Tychus here. Okay, they are going to actually take the Hanzo instead. I like the Hanzo pick, so it's a deny, right? Like, Dragon Strike plus Entomb is a very, very scary combo, and one of the only ways to save it is to pick an Anduin, right? You have Stukov, you don't want to pick a second support, so basically denying that by taking the Hanzo, I think is a pretty solid choice here coming out for the side of TWT.
Very smart indeed, denying that away. There's also the Bjork, the Scatter Arrow, of course, into the Entomb, the Dragon Strike follow-up to Entomb we've been seeing a lot more of. Gonna see that Tychus come out, someone who can kite that Sonya a little bit more, and of course, the insane wave clear, as Alexstrasza will be coming in as the final pick for Wishing here. This is gonna give them a lot more objective control. They have insane clear with Leoric and Tychus, and now they have a little bit more zoning with Garrosh and Alexstrasza, and of course, if they go for the Sowing Sands, which is more likely, let's be honest, that Chromie, it's gonna be very, very hard for TWT to actually get any positioning here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I actually think... we see the draft at this point, right? A Junkrat last picked. I mean, Riptire always really good. Has pretty good displacement, right? Can potentially throw his concussive boops onto Alexstrasza's W, you know, the heal that she puts on the ground and kind of displace everyone. But looking at the compositions, I feel like Flying Techco is set up with a comp here where they really have a lot of potential to take over that shrine. I mean, once they hit level 10, they're going to have Dragon, they're going to have Odin, they're going to have a Slowing Sands. I mean, and they have a pretty much unkillable front line. I feel like this is a very solid composition coming out by both teams, right? I feel like both teams are set up with the tools for success. But Tetcher, is there a draft that you're kind of leaning towards that you feel like gives the team the edge going into this game one?
I'm super on board with you. Flying Techco, I think, have a much more easy to execute draft, and that's always one of the first things you look at with a draft of the Occam's Razor rule, which one is simpler to execute. There's a lot more actual engage and positioning requirements for the draft of TWT, where they're going to have to work with Diablo to make sure that they get the good engages there. They have to make sure that if Sonya's able to get in and use that Giant Slammer to try and burn through Garrosh, that she's not punished too hard because Tychus will just melt her. It's a lot of an easier draft for Flying Techco, and like you said, the zoning potential is ridiculous, and the longer it takes for TWT to engage, the more Chromie is going to poke away at them, the more Tychus is going to land those grenades, and the harder it's going to be for them to engage at all.
Yeah, no, it is. Engaging into a Garrosh composition is always scary, right? Because if your Diablo is going to queue in, he might go in a lot deeper than he meant to, right? If he D's on, tries to engage in a Tychus, gets Garrosh slipped into his base, and then he starts to get minigun down, it definitely is going to be a very scary situation for him on that. But, I mean, getting into it, game number one on the left, in the blue, we've got TWT. Sidestep King's Hyde is going to be playing the Stukov. Sidestep King's Kyocha is going to be on the Sonya. Reset is going to be playing Junkrat. Spell is on the Diablo, and then Queppy is going to be playing that Hanzo.
And that is, of course, TWT on the left. On the right, it is going to be Flying Techco. We do have some Korean names here, which obviously we are not Korean and are not going to insult them with butchering their names. But names we can do: Vasto on that Leoric, Wishing, legendary support player on that Alexstrasza. Then we have a Tychus, a Chromie, and a Garrosh who goes for the engage. Sonya a little bit caught out, but is able to whirlwind back to the team. Takes a lot of damage from Vasto though, but will be able to back out.
Yeah, and like one thing to note during all of that, Hyde was so aggressive. I mean, that's one thing he's known for on this Stukov, is abating a lot of people with his level 1 talent, which basically is going to be that reactive, I can't pronounce, Ballast Store Spores. But basically that talent, what it does is when Stukov goes below 50%, it throws a bunch of W's out, but actually Spell going to be going in a bit here. But just watch Hyde on this Stukov, guys. As this game progresses, you're going to see him play really aggressive and look to potentially bait the opposing team to go on him. Oh, a big two-person Chromie trap here, though. Spell on the Diablo, going to get thrown in. Queppy falling low on that Hanzo as well. During all of this, Leo is actually looking to try and double soak. He's actually going to have a bit of a difficult time of it if Kyocha looks to stall the rotate, but he's not actually going to be able to. But losing almost a full wave in the top lane, looks like he's going to lose all those melee minions. I mean, that's a decent amount of experience, pretty much a half wave lost due to better rotations coming out for the side of TWT.
It absolutely is. He tried to take the safer route to avoid exactly what you were talking about, that rotation of Kyocha, because he could have got caught out with Kyocha and reset on that Junkrat, could have very easily punished him. But in this case, he lost quite a lot of minions for it. In this bot lane, battle still continues, number advantage, still very in favor of Flying Techco. Time Trap does not set up for spell. That Soul Shield in fact blocks a lot of the damage. But you can see this aggressive style of hide and of spell is very much to do with this Hanzo. Kepi starting off with Redemption at level 1, going with the attack speed, and they're playing very aggressive to give him a lot of space to get him up those stacks, already up to 6.
Yeah, I mean, 6 redemption stacks at 2 minutes into the game is definitely very good. One thing I would note is that I think Flying Techco needs to put a bit more of a priority on clearing this mid lane, as I feel like it's just allowing TWT to get like the rotate advantage, as they just have Junkrat kind of just standing mid, sitting mid. Both teams going to be rotating to their bruisers camps, as we see TWT is going to be able to finish theirs up. Queppy getting full mana before the shrine starts, and Flying Techco is going to start theirs up. So both teams are going to have bruiser camp pressure here in the top lane, and I'd expect to see, I mean, it looks like it might just be a straight up 5v5 brawl here, potentially, as we do see the Sonya as well as the Leoric on the top side.
The Sonya right now positioning, waiting to see if Vasto steps up. Vasto does now have that Neo Peasant, so we can actually keep up with Double Soak a lot easier. This was really hurting him in the early game with his rotations. But the objective already started here for TWT, and Vasto is forced all the way off that point. They do, however, still have their Bruiser Camp. This is going to add a little bit of pressure as they try and step up. A good charge from Spell. That's a big punishment onto that Garrosh, who tries to escape. He will be able to disengage, but it's taking a lot of damage as Circle of Life comes out.
Yeah, Circle of Life, that Alexstrasza Dragon has been popped. A big circle of healing coming down, trying to heal up their team. Keep your guys' eyes on the bottom right, as it is going to be 18 to 18 evened up on the minion Punisher level 7 about to be achieved for TWT. Kyocha going in, spell as well onto this Tychus. Tychus is going to be falling low and is going to be dying. Hyde as well in the midst, doing a lot of damage, activating that level 1, and Garish is going to fall as well. That's 2 heroes, 3 heroes, reset with the boop to be able to kill the Chromie at the end as well, and that's 3 heroes dead. Tychus and Chromie both down. That's both of their shrine clear as well as their immortal clear. This may potentially be a 4 for the side of TWT, and what can they snowball off this lead?
They've got that Punisher. It is a frozen Punisher as well. They finished Redemption, which is going to add a lot of building clear to Queppy, actually. As such, they're going to push up with this. They've gone full cooldown reduction build for that Dragon Strike, as Kyocha will have to back up. Does get punished a little bit due to his his Seismic Slam actually hitting someone on the backline, forcing the aggro of 4 onto him. But that is the first 4 down, using the disable of the Frost Punisher easily. And with that Junkrat reset being able to rotate so quickly, you can see he's interrupting and punishing the Yorick, trying to prevent value there.
Yeah, and the rest of his team is pushing the mid lane, actually getting the mid wall as well as this tap. I don't think they're going to be able to secure the fort, but being able to take this well down is really big, because if the next objective spawns mid, they are going to be able to have that tap advantage, and it looks like they're going to be going for an invade of the siege camp. Garrosh looking to step in, but a good blue placement by Reset is going to stop him in his tracks. Level 10 is going to be achieved first for TWT. They're about half a level away, and they're rotating towards the bot siege camp as well. Just really clean macro rotations coming out here by the side of TWT. But I mean, nothing that you wouldn't expect from this caliber of player, this caliber of team.
Reset's so focused on zoning with his build right now. Instead of going for the normal style trap build, he has gone full into that concussion mine. Quick disengage onto spell there, but he's gone for that boom pow, that 10-second cooldown reduction on his concussion mine when he hits an enemy. So good for zoning people out. And that bogged down to drop those slows and allow Diablo, who has gone for that diabolical momentum, to try and get some better angles for stuns. We talked about how difficult it is, how focused they are on positioning. Having that Junkrat to disrupt the defensive positioning of Flying Techco going to be insanely important for them, as they are working on the last wall. Dragon Arrow going to be flying all the way off to an A, as we do see the focus onto the fort.
Yeah, I mean, I like it though. I like Hanzos that are aggressive. Garrosh though, actually gonna get speared here, gonna look to get gone on. W coming out by the Alexstrasza is going to be able to lay down that circle of, or that abundance healing, as it looks like. I mean, level 10, still about half away, but luckily they do have the slowing sands already for the Chromie, able to help slow down this push. But Spell on the Diablo is going to become flanking around the side, paired up with the spear from Kyocha. They are going to be able to kill the Chromie. Lightning Breath coming out, and that's going to be 3 heroes falling during all of that. Junkrat was able to get the solo kill onto Leoric, and this looks like it's going to be bot for dead 100%, and they might be able to just rotate over and get this mid fort as well, which the next Punisher is going to be spawning in the mid lane. So if they do get this fort, that means their next Punisher will be going directly onto the wall, which potentially, you know, could be a keep if they play their cards right.
Level 10 just around the corner for Flying Techco. Immediate retreat coming out of TWT, trying to avoid getting caught out. As of course, we will see that Entomb coming in for Leoric. Going to be an insane engage tool for them on pretty much everyone who isn't Hanzo, as Hanzo might be able to get away if he has his jump up. Avalon's challenge as well, going to make it very difficult to disengage. Abundance keeping everyone topped up. Alexstrasza on 17 stacks of Circle of Life, so she already has 5% maximum health healing. Going to be great for Garrosh, but she's only 3 globes away from that regen globe, keeping everyone topped up on mana and keeping everyone sustained during the objective fights.
Yeah, I'm just really worried for Flying Techco at this point, though. They're not going to be 13 for this objective, as TWT is going to push out this top lane. Junkrat rotating up, though. Garrosh looking for a flank, looking to force this fight, force an engage before level 13 can be achieved. Kyocha on the top side, still kind of hiding, is going to be able to just walk out. Junkrat throwing, you know, just spells from the bottom side. Garrosh actually going to get trapped here and take a decent amount of damage. Forced to use his Unstoppable. Really good job coming out by Queppy here, just throwing damage into the Garrosh, but Riptire coming out as well as the Hanzo arrow. Ice Black from Chromie to save herself, and she is just going to be able to walk away. That's a decent number of volts in the back. Vasto is going to be using that Entomb on 3 or 4 heroes, but Chromie is just being ran down, and the Lightning Breath is going to be able to finish her off. Leo, during all of that, falling in the back line, trying to zone for his team, unable to actually buy enough space, though, wishing, unable to keep everyone alive here. Queppy doing a decent amount of damage onto this Tyke. Oh, okay. Wow, okay. I thought he was maybe going to go like for a 1v1, maybe go for it. But yeah, I mean, crazy situation here. TWT is really in the driver's seat for this game. They're about to get an Immortal and maybe pressure this keep, Tetcher.
Spell just straight up bodying nerds here. They weakened Garrosh to the point where he could not heal for Chromie, and they hard engage. Vasto did delay 4 members of TWT with that Entomb, but all that resulted in is Spell dropping the Lightning Breath on a Chromie who'd already used Time Trap, already used that time out, and just getting the easy kill with that Diablo alone, basically, while the rest of the team focused down the Auric. The turnaround focus was not there because Tychus was in Odin. He didn't have that percentage damage to deal with Spell, who just absolutely chugged him. Punisher is pulled over the wall here and will be cleaned out very quickly. They burn the Dragon Queen for this to make sure they get the safe defense. They are, however, now 2 and a bit levels down. There is a big deficit here.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe that 3 actually.
Yeah, it's 4, level 15 to level 11. They're, I mean, it's gonna realistically be 3, but I mean, still a 3-level lead. Level 16, I mean, 3/4 of a level, almost half a level away for the side of TWT, and level 13 still hasn't been achieved for the side of Flying Techco. I mean, once TWT hits level 16, I think their comp is going to get a lot scarier as well. Hanzo's going to get that Pierce. Sonya's going to get either potentially slam damage. Garrosh here going to be using the Unstoppable and is going to be able to actually escape from the bot side. But the constant aggression from TWT, just putting their foot on the pedal, always pressuring, always getting advantages where they can. And look at their waves. Their mid waves pushing in, their top waves pushing in. They have so much pressure on the map here.
That's zoning by Hanzo. There goes Dragon Arrow. Okay. We see Riptire coming out. Chromie gonna be focused down again so quickly. Tychus was first. Garrosh, nowhere to go, will drop the taunt. No defensive measures. Is gonna get chunked down by this Sonya and will be cleaned out. The giant slammer and the giant slayer coming in for Hanzo and Sonya as they delete through the members of Flying Techco. That's a 4-man kill as they move their way on. Alexstrasza cannot defend this. 7 seconds left till Tigers, 4 till Chromie, but that core is dying real fast.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to defend this. The core is going down 40%. Yep. Odin coming out, but that's going to be GG. Game number 1 going to the side of TWT, played really well. I mean, 12 kills to 0. They secured both objectives. There was only 2 objectives. I mean, there was only they just would get siege camps. They would just run it down. They would just push. I mean, really, really well played by Spell on that Diablo. I felt like in a lot of these team fights, he was kind of 1v9, right? He got 1 or 2 charges onto the Chromie and then would just lightning breath their team down and was just creating so much disruption, creating so much space that it felt like it was really difficult for Flying Techo to be able to kill that Diablo.
And in theory, a Garrosh should have a reasonable matchup versus a Diablo because it punishes the hard engage, especially with that unrivaled strength that he went for at level 1. But it did not pan out like that because every time Garrosh stepped up, he was eating a million Hanzo arrows, and Junkrat was throwing concussion mines underneath him, and Sonya, being with the 4-man, leaving Reset to soak, having that extra burst meant Garrosh, he didn't actually know if he was going to get Diablo or Sonya, both of which are tanky, both of which has ways to disengage, but one of them kills the backline. So in this case, he really struggled just to find the positioning in order to try and punish that aggressive play because of the amount of damage he was taking.
Yeah, and I mean, that's that redemption coming out by the Hanzo as well, right? Like more auto attacks mean you're getting more Ws. Queppy was just constantly laying damage into that Garrosh, making his life uncomfortable, making him feel uneasy. Because as a Garrosh, right, you want to be at low HP, but you don't want to always be at low HP, right? Because the lower your HP is means you have more armor. But if Hans is just able to free attack you, free auto you, it's not necessarily the best situation. And I think it's a difficult matchup, Garrosh into Hanzo, right? Because if the Hanzo is playing it correctly, he can auto and weave it in and out so that your Q can't actually hit him. And yeah, I think he was doing a really, really good job there on that Hanzo, just constantly laying in the pressure to that Garrosh.
Could not agree more. It was really impressive to see. I also, again, I mentioned it earlier, I really liked how they swapped the offlaner once the game came on. For starters, Reset was almost never with the team outside of an objective. He was always split soaking, and that shows that the 10,000 experience soaked. He was able to out-soak Leoric, not just because he was able to clear the lane as fast, but also he disrupted Leoric's rotations a lot. Whenever Wraithwalk wasn't up, he was able to really interrupt those rotations.
Yeah, I mean, Junkrat into Leoric, I don't think that's a matchup that Leoric actually wins, right? Junkrat is able to just outrange him, can boop him on the wave, can throw traps, can constantly just be messing with him. And I mean, it showed in the XP, right? Like Junkrat ended up having more than the Leoric, as well as their Sonya was pretty high on the XP. So really good job coming out by Level Junkrat. Level 7 about to be achieved for TWT. Kyocho going in, Spell as well onto this tight.
Have a little replay here. Very effective. Chromie was able to escape thanks to the concussion mine. Slight mistake there, but you can see Hyde. You mentioned it at the start of the game, and you brought it up so perfectly. Oh my god, that kill was so brutal. But you mentioned it at the start of the game, just how aggressive Hyde was playing as well, punishing people with those reactive ballista paws. That was an insane timeout. We'll 100% give that to Chromie, but Spell just doesn't care. Oh, I've been thrown into your team. Guess they die now.
Yeah, the Garrosh Wombo combo, throwing the Diablo into the lightning breath onto the Chromie. Chromie's like, wait, I don't want this man here, please. This is not for me. And again, I mean, Reset had some very, very strong boops onto the Chromie, onto a couple of other heroes, pushing them in and, setting up those kills as we see here. I mean, and then this is what actually ended up leading to the GG push, all set up by Reset, getting that boop onto the Chromie. And then at that point, their team is pretty much in shambles, trying to recover, trying to save the Chromie from being, booped into their position. And I mean, just an absolute clinic coming out by TWT there. Like they are, after watching that game, is it bold prediction time? Is it time to say that I think they're going to win the whole thing? I don't know. I think Team Schwimpy, Team Headless and Team Schwimpy, and even Flying Techo. I feel like they had a rough game in game 1, but I feel like they can bring it back. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but all I'm going to say is that TWT, if they keep playing like that the rest of the day, they are definitely going to be a hard team to beat.
That was such a convincing performance. It's not you could call it a hot take. I would call it a pretty cool take because that was ridiculous. That game number 1 against Flying Techo, who did perform quite well yesterday. You mentioned Headless as well. That is another team with ex-HGC professionals, Lockdown, Gondar, Crow, Hero, one of my personal favorites. But in this case, that was so strong. I don't even know, dude. They have so much insane race. We already know our next map. We are heading to Battlefield of Eternity. Maybe seeing that Hanzo picked up again with a different build. It's just going to be so hard to deal with because TWT, they are on a tear right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and here's the thing. So Battlefield of Eternity as the map choice, this is a map that is known to end early. Right, this is one of the fastest paced maps within Heroes of the Storm. Just the nature of the objective being so strong, and the nature of a lot of times people fighting over the objective. You get a couple of kills, and then you get the objective. It's like, you know, the added, kind of, I don't know a proper or a better way to say it, but it's like kicking someone when they're down. Right, it's like you just killed 5 heroes. Now you're going to get the objective and push as well. It's really laying down the hurt, and that's kind of the nature of how this map mechanic plays out. So I think this is something that we're going to need to see Flying Techo draft in early game composition that has a lot of strength and is able to get kills. That way they can kind of snowball the game. Because I think if they take it late, just the superior rotations from TW2, I think are going to allow them to kind of get incrementally ahead, which will enable them to get a talent tier advantage that is in their favor.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. But let's see if they can turn it round as our teams are ready up. We'll be heading into the draft any second. So we already talked about this. The Chromie, this is actually one of her strong maps as well. So we could see her make a return, and she might have a little bit of an easier time here because there's a lot more standing around sieging as opposed to quick racing on this same point. You're, of course, pushing on different points against the enemy team. So that Chromie might be good. We might see the Hanzo return once again. We will have to see. We don't have Plock today, so unfortunately we don't get to see the Plock Reina as we are heading into the draft with TWT taking first pick, first ban.
Yeah, I mean, going into Battlefield, I personally would like to see a prioritization on maybe banning Stukov. I felt like the Stukov in the last game was really, really strong. And also on this map, because if Stukov is up, I think they're going to first pick it for the side of TWT. And I think Stukov is especially strong on this map because auto attackers are strong on this map. Something like a Raynor, something like a Greymane, even something like an Artanis or a Samuro, they all drop in value drastically when you're playing into a Stukov, as he is able to, you know, basically activate and give his entire team 75 armor, which makes, or 75 physical armor, which makes, you know, the life of an auto attacker very unhappy. So I would love to see a Stukov ban here for the side of Flying Techo.
There goes that Reina ban. Flying Techo, if they're going to ban it, kind of has to be now because we already know TWT will pick it early like they did in the last map. Of course, there is the priority on race heroes, but there it is. That Stukov will be removed. Well called.
Yeah, I think it's the right play. I mean, I think Hyde on this hero, he more than any other Stukov I've watched, he just he gets so much value from his level 1. Like, he almost always is in there kind of like trying to get those flying pustules going in every direction, because that's like a full team, you know, AoE slow as well as like a decent amount of damage. And it is going to be the Hanzo first pick coming out for Kwepi. I mean, are we going to see the, I mean, we don't know if we're going to see redemption again or not, right? It depends on what their composition is. If they pick something like a Diablo, we're probably not going to see it. Whereas if they pick something like a Garrosh, maybe he will go it again. But I do feel like his redemption in game 1 got a lot of value. And I mean, that's a talent that if you are really solid and have really good positioning, it really shines.
Absolutely. Like you said, the zoning he got with that was insane. However, we might see him more stuck on a scatter arrow style build for race here because he's going to want to be staying a little bit further back. Or maybe a Q build for zoning because that Diablo on the board is going to give Hanzo a little bit of a couple problems here because he is very, very squishy. Sometimes likes to hang out near walls to get the scatter arrow value on the Immortal. So he's going to have to be a lot more careful. The Tyker's coming in once again. This time, might actually be able to take Meltdown because he doesn't have to worry about Diablo charging in, so doesn't need Relentless Soldier. And actually having that Tyker's already gaining value because he now has the grenade to interrupt the potential mosh pit.
Yeah, I mean, Tychus, a hero that has really risen in priority the last couple of weeks. As we're seeing, I mean, I feel like we're seeing a lot more bruiser and melee heavy compositions. I mean, Sonya's are coming out, Leoric's coming out. I feel like in every single comp, there's at least 2, maybe 3 frontliners and bruisers. And that's part of why I think Tychus is being higher priority. That percent damage he gets from his minigun is really strong, as it is going to be a Deckard as well as a Chromie band coming out. Another kind of support choke it feels, I mean, Ana banned, Deckard banned, Stukov banned. Is this the meta we're heading towards? Is the meta going to be a bunch of supports banned? Because it's been a while, right? It's been a while since we had support chokes, and I feel like it's actually a good sign that there are so many strong supports that people don't actually want to play against. But 2 more picks are going to be coming out here. Would expect maybe an offlane and maybe secure something like a Lucio, maybe potentially okay, they are going to go the Karazim and the Sonya. That's a lot of damage.
That's so aggressive right now. Like you already mentioned, having 2 front lines, but Tychus steal now on the board with no Sonya to try and charge in. Tychus is going to be free just to siege away. I'm pretty sure this will be a meltdown this game as opposed to Relentless Soldier, which, as you already mentioned, he's so good with the minigun for killing heroes, but the poke he gets out of that and the wave clear, one of the big reasons this grenade build has come into play, basically being able to one-shot minion waves with a single grenade, is going to be so important. Li Ming, though, between Li Ming and Hanzo, they have an insane amount of poke damage if they're able to get the siege. If TWT can get positioning, then this Karazim may struggle to keep up in terms of healing, so we will have to see Flying Tekko playing a little bit more aggressive to prevent that momentum going over to TWT, because if you fall behind with a Karazim, it's a little bit harder to get back into the game without getting picks. Oh, that's nice.
A Medivh! Okay, because I was a bit worried for the side of Flying Tekko, and I love this Medivh pick because there's a lot of burst coming out for the side of TWT. And, you know, like an ETC slide into a Malfruit, into a Li Ming combo, I was like, how are they going to be able to keep this Sonya alive? And their solution is going to be picking that Medivh. Flying Tekko actually, yesterday from the games that we casted, their Medivh was the strongest. Every single game he finished his quest around like level 5, level 6. He was top damage at the end of the game. They also have APOC Leyline combination later on post level 10. I feel like they have the tools to take this game. They have the tools to win against TWT, but it really is going to come down to how well do they play, how well do they execute, and kind of like what you mentioned, how well do they let themselves get poked down, right? Hanzo and Li Ming, 2 heroes that are going to be looking to, you know, exploit Karazim's low HPS, and I feel like it'll be really important for them to, you know, just really pull that engage button and, you know, pull the trigger.
And we're going to be heading into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be, of course, Battlefield of Eternity as our second map of the series. We're going to be heading in. To talk for the side of TWT, they do have some tools to try and deal with this aggression. Reset on that Li Ming spell on the ETC, Kyocha on Blaze, Kepi on that Hanzo, and Hyde on the Malfurion. And that Malfurion roots on the end of portals is going to hopefully protect them from a couple of those hard engages. But they are TWT.
And then the team on the right, in the red, we have a Tychus being played, Diabolus being played, Medivh being played, Monk Karazim being played by Wishing, and then Vastro is going to be on that Sonya. Guys, again, these names are in Korean, and I don't speak Korean, unfortunately, but that is going to be Team Flying Tekko, as they are going to be in the middle of the map here, trying to sniff out and find TWT, looking for some picks, potentially looking to hop on and maybe get some kills here. I mean, in the early game, I really would just like to see them focus on trying to get souls as well as getting Medivh stacked up.
He's already on 4 stacks. Absolutely ridiculous. He's finding the angles straight away here. They're going to try and turn onto spell, but quick double stun. Root from Malfurion, but Portal. Medivh says nope, shuts everything down. We do see that redemption level 1 for the Hanzo. We see globe talents across the board for Blaze and ETC. They're not the highest quests to stack, so it's not so bad. Diablo, though, going for the Feast on Fear. No Soul Shield to try and block that Li Ming damage. It's all about the aggression. They want to be landing those stuns, and as such, that's the sustain we see Diablo going for.
Ooh, Medivh barely getting out there. That was a bit scary as the Malfruit did come down. Karazim looking to try and sustain, keep everyone up. Hyde is pretty low. I mean, health bars are in favor of Flying Tekko here, as Medivh is at 14 stacks. I mean, he's scaling into the late game. This is going, I would say, pretty favorably for Flying Tekko. I mean, neither team has a major advantage, right? Both teams are kind of stacking up, as we do see Hanzo is at 8 out of 12 redemption stacks. He did opt to go into redemption again this game. Just really wants to lay in, deal a lot of damage. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see how that progresses. If he dies once or twice, Is he gonna, lose his level 1 talent in a way? I would really like to see Diablo and maybe potentially Karazim later on in the game just look to pressure him. Diablo, speaking of, in a bit of a scary position here, is gonna actually get rooted and blown up by Reset. Hyde with the good follow-up spell, waiting in the bush, waiting in the fog, to kill that Diablo, and Diablo is gonna be dead for another, 5 seconds.
That was a very good pickup here. Not the worst for Diablo. It's still pretty early game. Just no souls, so he's all right there. But that was such a quick pickup, giving the reset over there. And he came into that a little bit lower on health, and that is the issue here. We've already talked about the healing per second from Karazim, and if you keep an eye on the health bars in that early game, and as this game goes on, if they play defensively, Flying Tekko will continue to be taking fights from half health. Big stun onto Medivh, stunning him out. Force of Will keeps him alive though. Stacks are protected, but great counterpoke this time, coming in from Tychus.
Yeah, laying that damage, using the minigun, and really hurting the spell. Wait, are they gonna look for an invade here? So it looks like Diablo is walking over, gonna use that W. Fausto as well on the Sonya. This is gonna be a potentially 4v5. Looks like Hanzo is gonna be on point here. Reset taking a decent amount of damage, Wishing as well as Tychus are gonna be trying to chase him down, and they are gonna be able to get him killed with that minigun, and that's the win condition dead really for TWT, as Leeming is gonna fall, and they're gonna invade the camp and be able to get out as well and just go right to race. A very solid invade here coming out for the side of Flying Tekko, and this should allow them to get the first halftime of the Immortal, and they're really, making a statement at the beginning of this first game. Or the second game.
Exactly what we want to be seeing. We were talking about the fact if they play defensive, they will be punished. And what do? They take the saucy move. They go in for the aggression. They pick up the kill, the beautiful chase down from Tychus. And now they play aggressively even when they are trying to race on the road side of the map. They try to be the ones to set up the kills. Big stuns onto Tychus, but he stays alive. In the meantime, Wishing and Vasto diving the backline, using that burst to try and punish Hyde. They are beginning to get poked down a little bit though. They're a bit split. Orb even lands on Medivh. They might have to reset on Fountains before they could take the full re-engage.
Yeah, looks like they are going to be tapping. I like Vasto. Oh, Vasto actually going in here a bit by himself. His team was tapping. Is going to be able to get that Will down from the Medivh. Is going to be protecting Kyocha here. Doesn't actually have mana. Vasto needs to kite out. Could potentially give a reset. Wishing, doing a good job. Trying to zone reset spell. Barely going to miss the ETC slide. Sonya trying to kite reset. Blinking in. Damage going everywhere left and right. And the Immortal is actually, during all of this, going to be taken by the side of Flying Tekko. Really good focus coming out by them, being able to keep all of their heroes alive and be able to secure the Immortal with a half shield. And the shield means that the Immortal is going to be attacking in range form, which is a pretty big deal.
So many members got low from Flying Tekko there, but we saw a little bit of mis-targeting coming in from TWT, where they got Sonya low, weren't able to finish the kill, so she started racing the Immortal. They then got Wishing low and chased him down, but in the meantime, Medivh was stunned by the Immortal. He was down to a third health, but they didn't target him. They were going on to Wishing. As we see the big stun onto Spell, he's dropped low, but the healing from Malfurion keeps him topped up. The zoning portal comes out. Diablo may have been affording it too there. Forced to portal out, will get the reset on the aggro of the fort.
Yeah, but during all of that, they are able to secure the fort, and a fort with your first objective, that's a win. Right? A lot of times this first objective will only get the wall, maybe get a little bit of damage to the fort. And during all of this, guys, Medivh was able to complete his Arcane Rift quests, and that is going to be a big damage increase for the side of Flying Tekko.
Yeah, quest complete, time to feed, as we do see Medivh now able to play a lot more aggressive. I mean, he can actually play a lot more aggressive here with Arcade Explosion coming in at that level 7, the standard talent, but so good against ETCs and of course, those Li Mings. If she dives in with Calamity and you don't die, you turn around with Arcade Explosion and do a pretty big chunk of burst back. We do see camps being traded out team for team. Medivh will spot this a little bit earlier as he's gone for Dust of Appearance at level 4. It's a lovely amount of vision, sees this camp being taken, sees exactly how many people there are. Doesn't help Diablo though, who is just going to get absolutely chunked, but Medivh, Portal gets him out.
Yeah, I mean, that's big too. If Diablo lost his souls there, that would have been, a very rough situation as he just completed them. And this Medivh player, actually, every single game we watched him play yesterday as well, he did go Dust of Appearance. So this is his preferred talent. And Honestly, he kind of makes me feel like it might be a really good level 4 talent, and maybe I should look into taking Wishing. Gonna get slid here. Good protect coming out by the Medivh, able to, you know, protect him with his Force of Will talent. And level 10 is, you know, gonna be achieved by both teams around pretty much the same time. Vasto on the Sonya is gonna be starting up the Bruiser camp, looking to take that up, wants that pressure during the objective for his team. Li Ming just throwing orbs out as she is just going to be going the standard build. I was curious if she would go Triumvirate for that extra, you know, kind of poke damage, but did opt in to the Dominance, which, you know, kind of screams for me that she does want to get those resets and just look to, you know, stagger the team fight with a couple of kills.
Very important to get those resets in against a hero like Medivh. You can't afford to let him get that cooldown back up of that Force of Will. It's so strong. Race is won pretty convincingly this time by TWT. As we do see the rotation up to top lane, just grabbing the experience, and Cam being taken. No portal this time though. They hang around, they don't go for the engage. They wanted level 10, didn't get it in time. As such, camp will be taken by TWT as we just see the turnaround and more Race.
Oh, the good W coming out by Spell, actually booping Wishing into the Immortal Stun. And Spell, it looks like, is going to opt for the mosh pit here. Is he going to go for it? Blaze looking to stun in. Tychus trying to kite out. Vasto just looking to keep damage onto the Immortal. Leyline coming down onto 2. The APOC follow-up. It's just going to be onto the 2 tanks, though. 7-sided coming out. Kyocha. The 2-man Hanzo arrow coming out by Kwepi as well. Reset looking to go in, trying to finish off Wishing. That's one reset. Is he going to be able to get a second? Reset in the bunker. Is going to be able to get a second. Medivh down. Falling. Or in the mosh pit. Is he going to be able to survive? There's no way. The Medivh falls as well, reset in the back line, absolutely destroying everyone. That's going to be 3, that's going to be 4, that's going to be 5 heroes falling for the side of Flying Techo, but they were able to get the Immortal off of this, which should hopefully push and pressure in. But during all of this, the Bruiser camp for TWT was able to secure the fort, and look how giant this wave is. Kwepi is like, yo, homies, let's push. But the rest of his team wants to back up and clear the Immortal.
They go for the counter Race to hold that back. They've sent Blaze up the top lane to clear that out. He's even forced to port back, though. He took a big chunk of damage, but that was perfect. They got the great engage there. Everyone moving into that 7-sided strike to protect Spell and Kyocha. Beautiful management of the fight. They then set up the wonderful Dragon's Arrow for the engage, and what was potentially the cleanest Twilight Dream bunker play I have ever seen. The perfect micro on that to keep that Malfurion safe after they got that 2-man silence to set up that fight. Beautiful play by TWT. They're able to protect their fort. They're able to grab a fort of themselves, and as such, they even up the structures and get themselves over a half-level lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty big for them, as level 13 is, you know, about half a level away for the side of TWT. That's, you know, probably going to be the next power spike they're kind of looking for. Would actually love to see Flying Techo maybe just freeze the waves here, as they are going to opt to push out bottom. Maybe look to pressure into bottom fort, maybe look to force a 5 before level 13. But I feel like if they just soak it out, I feel like they can soak level 13 before the next objective, or at least maybe they just have to give halftime, as they are just going to be pressuring in the bot side. I mean, they do see 5 heroes top here with the Medivh, and it looks like they are going to step up to that fort. Medivh going to look to just dismount, maybe do a little bit of damage. They do need to be careful in the bot side here, as they don't have a fort, though. They could potentially get collapsed on, as they are going to be trying to run out. Kyocha looking for them, Spell going aggressive, and the side of Flying Techo is just going to be able to back out. But level 13 has been achieved for TWT. Are they going to be able to pressure? Are they going to be able to get anything here, Tetcher?
We see them move down to bot lane. They clear that out. They want to protect that fort, remove that XP. But as such, experience will be gained by Flying Techo in that top lane. It's not enough for 13, though. They have to wait for the lane in bot lane, and maybe a bit more in terms of experience. And with this, it's going to be a pretty decent head start on the race for TWT here. With the Hanzo and Li Ming especially, they're going to get a huge chunk of this, and likely the halftime show before we even see a step up by the members of Flying Techo.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what you have to do, right? You don't have that level 13. You have to give the, you know, half of the Immortal. But now I would expect to see Flying Techo maybe potentially look for a forced engage here, maybe a ley line into APOC if they're able to get it, especially onto those squishy backliners, right? If they ever get a ley line onto a Hanzo, onto a Malfurion, onto a Li Ming, this is going to be a very scary situation for them, as Wishing, Vasto, and Tychus are going to step up and start hitting the Immortal. Diablo going in here onto Spell. Medivh potentially looking to portal the Diablo out, trying to save him. Diablo taking a lot of damage here, actually falling very low, and Reset is going to be able to get one. Looks like Vasto is going to be able to take that portal out. Tychus is going to use the Omen, but the two-man Hanzo arrow is going to come out. Leyline onto the Li Ming, trying to peel for his team, trying to keep his team alive, as it looks like TWT is just going to be able to hit this Immortal. Odin trying to do everything that he can to push them off, but I don't know if he's going to be able to hide on the bot side zoning. But this is going to be the Immortal going the way of TWT, and it is a very healthy one at that.
That is a chonky shield right now, going to be pushing into that top lane. And with Diablo, he will be back. 38 souls now already on board. But that is such a big chunk of damage that he took early in Medivh. A little bit slow on that portal. You saw it as you said it during the fight, that Medivh was hovering on that portal, mastery portal, to try and get Diablo out, but he waited too long, and by that point, with the wave of force and the face melt, Diablo was zoned so hard he couldn't make it to the portal and got picked off very early in that fight. Numbers advantage means easy Immortal going over to TWT, who are right now looking for kills. They are just going to let this Immortal push.
Yeah, and this is a potential key play coming out for the side of TWT. I mean, they don't have 16 yet, right? So I wouldn't expect them to be too crazy aggressive, but if they do get a kill or two here, they could potentially, I mean, this is what Battlefield of Eternity is known for. You get a kill or two with your second Immortal, and you can potentially just end the game, right? So TWT, a team that is very experienced, I'm sure they know that. They may be potentially looking for a kill or two, and if they get that, this could be a keep, and this could be potentially more Tetcher.
Wishing forced to jump back into the base. He was hovering around. There's the ley line. They're going to try and make the play. Only get Malfurion, though. Portal is dropped. Force of Will with the Circle of Protection. They dive onto Malfurion. Dragon Arrow zones out Tychus, though. Twilight Dream is good. Moshpit interrupted by the grenade. And again, Diablo finds himself very, very low. Medivh dropped low, trying to get Vasto out. Will get the Force of Will, but the portal will not be in time. They lose Sonya. Diablo is too low to fight. Wishing is just buying time right now, but is gonna get popped. The Immortal is down. It's a 5v3 though, as Diablo goes for one more effort to try and pick up a kill, but if he dies, this might be game over.
Oh, beautiful cleanse from Hyde, baiting the Li Ming against the wall, actually instantly cleansing. Reset is a bit low though. Sonya should be up in 8 seconds. Okay, and it looks like TWT does not believe that they can end here, but I'm sure they're happy with what they've gotten. Top keep has been secured. Win condition is now available for the side of TWT. If they get another 5-man team wipe, they may potentially just win the game.
From behind, Medivh play to try and set that up, backfiring a little bit there. They were unable to get Tychus into bear to follow up onto that Malfurion engage from Diablo. And again, we see the lack of healing from Medivh coming, from Kharazim coming into bear. When he doesn't have the quick bursts, he struggles to keep up in the extended fights, and that's what we are seeing here. When they're aggressive, it is working out, but like you said, TWT grabbing that keep, grabbing so many kills. Level 16's finally going to come online for Flying Tekho, but they are still quite a bit behind. There is a lot of pressure on that top lane now.
Yeah, they're going to have to go clear that up before... I mean, it looks like they're potentially looking to force an engage here, and I like it. I mean, they're pretty far behind and looking for potentially... the Medivh's just constantly hovering, constantly looking for that money ley line, potentially able to get, you know, the Malfurion as well as another backliner. But one thing I want to note, Kyocha on that Blaze last team fight with the lane line onto Hyde was able to set up basically a perfect, beautiful bunker for Hyde to hop into coming out of that. And that's one thing to note, is if he's able to get a ley line on Blaze plus one of the backliners, then it might be an APOC into a one-shot. But if Blaze is, you know, not stacking, not clumping, but Blaze actually, Kyocha gonna get gone on here. Diablo looking to do a decent amount of damage. Spell as well. Both teams just trading here. Bot Knight pressure is going to be in favor, and that is going to be a ley line going down. APOC as well onto Spell. Are they going to be able to chunk him out? Seven-sided coming out. Bunker used the Twilight Dream as well. Both teams just kind of posturing. Reset on the top side, looking to do damage. Diablo going deep behind. Hyde's going to get speared by Vasto. Vasto on the Sonya. An absolute menace in the backline. Are they going to be able to get Kyocha as well? No, but that's one hero down for the side of TWT, which should allow Flying Tekho to get the race here.
They finally move on to the Immortal, begin racing it down. They only put Vasto on it, though everyone else still a little low. Medivh hovering around, Li Ming still pokes. They try to get Spell. Good dodge from Tychus onto Kyocha to avoid that engage that could have very easily turned this on its head. Right now, everyone's job, except for Vasto, is to just zone, just survive. But they go for the engage, and they are punished. Force of will, though, and the cleanse comes out. Portal expires! Down goes Diablo, completely punished for the aggression. Vasto is taken out, and TWT just smash their way through everyone. Queppy tries to get Medivh alone, but the portal saves the day.
Yeah, barely able to escape and get out there. And this looks like it is going to be the Immortal going to the side of TWG. And this is basically the same health pool that the last Immortal they pushed with had, right? Around 18,000 hit points for the shield. I mean, that's, like you said, a big boy, and that's going to be pushing very hard. And I mean, if they get a couple kills here, this is potentially a GG push for the side of TWT. I'd like to see maybe another aggressive ley line coming out for the side of Flying Techo, as I feel like that really is their win condition in these team fights.
They are 40 seconds out on Leyland, but they do have Temporal Flux, but that does mean Medivh is going to have to sit in human form to try and get that cooldown reduction. If they lose Wishing here, that could be a big kill. Dragonar just misses, as Vasto is the only one caught inside it, leaving Wishing to keep healing, to keep fighting another day. Leyline is back off cooldown. They have one chance to try and set this up. Multiple is available, though. If they miss it, this could be game.
Both teams posturing here. Odin used, just looking to zone, hitting the Immortal. Sonya going in here, Portal as well. Looks like Vasto is going to be on high. The Twilight Dream actually stops the ley line coming out from the Medivh. Cleansing Touch, trying to peel, trying to save the Medivh. Hyde with a huge Twilight Dream. Reset, getting into the bunker, kiting in and out, getting a reset onto Wishing. That's one. This is going to be two, and this is surely going to be GG going the side of TWT. Hyde, the man, the myth, the legend on this Malfurion, literally stopping the Medivh's ley line seal, putting it onto a 10-second cooldown with that Twilight Dream, perfectly timed at the exact moment when Medivh dropped out of the bird form to kill him.
Absolutely unbelievable that he got that timing right. Insane play by Hyde, showing why he has always been one of the best to set that up and perfectly deny that Medivh leyline, the one win condition that Flying Techo had left, and shuts it down with just the insanely perfect guess. You can't say more than that was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, and looking at the stat screen, Queppy did 88,000 damage.
Oh
the next closest was 56,000 as Tychus. That is the power of Redemption plus W build, and he actually went Giant Slayer at 16, just really laying the damage into that Sonya as well as the Diablo. I mean, Queppy, I feel like in this series was kind of like the silent hero for TWT, right? We saw Reset making flashy plays, we saw Hyde making flashy plays, but Queppy just laying in that consistent damage to be able to take down the Diablo, who ended up having 6 deaths, and I feel like a lot of that came from the Hanzo chunking him out just every single team fight, never letting him step up or posture without getting damage dealt into him.
Yeah, with that Giant Slayer, it is 2% on every auto attack. Attack speed increased by Redemption. 2% on every scatter arrow shot. This is a great map for Diablo because there are a lot of walls. Unfortunately for him, that's exactly what made Hanzo so strong against him this game. Being able to always have multiple scatter arrows and just chunk him. Unbelievable scenes. And also, big shout out to Kyocha. Those bunkers saved so many people so many times. Saved ETC once, saved Hyde multiple times, saved Hanzo when he was engaged on a couple times. Kyocha played very defensively until the exact moment he needed to engage to give more time for Spell to get back into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, really well played. Honestly, by both teams. I felt like that first game was a bit of a stomp, really just well played by TWT, but I felt like Flying Techo really brought it back in game 2 and gave us a game that was pretty back and forth. They were winning the early game, and a couple of those late game team fights, if, like you mentioned, Kyocha hadn't have had that perfect bunker placement, I think they actually would have won it. So, I mean, Flying Techo, I feel like they definitely need to keep their heads up because that was a really strong series, or a really strong game versus probably one of the best teams in the world. If they, they were able to have a world championships to compete at TWT, that roster would definitely be top 3, top 4, hands down, easily. And yeah, so I mean, really, really well played by Flying Techo, I would say. In that second game, unfortunately, we're not able to bring it out, but I feel like their Medivh is really showing a lot, especially with that level 4 talent. The Dust of Appearance, having the extra 25% increased range, I think allows him to hit better lane lines. And that's something that maybe even for my own Medivh play, I might actually try that talent out, because I think the level 4 Raven Crow is pretty good if your team really abuses portals. But in that game, a lot of times he was using his portal to get his Diablo out, right? Or to get his Diablo in. It wasn't like their whole team was taking the portal. And I think it's just a really smart adaptation coming out by him with that Medivh.
Agreed. They really utilized that to great effect to gain vision a lot of the time. He was activating that Dust of Appearance a lot just in case anyone peeled off to go for camp to get a couple seconds extra vision on them. It was just really nice to see that variation. And like you say, they wouldn't have got too much value out of Raven Familiar because the portal was used so defensively a lot of the time. Just really nice to see. I love seeing adaptation like that. We also did see Tychus, by the way, going for that Relentless Soldier again. They lost out on a little bit of a mortal race, but honestly, it saved his life a couple times against that Diablo and that Blaze. That extra defense was quite nice, but in the end they just didn't have enough damage to just burn through the Blaze and the ETC quick enough to get to that Hanzo, get to that Li Ming.
Yeah, I mean, definitely solid game coming out by both teams. And I mean, I'm excited to see moving forward, is anyone going to be able to take TWT down, right? In their current form, they're looking like they came to play. They want to, remind everyone why they are considered to be some of the best players in the world, right? Kiocha, Hyde, Kweppy kind of trying to make a name for himself. But I mean, just the players on this team, Reset, as well as Spell. I mean, former HGC, just really high level, high caliber player. And I'm excited to see if, potentially Headless or Team Schwimpy will be able to, take them toe to toe and maybe make it a best of 5 or maybe even beat them in the finals.
That would be super hyped to see. That is the match that will be coming up next, by the way. Headless versus Team Schwimpy. Team Schwimpy, Schwimpy and a load of his friends he made when he was playing over in China in Gold Club. Team Headless, though, they have Lockdown, they have Crow, they have Gondar, and they have Hero. A lot of insane players. Potentially the only other team that has some of the Korean HGC players outside of, I believe, Flying Techo did have Praise the Sun, but they didn't utilize him today.
Yeah.
But there is some insane performers here. It's going to be very rough for either of these teams, whichever one gains the momentum. If we see Team Schwimpy run that Ana again, I'm a little scared because they utilized that very well yesterday.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they're on a Li Ming. I mean, getting Schwimpy, I think, on a comfortable hero is definitely what they should be looking for. I think Schwimpy, a very talented player. I mean, he was on Fnatic, one of the best teams in the world. And I feel like if they're able to get him on a hero where he really is able to make plays, I feel like they'll really set themselves up for success moving forward.
Could not agree more. For now, though, we're going to head to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it will be Headless versus Schwimpy. Some HGC Korea versus a little bit of HGC EU in there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Kiocha going in, Spell as well onto this Tychus. Tychus is going to be falling low and is going to be dying. Hyde as well in the midst, doing a lot of damage, activating that level 1. And Garish is going to fall as well. That's 2 heroes. 3 heroes. Reset with the boop to be able to kill the Chromie at the end as well. And that's 3 heroes dead. Tychus and Chromie just throwing damage into the Garrosh, but Riptire coming out as well as the Hanzo arrow. Ice Black from Chromie to save herself, and she is just going to be able to walk away. That's a decent number of volts in the back. Vasto is going to be using that Entomb on 3 or 4 heroes, but Chromie is just being ran down, and the Lightning Breath is going to be able to finish her off. Leo, during all of that, falling in the back line, trying to zone for his team, unable to actually buy enough.
There goes Dragon Arrow. Okay. We see Riptire coming out. Chromie going to be focused down again so quickly. Tychus was first. Garrosh, nowhere to go. Will drop the taunt. No defensive measures. It's going to get chunked down by this Sonya and will be cleaned out. The giant Slammer and the Giant Slayer coming in for Hanzo and Sonya as they delete through the members of Flying Techo. That's a 4-man kill as they move their way on. Alex Straza cannot defend this. 7 seconds left till Tigers, 4 till Chromie, but that core is dying real fast.
Yeah, looks like, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to defend this. The core is going down 40%. Yep. Odin coming out, but that's going to be GG. Game number 1 going to the side of TWT. I played really well. I mean, 12 kills to 0. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see how that progresses. If he dies once or twice, is he gonna, you know, lose his level 1 talent in a way? I would really like to see Diablo and maybe potentially Karazim later on in the game just look to pressure him. Diablo, speaking of, in a bit of a scary position here, is gonna actually get rooted and blown up by Reset. Hyde with the good follow-up spell, waiting in the bush, waiting in the 4v5. Looks like Hanzo is going to be on point here. Reset taking a decent amount of damage, Wishing as well as Tyke is trying to chase him down, and they are going to be able to get him killed with that minigun, and that's the win condition dead really for TWT, as Leeming is going to fall, and they're going to invade the camp and be able to get out as well and just go right to race. A very solid invade here coming. It's just going to be onto the 2 tanks though. 7-sided coming out. Kyocha, the 2-man Hanzo arrow coming out by Kwepi as well. Reset looking to go in, trying to finish off Wishing. That's 1 Reset. Is he going to be able to get a second? Reset in the bunker is going to be able to get a second. Medivh down, falling, or in the mosh pit. Is he going to be able to survive? There's no way. Medivh falls as well. Reset in the back line, absolutely destroying everyone. That's going to be 3. That's going to be 4. That's going to be 5 heroes falling for the side of Flying Techo, but they were able to get the Diablo taking a lot of damage here, actually falling very low, and Reset is going to be able to get 1. Looks like Vasto is going to be able to take that portal out. Tychus is going to use the Omen, but the 2-man Hanzo arrow is going to come out. Leyline onto the Leeming, trying to peel for his team, trying to keep his team alive, as it looks like TWT is just going to be able to hit this Immortal. Odin trying to do everything that he can to push them off, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. Hide on the bot side zoning, but this is going to be the Immortal going the way of TWT, and it is a very healthy one at that.
Leyline, they're going to try and make the play, only get Malfurion though. Portal is dropped. Force of Will with the Circle of Protection. They dive onto Malfurion. Dragon Arrow zones out Tigers though. Twilight Dream is good. Mosh pit interrupted by the grenade, and again Diablo finds himself very, very low. Medivh dropped low, trying to get Vasto out, will get the Force of Will, but the portal will not be in time. They lose Sonya. Diablo is too low to fight. Wishing is just buying time right now, but is gonna get popped. The Immortal is down. It's a 5v3 though, as Diablo goes for 1 more effort to try and pick up a kill, but if he dies, this might be game over.
Oh, beautiful cleanse from Hyde. Going down APOC as well, onto Spell. Are they going to be able to chunk him out? 7-sided coming out. Bunker used the Twilight Dream as well. Both teams just kind of posturing. Reset on the top side, looking to do damage. Diablo going deep, but Hyde's going to get speared by Vasto. Vasto on the Sonya. An absolute menace in the backline. Are they going to be able to get Kyocho as well? No, but that's 1 hero down for the side of TWT, which should allow Flying Techo to get the race here.
Just zone, just survive, but they go for the engage, and they are punished. Force of Will, though, and the cleanse comes out. Portal expires! Down goes Diablo, completely punished for the aggression. Vasto is taken out, and TWT just smash their way through everyone. Kwepi tries to get Medivh alone, but the portal saves the day. They miss it. This could be game.
Both teams posturing here. Odin used, just looking to zone, hitting the Immortal. Sonya going in here, Portal as well. Looks like Vasto is going to be on Hyde. The Twilight Dream actually stops the ley line coming out from the Medivh. Cleansing Touch, trying to peel, trying to save the Medivh. Hyde with the huge Twilight Dream. Reset, getting into the bunker, kiting in and out, getting a reset onto Wishing. That's 1. This is going to be 2, and this is surely going to be GG going the side of TWT. Hyde, the man, the myth, the legend on this Malfurion, literally stopping the Medivh's ley line seal, putting it onto a 10-second cooldown with that Twilight Dream, perfectly timed at the exact moment when Medivh dropped out of the bird form to kill him.
Absolutely unbelievable that he got that timing right. It's
Guys, we've got Makke here from Chili Mountain, the Mephisto god, to, you know, give us the talent build as well as maybe some tips and tricks for this hero. Makke, without further ado, what is your Mephisto build? And for people that want to learn Mephisto and get good at Mephisto, what's kind of like your advice for them?
I think Mephisto is like a hero like Tracer or Genji. You need to play it a lot, learn what the strengths are, learn the weaknesses, and just play it a lot. Because I think the most important is that you're comfortable knowing when you go in and go out. Yeah. So just playing it a lot versus a lot of heroes and on a lot of maps, and just try for yourself, see where it works.
Gotcha. So just really testing your limits to see what works well. Gotcha.
And like not playing afraid. I think going in a bit too deep, a bit too many times is probably good because you learn. Because being too passive with Mephisto is very damaging, but being too aggressive is also damaging. So you kind of have to learn to thread the needle.
Gotcha. And so when you're looking to go aggressive on Mephisto, is that kind of like blinking aggressively with your E, or when you look for your damage on your Mephisto, what are you kind of looking for? Do you like E over walls? What's
I think the first thing you have to do when you go into the game, see what heroes do the opponents have. What can punish you on your E? Like when you E, how can they punish you? Do they have a Chromie that can loop, or like a Junker that can boop, or like a Ling Mean that can throw up combo and you're like 1 HP? Gotcha. And you check, okay, where can I E from? Can I E aggressively? Can I E defensively? Do I need to be very passive when I E? Just check what can punish you. And then I think the most important is just that I said, play the hero, because sometimes you just want to go in with your W without blinking in. Like the philosophy around Mephisto is you need to have your spells up like all the time.
Gotcha.
That's the philosophy. You should never just throw a random poke combo and have all your spells on 7-second cooldown. That's terrible. You need to sometimes you go in with your W, you blink in, you Q, you make sure that every spell you use makes sure you reset your entire combo.
Gotcha.
Because that's the mentality. You want to have your combo up all the time. You want to bait them to be able to go for your E, but then when you're coming back, you can also blink in again, and they have committed so many resources on your illusion, and you just go their backline or their frontline. And the beauty of it, you can hit both with your ring, right? If you blink in the middle of them, most of the time you can hit more than 2 or 3 people.
Gotcha, because they're kind of like all-inning for your illusion that you've now gotten off cooldown. That's an amazing trick on how to kind of like be more aggressive. So what Mephisto build do you run at level 1? I mean, what's your build, man? Like what, average Storm League player, what should I be running?
I think there's 3 talents that are mandatory.
Okay.
And it's the level 1 W.
So Furious Spark,
level 4 W, static barrier.
Perfect.
On 7, I think all the talents work.
Okay.
If you feel like you need to be a bit more mobile and catch them, if they're fast, they have escapes. Like you're playing versus a Ming or you're playing versus like a Tracer, having movement speed can be really good. If they have something like a Rain or like a Suljin or something that just hits you in the face when you blink in, armor might be great. If they have very static backliners like a Gul'dan, like something that's very fat, slow might be really good.
Gotcha.
And that's also like a small thing that's very important when you're playing Mephisto. Heroes that are very big are good to face.
Gotcha.
Heroes like Gul'dan or like Stitches or whatever, Diablo, Deathwing, all those heroes with big hitboxes makes it so you always have cooldowns. Gotcha. So that's also like a small trick you learn when you play the game, that hitboxes do really matter when you're playing Mephisto.
Gotcha.
So then we move on to 10. I think you always go root.
Durance?
I think it's very... Durance is... I think most of the time you go Durance. There's very little opportunity for the other ulti, and it doesn't really do that much damage. It puts you out of the fight for like... What is it? Maybe at the same time as root, but it doesn't really work the same way.
Gotcha. So when you get Durance, like how are you looking to use it? Do you use it at the start of the team fight? Do you are you looking to E in and then use it? Are you looking to use it from fog? Like what do you like generally philosophy wise? What are you looking to do with this ultimate?
I think so. There's again, you have to watch their team. What do they have? Who are we facing? I think if you have a good setup stun with someone and they don't have a cleanse on their support, just following up on the tank could be really good.
Gotcha.
Just keeping him locked down for even longer. If they have cleanse and they have a backline without any escapes, you might go in after if your tank initiates, you go in with a full set of combos, try and get your reset. Then when you blink back, you go for the root.
Gotcha.
Welcome back to the Chili Mountain Winter Cup for South Korea. I'm, of course, still Tetcher. This is still MichaelUdall. And we are getting ready for our second series of the day. Who we got, Udall?
Another one.
Alrighty, I appear to have been kicked from the lobby, so I'm not entirely sure what has happened there. I assume there is a lobby bug. But we'll get started as soon as possible. But well.
Oh, dang.
So,
my bad.
we're getting ready to jump in. Udall will return to your ears very shortly on the Chili Mountain stream. So we'll get ready to hopefully remake that lobby and get us in it. Because, there we go. There's the lobby.
Yeah, definitely. Guys, I did that thing where I didn't unmute my mic. My bad. You know, warming up. Second cast of the day. But what I said, guys, is I'm really excited about this match. We have Team Schwimpy versus Team Headless. Schwimpy, one of the best European players back in the day, played on Fnatic. He basically made a team, formed a team with a lot of his friends in China where he currently lives. Basically, former Gold Club, former HGC players. Gold Club was like the HGC kind of equivalent. Within China, it was like a big tournament that they ran where all the high-level top players played. And they're playing against Team Headless, which has, former HGC Korean, some of the best, like world champion, Lockdown, Gondor, Crow, a lot of really, really strong, Crow, Hero, really, really strong players on this team as well. So I'm really excited for this second series of the day.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Gold Club, of course. This is also where a lot of the Korean players went post HGC's dying the death. So in this case, we have a lot of players, Crow especially in Gondar, played a lot in Gold Club and did pretty well, coming first in Season 4, and I believe, first in Season 5 as well. So both the two recent seasons, they kinda dunked. Feels good. So, we're getting ready. Players are rejoining the lobby as we had a slight issue, but we're going to be ready to go very shortly. Again, we have a lot of experience. For those who are wondering, Schwimpy, we believe, is Matte in this for the sake of explaining names and avoiding confusion.
Yeah, guys, and one thing I just want to note right now, !RAID in the chat if you want to check out our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Big shout out to them making this whole tournament possible. If we actually get to 50 downloads, if you click on that link, download the game, play through the 5-minute tutorial, it helps us a bunch, and we'll provide more tournaments for you moving forward. If we get 50 downloads, we're currently at, I think 37. That means this entire tournament will be paid for by Raid Shadow Legends. If we get to 100, then that means, they'll pay for this tournament as well as the next one. So shout out to Raid Shadow Legends. Really appreciate them helping make this all possible. And word on the street is Sid Kitten from Chili Mountain is going to be doing a cooking stream at 50 downloads. So if you want to see that, definitely go download it. And guys, it only takes 5 minutes of your time, and it helps the Heroes of the Storm community out immensely.
5 minutes of 13 people's time are needed to get those downloads and play through that tutorial. And who knows, maybe you'll like the game. So make sure you hit !RAID in the chat to support Chili Mountain and help them keep running tournaments like this. And big thank you to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring the tournament. Lockdown has DC'd, and after that is fixed, we'll be able to jump back in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One thing to know, Schwimpy in the lobby already talking trash. He said, "Lockdown, please be kind to me, don't kill me." The fear of God is in Schwimpy right now, as he maybe has PTSD of playing against Lockdown at international events and getting beaten by his false dad. So it's going to be a really good match, guys. And game number 1 is going to be played on, is this a spoiled Towers of Doom? I'm really excited about it. This is a map that almost always goes down to the wire, a map that, some of the greatest Heroes of the Storm comebacks we've ever seen have happened on this map. So, you couldn't ask for a better game 1 to be played on.
Okay, we have another quick lobby issue. It looks like people were the wrong side. Luckily, players were able to react quick enough in order to get that fixed in. In the meantime, we can tell you about the map bans. As we already mentioned, first map will be Towers of Doom. This was a pick by Team Headless. Headless banned out Garden of Terror and Alterac Pass, with Team Schwimpy banning out Volskaya and Dragonshire, avoiding that insane 1v1 top lane that can sometimes get a little rough there. And of course, this does mean Team Schwimpy will be getting first pick and first ban.
Yeah, first pick. Something that we've seen, traditionally throughout the Heroes of the Storm competitive scene, generally been prioritized higher. The ability to get, 3 heroes before that second ban fight is really what you're looking for, because basically you're getting 3 priority picks before they're able to ban. really think Stukov is a crazy high priority these days. Would expect to see both teams potentially either ban that, maybe first pick it. In the last series we had, it seemed like there was kind of a healing choke, right? Sometimes we saw Anna, Deckard, and Lucio banned, or maybe Stukov, Anna, Lucio banned in the first 4 ban phases. So I'll be curious to see if we see like that same level of healer priority moving forward. But I mean, Stukov definitely, I think, is the #1 priority support for a lot of these Korean and Chinese teams because of, you know, that physical armor that he provides at level at 4, as well as the pick potential, the silence, just a lot of the tools that Stukov does bring to the table. In my opinion, one of the best aggressive supports, if not the best aggressive support in the game right now. Because once you hit level 13, if you hit your W, right, your pustule into your, you know, silence puddle, it is pretty much just an insta-kill with that root. And it's just such a strong ability and really makes your support be able to make a lot of plays.
And I think we're probably in for good news for that if it's not banned out, as we do finally head into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, with, of course, Team Shrimpy getting the bans. Crow is a big fan of this Stukov, so seeing him pick that up wouldn't be too surprising. For now, though, Team Shrimpy, they're going to start with the first ban. Let's see what direction they go. Do they ban that Stukov? Do they ban something else for a lot of poke? Or maybe something that can control that off lane, maybe double soak, to allow that bottom lane control that is so important on this map?
Yeah, I mean, okay, it looks like they are going to opt into the Medivh, which I think is a good ban, right? I mean, this is a hero that in the last series we saw play really well. I mean, traditionally in the Western scene, it's pretty much perma-banned, a really strong hero. So I think it is always smart to get rid of that Medivh, especially if you're not, you know, feeling comfortable to first pick it. I will be curious to see if Headless maybe opts into some sort of a Stukov ban. Okay, they are just going to go with that Chromie. And are we going to see the first Hogger game of the day? I mean, that's something. If it makes it through draft, I mean, Kyocha against 30K this weekend played Hogger on Towers of Doom to a lot of success. So, you know, maybe that's something. And this is another thing to note. Are there Hogger players on either of these teams? I'm not 100% sure. You know, have they actually practiced it? Are they comfortable on it? You know, because it's the first week where it's available.
It's a good question. They were asking about it in the chat before the game, seeing if it was available, so the potential is there. This isn't a terrible Hogger map as well. Great camp control with it if you can find the right angles to get that permanent bounce, which allows Hogger to clear camps pretty quickly. So then, let's see where we start off with Deathwing banned out. Stukov still around. Let's see where else we go. They ban out Tychus. With that quarterback, he is insane at delaying the objective here, so it's a pretty safe ban out here.
Yeah, I'd expect to see. Okay, it is going to be the Stukov first pick. I mean, a really strong hero for you know, Railgun on that support. In the series yesterday, Railgun was making a lot of plays on this Stukov. And I like this first pick. The question is going to be, what is the 1-2 in response? Are we going to see some sort of, you know, Garrosh, maybe a Diablo? All right, it looks like they are going to go for the Anna. They could potentially pair this up with the Li Ming. Maybe potentially could also look for, okay, it is going to be that Diablo. So I like the Anna Diablo combo. I mean, Diablo, a tank that's really been high in priority, someone that's very difficult to kill, especially with that Tychus ban that they did pair up, right? That's one of the Diablo killers, let's call it. And, you know, I like them opting to ban that and then taking the Diablo as well.
They've also kind of forced the hand of Team Shrimpy to maybe ban out something like that Li Ming or steal it away, like you were saying earlier. There's still so many good options that can come out with this Ana as well, though, so it's not too bad if one gets banned. Anubarak and Thrall going to be coming out. That's going to give them a little bit more CC and a little bit of burst damage to try and deal with that Diablo as it comes in. And maybe Cocoon, whoever is nano boosted, because in theory, if they ban Li Ming here, which would make sense, seeing as they have the Anub now, which shows she could melt Cocoon, they might force them into something a little bit less mobile. So they might be able to get some better Cocoons here and give themselves better engage potential and the man advantage fights.
Yeah, and the Greymane is going to be banned. I mean, I like this ban coming out for the side of Headless. Would provide a lot of merc pressure, a lot of blow up as well. I will be curious, though, how they do round out and finish out the comp for Team Shrimpy. Potentially could see them get something like a Zeratul later on. I know that might sound crazy, but it goes well with their composition, right? The dive of the Anubarak, having VP to combo with it. Also could have your Thrall and Zeratul played together. And the Li Ming ban, I like this, right? Li Ming and Anna, a very scary duo, nano boosted. Li Ming is one of the scariest, targets in the game. But the question is, what are they going to pick up here? They need damage, right? They need safe damage, maybe something like a Rainer. Potentially also could look at a Hanzo. They need a nano target, so maybe a Malthael. They could also go Eye of Horus and potentially ignore the nano target, but I'd like to see maybe something like a Rainer and then maybe an offlaner of like a Blaze. Yeah, okay. Very solid 3-4 for the side of Headless here. Securing the save with that Blaze, I think, was very smart of them.
I like this also as a bit of safer drafting. They can now save their nano target for later so that they can play more reactionary. If they were to pick something like, say, a Kael'thas, then that could in theory be reacted to by the side of Team Shwimpy by playing something a little bit more mobile so they could try and avoid those gravity lapses and something that can dive a little bit more effectively. In this case, Shwimpy, they're going to pick Sylvanas and Sonya. They do get a little bit of burst, not going to go with the Zeratul, move a little bit of a tankier offlaner here, playing a little bit safer, still going to be very solid. Their aggression is still very tough to deal with. But now, with those shown, there's still the dive potential from Sonya, still the dive from Sylvanas and Anubarak. What do they play? They go for Tassadar. That is a good nano target who can stay very far at range. Going to be a little bit harder to engage onto.
I think he might go Black Hole, too.
Ooh, that'd be hype.
Which I think would be really good here, right? They kind of have a dive composition on the side of Team Shwimpy, right? Like the Anubrak wants to go in, the Sonya, the Thrall, they're going to look to go in, and they could potentially use the Black Hole as kind of a disengage. And a way to like really reset the team fight. So it also is a hero for Cocoon, right? Tassadar's auto attack basically shreds through that Cocoon as it does a lot of small ticks of damage. So I mean, looking at the compositions, is there one that you're currently favoring, Tetcher, that you feel like maybe has the advantage going into this game number 1 against Shwimpy versus Team Headless?
I do like Thrall, but I'm always a little concerned about him these days. But he is a little strong because Root's got a little bit of a buff since the removal of Medallion. But again, I mentioned it before, the easier draft to execute is very much on the side of Headless. And that Nano Boost Tassadar is going to be strong. Whether they do go for that Black Hole, which will be great for the disengage and for the setup, or they end up going for Archon to play a little bit safer, to give that shield protection from the burst, their comp is still a little bit easier to run. They've got great interruption on the bell towers. I think this is a pretty solid draft for Headless, so I'm going to lean towards them here.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I feel like Team Headless, they have the Blaze for the save. I feel like they have a lot more damage with their backliner, like you mentioned, the nano boosted Tassadar as well as the Rainer. And then I think the Diablo is just going to be a very difficult hero for the side of Team Shwimpy to actually kill, right? Like who is their Diablo killer? Is it Sonya when she hits the level 16% damage? Yeah.
We'll find out. We will find out. Like you say, it's a long time to go to wait for percentage damage. They do get, of course, the Rolling Thunder on level 1 with Thrall, and they could go Overwhelming Affliction. Let's see what Sylvanas goes for, as we are going to be heading into the game. And on the left-hand side, it will be Headless. Hero on that Rainer, Crow on the Ana, Gundar on Tassadar, Lockdown on Blaze, and a name that we are not going to try and be insensitive to pronounce, playing Diablo.
And then on the right, in the red, we have Team Shwimpy, 0W0 on the Nubrak, Mata, aka Shwimpy, playing the Thrall. We have Pipe Bomb on the Sonya, Railgun playing the Stukov, and then a name we're not going to try and pronounce on that Sylvanas. Team Shwimpy versus Team Headless. There has been a pause coming out here, but both teams just kind of posturing in the mid lane. I mean, posturing. Tassadar and Hero already killed the mid wave. It's dead. We're 17 seconds into the game. It's already dead. There's 3 minions left. They're almost gone. I mean, that's the power of Tassadar, right? He instantly clears the wave and really just secures the rotate for your team. I mean, you see Crow able to play so far back. You see both of their tanks just sitting in the bush. All of this is enabled because of Tassadar's wave clear. So, I mean, really good job coming out by Gondar, just using his spells to clear that wave out.
It's so quick to do, like you say. He's also pretty close to getting a stack off of Pipe Bomb, but I think it'll fall just short before he gains his first stack. Speaking of stacks, level 1, we see Sylvanas unfurling Shadows at level 1. Not going for the Batmite of the Banshee Queen or the Overwhelming Affliction. Instead, it's stacking W, and we just don't see this that often anymore.
Yeah, I mean, stacking W, something that is not really the go-to Sylv talent these days. But one thing to know, I mean, moving away from Sylvanas a little bit, but Sonya, I mean, we have seen a huge rise in slam build Sonya. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you think about that? Do you feel like what is causing kind of that change in the meta?
The change in the meta seems to be coming in that the offlaners these days, with Medallion not on the board, Sonya can play a little bit more aggressive. She can land those spears. She can be incredibly punishing. She can still clear the wave pretty quickly thanks to that combo of Furious Blow and the level 4. Really helps them clear lanes very quickly. And like you mentioned, that level 16, it gives them so much burst damage that they sacrifice the sustain they'd get from like a Whirlwind build to just out-bully their opponents. It wins most 1v1 trades just on sheer damage alone, and if you still take a fight in the minion wave, she'll still out-sustain you due to that Whirlwind, just with no talents on it. It's just very strong and hard to deal with, great backline pressure, and very hard to kill once you get that Wrath of the Berserker. It's just, at the moment, with the lack of medallions, having that Wrath of the Berserker gives you a lot more freedom than a lot of other offlaners.
Yeah, that 40%, you know, is it 40 or is it 50? Listen, I'm a Sonya player. I should know
40
this.
40 CC reduction?
I think it's 40 CC reduction, right? How?
I will double check. But I'm pretty sure it's 40.
Oh, so it increases damage.
Before.
So it increases damage dealt by 40%, reduces the duration of stuns, roots, and slows by 50%.
That's it. We got it.
So I played so many Sonya games in my professional career. I should have that memorized, but it's like you got 40 and 50, so it's like they're so close to it. But yeah, 50% CC reduction is huge, right? That messes up the CC chains of the opposing team. It also just allows you to like rotate and play the game in a way where you have less cares, right? You can play more aggressive. You kind of want to become the like you soak up the CC of the opposing team, right? If you can get the Diablo to use his engage on you, that means his spells are on cooldown and he can't use them on your ally opponents, right? That's something that I think at the highest level of play, a lot of times when we see something that may look like a player's out of position, it may actually be someone just baiting cooldowns, right? In that first series where we were watching Hyde play Stukov, right? Trying to activate that level 1 talent. I'd love to see the Sonya try and do something similar this game, you know, baiting the Diablo into using his spells onto the Sonya because of that Wrath of the Berserker. Just because, you know, I think Thrall is a very squishy hero. And if Sonya is able to take a lot of the damage away from the Thrall taking that damage, I feel like it'll give him a really good shot to actually win these team fights.
Completely agree. They have a lot of turnaround potential if the role is left alone, but they will have to try and play around that burst, like you say. They also do have a lot of camp clear on both sides here. We don't see the Exterminator on Reyna, but they still have easily enough clear with Tassadar and that Reyna combined. But on the other side, Sylvanas, the role has reasonable clear, and Sonya, a lot of the offlane players right now in Korea and even in the Western scene are going for Battle Rage, getting that 25% more damage to mercenaries on this map. Mercenaries are insanely important, so it's another big advantage in the Sonya column as we do head back into the game.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, both teams kind of posturing in the mid lane, but again, guys, Tassadar instantly clearing the wave. You guys see Gondar? Gondar literally using his spells exclusively, sitting at 0 hero damage. I love to see it, genuinely. Like, as the wave clear on your team, Gondor just literally running between the waves, recognizing, you know what, hitting the enemy heroes is a bait. My job is to exclusively hit the waves, and doing a really good job at it. I mean, this should allow them to get the superior rotation advantage. Also setting up, giving the souls 21 souls over the Diablo at this point. But the siege camp, the pumpkin camp should be spawning in the next 5 seconds. And with their wave clear advantage, I would expect them to be able to take that out first. And again, guys, look at Gondor. Just every single time there is a wave that he can clear, he is just going to be running to it. And the Diablo and the Ana kind of helping him zone up for that.
Gondar knows he will gain more than enough stacks when it comes down to the objective where they will be sieging, but as long as they keep rotating fast, they not only get the site XP lead, the site rotation lead, they also deny Sylvanas stacks. She will also gain stacks during the objective, but you want to really deny that for as long as possible, because it will stack up over time. It's a very slow talent to get going compared to both the other level 1s, as Hero will get completely stun locked. And that is first blood going over to Team Schwimpy. Very aggressive. There's a little bit of XP being lost in the top lane as Blaze going to slow down that rotation. Nicely done.
Yeah, really well done by Lockdown there, you know, evening up, you know, the loss of the Rainer dying a little bit. Anubrak actually going in onto Gondor on the bot side. Good peels coming out from Diablo there, able to, you know, help protect his team. And it looks like they want to try and push in this one Pumpkin Sapper, maybe use Sylvanas to disable it. And Tastar actually just has too much wave clears. They're going to be unable to. So both teams able to clear up the Pumpkin Sappers. Shrimpy actually getting gone on here is going to be okay. And he is just going to be forced to rotate over towards that mid wave, looking to push it out, pressure it out. That way his team, you know, can look for a potential fight, but he may need to be careful as Diablo's looking to wrap around on him. Shrimpy is going to be okay, just running towards the top side.
Always nice to see those aggressive sleep darts coming out. It's a big reason why a lot of people do like that Ana. She's not only great burst healing and CC removal when she hits level 16 and 13, but she also is a great engage setup with those sleep darts, especially once you get those Night Terrors. Blaze, by the way, Lockdown going with those Incinerator Gauntlets without the attack speed at level 1. It will help him stay a little bit further at range to avoid that Sonya fight and keep those lanes cleaned up while still getting those new habits to stay sustained.
Oh, Lockdown looks like Team Shrimpy is going to be going for the top left here. Big root coming out by Shrimpy. Railgun as well using that silence, but it looks like Gondor and Crow were hovering and are going to be able to be up here and help Lockdown out. Blaze, a very difficult hero to kill. Oyo going in onto Lockdown. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to actually secure this kill, but that's not what they're trying to do. They're just looking to zone for the Sonya pipe bomb, looking to channel one more time. I'd like to see them actually get out here as Diablo and Reyno were able to cap that bottom shrine. And this looks like it is going to be 2 shrines going the way of Team Headless and 1 shrine for Team Shrimpy.
Yeah, aggressive attempt by Shrimpy, but they weren't able to get the zoning. Blaze finding the interruption from over the wall, and Sylvanas unable to zone out both Reyna and Diablo in bot lane. So the lead is gained by Headless here, taking the double channel as both teams hit level 7 at about the same time here. This is going to be a big talent, especially for Sylvanas, as she now has that festering wound. It's going to make it much easier to stack that unfurling shadows as they look for the invade, but camp taken way too quickly by Headless.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, you guys, if you see this Blaze, he's now rotating down. They could potentially look for an invade onto the siege camp. You guys do see them posturing Lockdown, starting to rotate down now. This is all set up because they were able to push out that top lane. Anubrak looking to try and zone here, actually taking a lot of damage, getting slept as well. And Anubrak, just like that, is dead. And now it is going to be a 3v5, a full retreat for Team Shrimpy as their siege camp, as their pumpkins are going to get invaded. And this is pretty big. 6 pumpkins going to be able to walk in. That is going to be the entire front wall for Team Shrimpy. Going to be, you know, getting cleared up here. Maybe potentially some damage going on to the fort as well if they're not able to get these pumpkins. Shrimpy trying to kite out, taking a decent amount of damage from the Diablo. Good anti-grenade coming out by Crow. And that's going to be 1 pumpkin walking into the fort. Are they going to be able to get the second? Shrimpy really wants to clear this out. Doesn't want to let this pumpkin go in. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes. The second pumpkin goes in as well. And that's pretty big, guys. This bottom right fort and the bottom left fort, this really is in a lot of ways the objective on the map, because once you secure this fort, you have like a stranglehold on the game if you're able to keep it, because it just makes rotations and the game so difficult for your opponent.
Potential 6 shots available in that bottom lane on cooldown if you're able to get control of that bottom fort. Great route by Makke, giving his team the disengage, but with 0W0 getting dropped a little low, they're not going to be able to contest the top objective. So if Lockdown can get this interrupt, they might be able to go for the double. Headless might be able to try and make the double play, especially they can get the kills. They get Sylph, they get Thrall. That is a double kill for Headless.
Yeah, a really good combo. Archon as well as Nano Boost coming down. It looks like they want more kills. Railgun on the Stukov trying to kite out is going to actually fall. Another good sleep coming out by Crow. But during all of this, it looks like Blaze as well as Pipe Bomb are just going to be 1v1ing on the top side. But one thing I want to know, guys, Gondor using his Force Wall to set up for the Diablo's devastating charge. A really good combo. Takes a lot of skill and execution and just synergy from your team, right? Kind of communicating that of I'm walling now, looks to charge off it. But a really good job coming out by the Diablo as well as Gondor to, you know, have that 1-2 punch.
10 shots now available for Headless as they do cap that bottom lane, and they have a number advantage up here until Stukov does arrive. There's the interrupt attempt, but Pipe Bomb over the wall. We'll get the interrupt. Interesting interaction with Diablo in that terrain there as they go for the channel again.
Level 10.
There's level 10.
Yeah, level 10 achieved for both teams. Lightning Breath, not APOC, Anubrak actually going in here. Earthquake has been the selection for the Thrall. You see Swimpy walking in now, is going to be able to get it, trying to chase down this Rainer Cocoon, going out onto the Taskadar. Wailing Arrow from deep downtown is going to hit the Ana, as well as the Diablo. Lightning Breath trying to zone, but a beautiful disengage, but not enough. Lockdown falling. Gondor, are they going to be able to get him as well? Pipe Dom, maybe going a bit too deep. Gondor stuck in the corner, nano boosting, force walling himself, doing a lot of damage. Really good flailing swipe. Crow doing everything he can to try and keep him alive, but no, Gondor is finally going to fall, and that is going to be 2 heroes dead for the side of Headless and 1 hero falling for the side of Team Shwimpy.
Fountain's being grabbed by Team Shwimpy as they go in for one more interrupt. They get it onto Diablo. Gonna make their way back in. 0W0 healed up, topped up. As the channel still goes in. Still a 2-shot advantage to Headless. But those kills are very important, but they are going to lose Sylvanas, as that was a great sleep dart set up by Crow.
Yeah, and this means that they're going to be able to invade the Pumpkin Pamp here. So you see Shwimpy already starting to peel off, already starting to kite off. And this is, just like you mentioned earlier, Tetcher, 6 shots potentially going to be pressuring coming in through this, you know, bottom death zone if they're able to walk these Pumpkin Sappers in. And it looks like they have Rainer finishing up their siege camp. Anna's doing theirs. I mean, Sylvanas is going to be up soon. They don't have 13. They potentially could look to fight this. I'd like to see Shwimpy, you know, 0W0. I'd like to see him step up, maybe look to go. As, you know, they see Blaze topside, but it looks like they are afraid, as level 13 has now been achieved by Team Headless. And yeah, this is going to be a difficult push for them to defend, especially if Blaze clears this mid wave and ends up rotating down, which we'll see if he ends up doing.
Beautiful camp timing here, pushing both in together so that they get that little bit of extra siege to help them here. There comes the Force Wall. They were looking for Sylv. Don't land that or the Sleep Dart, meaning Sylv can now just Black Arrow and disable these. The question is, can Diablo set something up? He gets the stun onto 0W0. The camp still disabled. Great job by Sylvanas here, and this is a good defense so far. Stun again onto 0W0. Here comes the Archon. One last attempt. One Sapper makes it in. All the rest are going to be cleared up. One more will creep in as it was knocked away by Railgun. Only 2 in out of the full 6. Not the worst by Team Shwimpy. Solid defense.
Yeah, that was a really good defense. Oh, Hero potentially in a scary situation on this Rainer. A bit out of position. A really good route by Shwimpy, as well as the Anubrak follow-up. Cocoon coming out on a task bar, but it's not going to be enough. What do you mean not a bad position? He was just baiting. Hero baiting Shwimpy's team in. Lockdown using the aggressive bunker here. Earthquake in the backside, peeling. Diablo walking in, potentially looking for more. They're still down. Nano boost in Archon, so ults are pretty even here. Anubrak. No, the Sonya getting the wall into the devastating charge. Really good wombo combo from Gondor, and the Diablo, and Shwimpy as well is going to fall. 2 heroes down for the side of Team Shwimpy. 3 heroes. The snipe from Gondor, and they're going to take mid-4 as well before they cap.
Super easy clear, using the Raiders Raider to tank that mid bell tower, meaning they now have 6 shots heading over to Team Shwimpy. A huge lead in favor of Headless there, and also a big shout out as they do start the boss for the Ana to save Hero on that engage, going with Purifying Darts, not the Smelling Salts. That 20% extra healing when removing the Root of Thrall saved Hero there, and as such they got 10 shots off this rotation with the altar and the boss combined, bringing Team Shwimpy down to 15 health.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to retake the bottom right fort, which is big, right? Being able to take that fort back will give them some positional advantage, but they really need level 16, and they need it now, right? They're only at 15 shots. The next altar space will be spawning in the next minute or two, but Siege Camp has spawned as well. I wouldn't be surprised maybe if we see Team Shwimpy potentially look to take a fight on this Siege Camp. Maybe Shwimpy can get a flank here with an Earthquake, and Tastar is going to use that Oracle, the level 13 talent, to get vision, and it looks like Team Shwimpy is just going to back out here, wanting to get that 16 advantage, or that 16 talent here before they actually go for a team fight.
Stacking spell power on that Tastar as well. Executors will still dropping low. With that nano boost combined, they have so much spell power on Gondar. He's going to just burst people as there's a stun onto Makke. Fading Swipe is burned as well. Rip bottom bell tower. We barely knew you.
Yeah, but it might be a potential 4v5 here. Schwimpy actually getting gone on, but in the back, guys, you see Pipe Bomb on that Sonya flanking in, using Wrath of the Berserker, going on to Crow Nano Boost, but Sonya getting blown up, the anti-heal as well as Gondor, just a nano boosted Archon doing so much damage, and that's 2 heroes dead. Sonya as well as Thrall. This is a really scary situation for Team Schwimpy. Anubarak, 0W0. Oh, really good pathing actually. Oh, no lockdown though. Oh, the Q, the great escape. He is going to be able to escape there.
Anub gets out. No contestation coming in for Team Schwimpy as they got bursted down. Bottom altar will be claimed. They're not going to try and race anything else. We just see the smart reaction from Team Schwimpy playing a little bit more defensively while they wait for people to respawn. They send Sylv up to top lane to clear this out. But this is looking a little sketch for Team Schwimpy now. But they finally have 16. They're on even talents again. They have that Alpha Wolf. 4th Thrall, a little bit of extra percentage damage here. Epicenter, much better for the engage. And they do have that Super Strain. That is going to be so strong against this Diablo and this Blaze. This might help them stay sustained.
Yeah, Sonya, though, on this left side, looking to flank behind, trying to get on Gondor or Crow. Blaze in the mid lane is showing, and they may look for the 4v5 here. Sonya has now shown. Cocoon coming out onto the Diablo. Sylv doing a good job disabling the trade. The Anubarak with the big stun as well. Oh, Sylv is actually going to fall. Sylv taking a lot of damage here. This looks like a disastrous team fight for the side of Team Schwimpy. They are able to get 2 kills actually, but what are they going to lose for it? At what cost? 5 heroes falling. They do get the Ana, they do get the Rainer, but they lose all of their lives for it.
Everyone goes down. You can see the insane positioning, protecting Gondar in those fights. They wrap around through the death zone to take down this middle bell tower as well. The protection was insane, and 0W0 getting body blocked by his own team as they try to avoid the aggro of bottom bell tower. Everyone gets picked off by that large group up. The great rotation from Blaze as level 20 will be hit. 18 potential shots available on the map right now. This is looking like a checkmate scenario. Team Schwimpy have to get 2 of these altars just to not die.
Yeah, as we do see, the Sylvanas is actually going to be hitting the bottom right floor. I'd like to see her maybe go get a stall in mid. If she doesn't get a stall in mid, they're actually going to be losing the game here.
That's still lethal. Math, team. Okay, GG.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point they kind of recognize even if Sylvanas stalls, she's probably gonna die, right? I mean, I think she should have stalled. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think she should have gone for the stall. But even if she stalls, she probably is most likely gonna end up dying for it. And then, I mean, it's your team is down to talent tier. Maybe that's a little bit of tilt coming in. Maybe they just didn't count the numbers right of if they were able to get the shots, but would have liked to see Sylv actually go for a stall there at the end, because I think they did potentially have the option or the opportunity to get one more team fight. Even though you're down a talent tier, you never know what can happen, right? Team fights in that late game, maybe you get a flank on the Ana, maybe you get a flank on the Tastar and just one-shot them. But I mean, really well played coming out by Team Headless. Definitely felt like they had the better draft, and I feel like they showed us why. They played really well as well, just keeping Gondor alive, as well as the synergy between the Diablo and the Task Walls. I felt like there were like 4 or 5 times throughout that game, Tetcher, where they had that beautiful combination of devastating charge into Force Wall, just allowing them to one-shot someone.
Yeah, they set those up really, really nicely, able to just get those bursts. The Force Walls in general were really on point, catching Sylv a couple times where she had to use her Haunting Wave to get out. At one point, you talked about it in that middle lane fight where they tried to just rush down Gondar, and he walls himself off, knowing that most of the damage is from Thrall and Anubarak. So he just walls himself away from them, meaning all the damage only comes from Sylvanas, who with the W build, damages a little bit more over time. So Gondar was able to survive thanks to basically just shutting himself off from the world in that corner to avoid danger and play a little bit more sustained that way. Worked out beautifully. They got great engages, they got great setup. The nano boost task really, really hurt. And yeah, big shout out to Hero as well, who does top the damage chart because he was just left alone. Task dropped him low and Rainer finished them off every time.
Yeah, I mean, you see that he has 10 kills on the Rainer. That's a lot of finishing blows, right? And I mean, he did a really good job of just kiting back, staying safe, or kind of actually even baiting himself, right? There was that one team fight in the mid where he took the aggressive position, Thrall went on to him, and Nubrak went on to him. They baited out a lot of those cooldowns, got Thrall to use Earthquake, and he was able to survive. He was able to walk out, right? Because of the Ana's level 13, the Purifying Darts, which does end up, removing the roots of the Thrall and the Stukov, and then also just having that fight or flight at level 4, providing him 25 armor as well as the extra bonus healing. I mean, really just well played across the board from Team Headless, I would say.
Yeah, everyone played beautifully. I'm just still very impressed that Hero topped the damage chart. There was a nano boost and an execute as well on a Q build Tassadar, and he still does more damage. That is just solid, safe play and consistent auto attacks. He wasn't pressured. As we do have our second map, looks like we're going to be heading to Infernal Shrines as our second map of this series.
Yeah, I mean, Infernal Shrines, something I love this map. Personally, this is one of my favorite maps in the game. I feel like it has a nice blend of macro and team fighting, in the sense that you can give up the first couple objectives, and if you split push correctly, you can come out even and sometimes even ahead. But if you draft like a late game team fight comp and you run it with well macro, you'll be able to team fight later on as the game progresses, as the game continues. And I mean, because the objective for the first like 1 or 2, you can give it up, but from that point on, it does become too powerful that if you do give it up, you're going to lose at least a fort, maybe a fort and a keep. Would definitely see heroes like Chromie highly prioritized. I think something like a Mephisto is really strong on this map. I mean, are there other heroes that you kind of tend toward and that you like on this map, Tetcher?
Definitely the offlaners who can solo the objective if your team gains a man advantage, so the rest of the team can push in somewhere. We see a lot of focus on double soak offlaners a lot of the time these days, but it's still worth to maybe have that Leoric, have that Sonya. If you want to be spicy, have that Kerrigan. Someone who can solo the objective without dying if your team gains a man advantage, so that the rest of the team can 4-man push a different lane, or 4-man push the lane the Punisher goes in to set up for a keep pressure as opposed to a fort pressure. So I've always liked those heroes every now and again because they still get good offlane value either way. It's just you have that potential to get that snowball if you gain a man advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the double soaking is just... It really, I think double soaking in that first game we saw, right, with TWT on Infernal Shrines, they had Junkrat pretty much double soaking the entire game. And at one point they had, what was it, a 4-level lead? And I think a lot of that came from, yes, their 4-man was pushing. Yes, their 4-man was getting pressure, but they missed 0 soak on the map, right? Their Junkrat was catching every single wave just because that hero has so much wave clear, so much mobility with the boop. And yeah, I just think teams that really know how to play the fine line of when to 5-man group and when to 4-man and have one person double soaking, I think will really like that's what differentiates like good and great, right? Because that really is like min-maxing how much experience can we actually get in every single situation.
Could not agree more. As a reminder, everybody, we are only 4 people away from completing our sponsorship goal for Raid Shadow Legends. !Raid in the chat. If we can get 4 more people to download the game and complete the 5-minute tutorial, then this tournament is paid for. Thanks to the incredible support of our sponsors. If we can get it up to 100, you'll be paying for the next one too. So make sure you show that support. Download the game. It's 5 minutes of your time to support the Heroes of the Storm scene as we are heading into game number 2.
Yeah, Infernal Shrines, and it looks like we're gonna get an insta Hogger ban coming out for the side of Team Headless. I mean, this maybe to me is screaming, hey, this hero's broken on this map, because with Hogger you can use basically Hogger's E to just permanently be spamming, and maybe they don't want to get cheesed, but this also kind of tells me if they feel like Hogger's that good, maybe they don't have a Hogger player. Maybe they don't have someone comfortable playing Hogger, so they just want to get rid of it and don't want to actually have to deal with it.
That's a good point. Very good point indeed. We have had Tychus as well. If we do go for Melting Point instead of Relentless Soldier, I have yet to be right today, then that is insane race on the objective. And Diablo, dominant in most of the games he's appeared in, except for game number 2 of Series 1. He will finally be removed. Koreans love that hard engage, so taking him out of the equation. A little bit easier now. They don't have to worry about that super aggressive charge.
Yeah, I think the Diablo ban is pretty good. It felt like he was very difficult to deal with in the last game, but it is going to be the Ana first pick. So Crow opting for the Ana over that Stukov. Would expect to see Team Shrimpy maybe potentially still pick up the Stukov here. Ana, I think a hero that is very strong, especially paired with a hero like Mephisto. I think Tassadar is also pretty good, but I think this is a really, really good Mephisto map. If they have a good Mephisto player, I mean, a potential, pick they could pick in that 4-5 slot that would be really strong. But a Hanzo as well as a Stukov coming out for the side of Team Shrimpy. Hanzo, once he gets that level 4 Q talent, is going to be able to, use his explosive arrows, his Q to steal a lot of the minions. A very strong hero on this map, as well as can pick up Dragon Strike or Dragon's Arrow, depending on the game and what looks good.
Very true. There's a lot of zoning potential with that Dragon Strike, a lot of hard engage potential, follow-up on that potential lurking arm. There's a Leoric stealing that away. You mentioned it in series number 1, the Hanzo-Leo combo. So stealing that away, preventing that value. It also gives them great Shrine Race and Double Soak potential. And now with Chromie and Leo, they have a lot of positional punishment.
Yeah, I mean, Entomb, Slowing Sands, it feels like they're just going to have so much zoning pressure. They also have a Nano Boost target. I think the Chromie Leo pickup was very good. The ability of denying the Leoric from the Hanzo. And Team Shrimpy, we've seen them consistently banning Deathwing either in the 1-2 or in the 3. So it seems like that's a hero that they've had a lot of difficulty playing against, and that they don't really have someone they feel that comfortable to play the hero, right? Like generally when you see a hero this consistently banned as a former competitive player, that's what it tells me, is that, hey, they don't feel comfortable picking Deathwing. They think Deathwing's really good, but they can't pick it themselves, so they just want to consistently get rid of it. But what heroes are they going to be looking for here? Would expect to see them maybe pick up their tank, as they do have tank priority if they want to get it. Something like a Johanna could be pretty good because it can live during, basically like you'll be able to use your D to walk through Slowing Sands as well as Entomb, and then maybe they get priority offlaner, something like a Sonya, something like a Urel, maybe even a Diva. I think all of those could be pretty solid. And it does look like they are going to go for the Johanna as well as the Imperious. I mean, Imperious, that's a spicy one. I like that. I mean, this kind of screams to me they want to kill you, right? Imperious is definitely a hero that with that spear does a lot of damage.
That Imperious is hyper aggressive. It's going to be very punishing for Leoric, who is going to want to be playing a little bit further up, going to want to be trying to zone out that Johanna, and Imperious is good for punishing that. Can struggle a little bit in the solo lane to begin with, as he has a lot slower wave clear, but it can still work out in the long term. We go with Muradin. Very tanky, someone who can survive that initial Imperious charge and still turn around, drop that avatar, get that quick healing boost, and be able to turn around and still keep a fight going, even if they are the engaged target. And the very safe second assassin in the form of the Rainer.
Yeah, I mean, the Rainer hero last game getting a lot of value on it. Very, very strong hero. And the last pick, Zeratul. Hey. I love this. I love this. I love this. Okay, because what I was going to say about Imperious is not that good of an offlane because it doesn't have that much soak, right? So a lot of times with Imperious, you want to have it, kind of like in game one of the cast today, if you guys were here, TWT had Sonya running with the 4-man and had Junkrat in the mid game double soaking. I would expect to see Zeratul double soaking the mid to late game and Imperious just running around in the 4-man looking for kills. I think pairing these two heroes up together is very, very solid and should allow them to potentially be able to get onto the backliner. I mean, there's a lot of squishy backliners here. You have an Ana, you have a Chromie, you have a Rainer. If Zeratul is able to get there with like a level 16 Q talent, or maybe even going for the one-shot build, I feel like there's a lot of potential here for Shrimpy on that Zeratul to make a lot of plays, which I think is really important for Team Shrimpy. Putting Shrimpy on a hero where he can, make plays and set his team up for, being the win condition in a way, right? Like, because their win condition is, okay, we need Zeratul to do a lot of damage to their backline and hit a big VP, and Shrimpy being on a hero where he can make plays, I love it. I love Team, I like it. I love the Zera here. I'm sorry. I love the Zera.
I'm on board with you. I am all aboard the Zeratul trade. That race potential, the double soak potential with the huge AoE damage of that cleave makes up a lot for what Imperious lacks. I'm super on board with you as we are going to be heading in to game number 2. Will it be enough for Team Shrimpy to make their way back into this series? Or will we see that 2-0 from this team? Headless on the left as we're going to be heading in. Headless on the left. We got that Chromie, Gondar playing that, already doing the Sand Clone dance. Hero on Rainer, Crow on the Ana, Lockdown on that Leo, and of course we have Muradin. But Team Shrimpy, who do they have on the right?
On the right, Team Shrimpy, guys, we have Pipe Bomb playing that Imperious. 0W0 on the Johanna. Hanzo being played by a Korean name that I don't know how to pronounce. Railgun playing the Stukov, and then we have Schwimpy playing the Zeratul. The Yorick here is actually going to get speared by 5 pound, taking a decent amount of damage. Schwimpy during all of this is going to be throwing some damage into the Rainer, actually stepping up to grab the globe, and he's going to get stunned. A really good stun there coming out by the Murden, and Johanna is actually going to fall. Imperious is going to be able to get a 2-man spear. Is this going to be the turnaround? But Schwimpy's going to get hit by Gondor and is going to die. This is 2 heroes. This looks disastrous. This is 3 heroes falling level 1 for Team Schwimpy. I mean, it's not the most experienced, so it's not the end of the world, but this is a potential mental break. Really good silence coming out by the Stukov. But Hanzo's going to die as well. 4 heroes dying at level 1. That is not the start you're looking for, especially after losing game 1 for Team Schwimpy.
Absolutely dunked on in this early game. Like you say, Zeratul stepping up to try and get that globe as he did go for the Shadow Hunter, but getting bodied in that first fight. Gondar sniping him, predicting the rotation, gets the easy kill. And with that, they're able to snowball that lead, picking off these Johanna 0W0 as they smash their way through this. And with what is essentially half a level lead at level 3, we are going to see Headless already start those mercenary camps, keep that rotation going. They are in a great position now.
Yeah, they really are in a good position. I mean, getting 4 kills level 1, it's nice to get the experience, and this is what they're going to use it for. They have a level 4 advantage here, and with that, they're going to look to invade. Schwimpy taking a lot of damage from Gondor. Railgun on the Stukov, trying to kite out, is going to be forced to use the heal. Hero just trading damage into them. Pipe bomb from the side, looking to hit lockdown, but this is going to be a double siege camp going the way of Team Headless. And Johanna 0W0 going to try to kite out here, got time trapped, and the anti-heal, is he going to be able to survive 100 HP? No! He is going to fall, and that is, I mean, they're just bleeding kills on the side of Team Schwimpy. 5 kills falling, and look at this mid lane. They've already lost the tower. They've almost lost the whole front gate. This is the double siege pressure coming into play, but luckily for them, the Immortal is not going to be spawning mid the first time. It is going to be spawning bottom, but I really feel like Team Schwimpy needs to, you know, pull it together here and either double soak and get a lot of value from that during this first Immortal phase, or they need to end up actually taking the objective, because, yeah, this is a team that wants to scale, and they've had a really rough early game so far.
Yeah, Headless are making Team Schwimpy look foolish for stepping out of base at this point. The second they try to get on the map to soak pre-heroics, they're getting punished. Finally, we're going to start to see them get a little bit of momentum, get a little bit of soak going. Hanzo is way too far up. Good job, though. Cheeky escape. Very nice.
Ooh, yeah, barely able to walk away from the W as well. And it looks like, okay, Team Schwimpy is going to opt.
That's saucy.
Yeah, they are going to opt to give up the first objective, and what they're going to take off of it is going to be invading the Bruiser camp. Looks like they want the extra XP from it. Maybe potentially going to look to pressure, you know, top wall. Would like to see them get maximum soak here as well, as they are going to be able to take that Bruiser camp out, denying it from the side of, Schwimpy here, able to get a decent amount of damage onto Gondor. And one thing to note is it looks like Schwimpy is going the one-shot Zeratul build, right? So he's going Shadow Hunter at level 1. This is going to be Might of the Nerazim. He's going to be looking to just one-shot those backliners. And once he hits level 16, this hero is going to be really scary. And Team Headless is just going to have to really respect Schwimpy and his positioning.
Big stun onto Hanzo there, but he will sustain a little bit of a slower rotation from 0W0 to pull the Punisher, so they had to let Hanzo do it. They are still defending though, front wall going to be taken out, but it is a Frost Punisher, and there's the issue. Big stun onto Johanna. Time trap actually saves Johanna the Punisher stun, but the armor was already there. Slowing Sands trying to zone out. Great blink from Mata this time to dodge the stun as Pipe Bomb looks for Gondar. They pick up the kill here. Mata is chased down by Lockdown, making this a 1-for-1 though.
Yeah, Schwimpy is barely going to fall. He was able to juke the Murden stun, but there was just enough damage to actually finish him before the Stukov heal was able to get to him. But trading 1 kill for 1 and only losing your bot wall, I mean, a lot of damage did go onto this fort, but considering how far they were down, to only be down half a level now, like, I would consider that a success, right? Remember, this game is 6 kills to 1, and to be only down, you know, 3/4, half a level is not a bad situation to be in. Imperious is actually rotating over here. They may potentially look for the 4v3. If they look to step up here, it could be a scary situation. Imperious Q is barely going to miss, and it looks like Murra is just going to be able to jump out here, and he is going to be okay.
Level 7 online with that flash of anger. Your prediction from earlier looks to be coming true as we do see Imperius rotating down to help out the team a lot more. Pipe Bomb looking to change the culture of this mid lane. As we do see Makke, he'll be taking over that double soak due to using that cleave to try and race down those minion waves. He's already been backdooring a couple minion waves with that Bruiser camp in top lane to get a little bit of extra value when they grab that. Got some pressure onto that top wall on the keep.
Yeah, level 10 about to be achieved for Team Headless. The question is, will Team Schwimpy be able to hit level 10 for this objective? And it looks like they will. They're about half a level away. Lockdown actually just taking a lot of damage to Schwimpy here. But what a scary thing to know is this mid wall is already gone. And Team Headless, if they get this next objective, they could potentially channel that and chain that into getting all 3 of the, forts, as bot forts pretty close to low. They could get, the mid objective, use it to go get top fort as well, maybe have Leo solo bot. Oh, and it looks like with their level 10 advantage, they are just going to pressure in here. I like this aggression coming out by Team Headless, recognizing, hey, we have level 10, we can take this fort for free, and just really keeping their foot on the gas pedal and taking every advantage that they can.
There's that Nerazim you called out. Muradin is holding his level 10, and that is interesting because he did go Reverberation at level 4, which really leaves him open to go for either heroic. Avatar would still potentially make a lot more sense here, just the amount of burst damage that is on the side of Team Schwimpy, and there it is. Finally going to pick that up. They could have used Haymaker to try and disengage from Imperius, but they go for the safer play of making sure they have that front line to sustain through those fights.
Yeah, I think that's a smart choice, taking that Avatar. But another thing to note, heavy impact from Muradin. So we may potentially see him jump onto the Stukov, jump onto the Hanzo if he's able to, jumping onto the Johanna right now, forcing the D out. Bruiser camp is up for the side of Team Schwimpy. They most likely would like to take that out if possible. Hero doing a really good job here, actually just pushing down and getting the well. So the well being killed for the side of, Team Schwimpy, that stinks, right? Well advantage is going to be going the way of Team Headless. That means if they take a team fight and they are a bit low, they may be forced to run top, which is a longer rotation. But the quest, the level 1 has been repeated. Shadow Hunter for this air tool. That means his auto attacks reduce his blink cooldown by 1.5 seconds now as we see him on the flank, looking potentially to jump on Gondor or Hero here. Mura actually taking a lot of damage. Blood Shield coming out, as well as the Stukov Signs. Makke, though, on the Rainer on the top side, taking a lot of damage, buying pressure, forcing them to go over. Nano Boost coming out. Oh, Hero gonna actually get Imperius Speared. Pipe Bomb setting that kill up, doing a really good job. And this should actually be the objective secured for Team Schwimpy, unless Gondor on that Chromie is able to potentially steal a lot away, Tetcher.
They've already used Nano Boost, so they have lost a lot of damage, and everyone on the side of Team Schwimpy looks very sustained. No big heroics left, but they still look to fight, trying to get onto Johanna, dropping a very low there. Great use of the Sowing Sands to set that up, but 35-8. There's no way this is happening for Headless as Team Schwimpy grabs second objective, and then to try and interrupt the rotation of Lockdown, he will escape. Although Pipe Bomb, he's going deep for that flash of anger. They pick up the kill.
Yeah, really good play. I mean, them killing that Leoric too means they might be able to pressure this top fort here, as the Punisher is going to be pushing in the mid, probably only going to get the wall, and they're going to use this to actually secure the top fort, which I believe should be the next objective, or at least it is a 50% chance that the next protector will spawn top, as there's been one spawned mid, there has been one spawned bottom, and oh, looks like Gondor trying to chase them down here. 13 has not been achieved yet for the side of Team Schwimpy. Now they've gotten it. Hanzo, though, is in the bot lane, so they don't really want to take this 4v5. Being able to secure the top fort here, I think, is a really good play for Team Schwimpy, because if the next objective does spawn top, taking that top fort has a lot more value than actually ending up taking the middle fort. But Schwimpy does need to be a bit careful here, as Lockdown may potentially be able to hit an Entomb. No, he has Might of the Nerazim, which is going to be able to just let him escape, as it looks like Team Schwimpy is going to be taking out their siege camp and potentially looking for an invade.
Great use of that Rainer's Raider to be able to get the scouting, see exactly what is going on. But the question is, can they do anything about it? They're even talents, Gondor, slowing sounds from over the wall, and they will zone out the members of Team Schwimpy with this. The question is, will they get more? Right now, only Muradin playing up. Great vision from Chromie to make sure no one steps up with that level 1 time of pursuit. Completely sees Matter on that rotation, and they know, and with that Schwimpy, they know that Headless know that Zeratul is there, and they're forced to back up.
Yeah, good decision of them forcing to back up. I would have actually liked to see them maybe all in that Muradin when he jumped in. I mean, he's playing really aggressive here, and I wonder if with a Blessed Shield into Stukov route, they could potentially blow him up but Zeratul is going to be forced to rotate to this behemoth of a top wave. The Knights, as well as a lot of Archer minions, are going to be pushing in, actually pressuring the wall, and the next objective is going to be spawning topside. So really smart rotation coming out by Team Shrimpy, deciding to take that top 4 instead of actually pressuring mid with their objective. Mura, speaking of, is actually going to just be forced to use the Avatar there, getting speared into the Stukov route. Johanna, though, in a very scary situation, does not have D here, taking a lot of damage. Lockdown, though, is actually going to be killed, and Hero as well. Guys, Zeratul flanking in from the top side, looking for this Zera, maybe looking for the Ana. Shrimpy wants the kill here. If he's going to be able to get it is going to be the question. Imperius going to be able to get a spear. Are they going to be able to get more here? Mata on the bot side attacking the Rainer. Maybe going to look to go in. Oh, Shrimpy is going to be okay as he does jump out here. Mura going pretty aggressive. Okay, not going to take the Seeker as he did not have his blink up. The next objective, guys, is going to be spawning top, which does positionally favor Team Shrimpy as they have their fort, they have their tap, and alternatively on the other side, there is none of that for Team Headless.
The aggression was there from Team Shrimpy, unable to find the kills. Health bars a little bit too low on 0W0 and a little bit too low. Oh, big stun onto Makke here, a little bit too low on that Hanzo as he got caught by the entire Chromie combo. Makke forced to blink away, but he does trade very efficiently with Muradin. Problem is, Muradin does have that second wind, so he'll be able to sustain up pretty well. Shrimpy will sustain up as well, thanks to his mending strikes on level 13, so that will allow him to be full health when it comes down to the objective. For now, though, Gondar, Makke backing up, realizing that that is a terrible place to rotate through, and will avoid the fight.
Yeah, and it looks like Team Headless is just going to give up the top objective. They recognize, hey, we don't want to fight with no forward. We're just going to alternatively push mid fort, take a trade here. And, you know, I think this decision coming out by them is decent, right? Like, fighting without the fort is a bit scary. Gondor, though, needs to be careful of the Zeratul. As you see Shrimpy just constantly fishing is what in competitive we call it, right? Constantly just looking for opportunities, looking for kills if someone's just a little bit out of position to potentially get a kill. And in the bot side, Hero is going to be split pushing. This bottom wall may potentially get pressured decently hard if Leoric also does end up rotating down there. We see Zeratul, Shrimpy potentially looking to get that double soak, but it looks like they are just going to be looking to pressure here. Tetcher looking for the potential keep and looking, I mean, if they get a lot of kills, they could potentially end, but they'd have to get like a full man, 5-man team wipe to do that.
Makke being pressured by the Rainer's Raider, trying to keep him revealed. Good scatter arrow with the piercing arrows. Drops Makke low. That's going to keep him from engaging too hard, although they're still going to try and get onto lockdown. Jump over the wall from Muradin to try and punish it. But great delay from 0W0, buying some time. Punisher dives onto Gondar, who is data boosted, but is dropped super low. Forced to disengage. However, Punisher is dropped down. Great clear speed, using Hero to their best effect there. Allows Headless to stay alive. That keep will be sustained, and Hero will clear out the last minion wave to make sure it stays alive.
Yeah, smart decision coming out by Hero, clearing the rest of that up. And they get damage onto the top keep, but maybe I would have liked to see them actually rotate towards the forts, maybe open up the map a little bit. Muradin here, though, forced to pop Avatar. Good Stukov sounds coming out as well. The big healing active reload coming out by the Ana, able to keep the Muradin alive here. And Tomb coming out onto the Hanzo. Lockdown actually going to fall here, and now it is going to be a 4v5. Would expect Team Headless potentially, oh, they actually do get a sleep here onto Makke. Shrimpy potentially taking a lot of damage here. Imperius on the backside looking to zone. Makke on the Zeratul was looking for Gondor. A really good jump coming out by the Muradin, though, actually stopping that, the Stukov silence. But this is whole team fights in a slowing sands. This is not where you want to be fighting if you're Team Shrimpy. In these slowing sands, your Imperius is getting wrecked. Nano boost coming out onto Gondor. Gondor doing a lot of damage here. A big W, and that's going to be 2 heroes falling for the side of Team Headless, and they are really taking a commanding lead in this game. Are they going to be able to get Pipe Bomb as well on the Imperius? Lockdown. He has an Entomb in 3 seconds. Is he going to be able to get it? He's going in. He's going deep. Lockdown wants to kill Tetcher. What am I watching?
He drops the Entomb. He escapes the Entomb, and Makke picks up the kill. Lockdown. Yeah, he's going to ghost. He's going to be dropped into ghost form, picked up. That is what we in the biz call tunnel vision, as we do see the Bruiser Camp going to be picked up. But you called that perfectly. The insane slowing sands. You'd think that that zoning position would give Hanzo with that scatter arrow build an advantage, but that slowing sand set them up too beautifully for that nano boost at the end to chase down the kills. And we see the perfect re-engage from Headless. And as such, Makke is now being chased down. Gondar almost magnetically attached to Makke to try and ping him, to try and reveal him at least, but they're unable to find the kill.
Yeah, I mean, really, really, really well played. I mean, listen, Lockdown, yes, that play in hindsight might not look that good, but what he was going for is the Entomb into the Chromie W, right? Potentially, if Chromie was a little bit closer, maybe that play would have worked. I am always in the side where I like people looking for aggressive plays. I like people looking for plays. Speaking of plays, Lockdown able to actually get an Entomb onto the Stukov here, but during all of this, Schwimpy actually doing a lot of damage, and the big Hanzo arrow coming in. Crow is very low on that Ana, but on the top side, the Rainer actually was able to get a blown up Crow. You guys see Schwimpy able to get that level 7 singularity spike, and he blinks out, juking the Muradin stun, and that's 2 heroes dead for the side of Team Headless. Objective is going to be spawning in 8 seconds, and surely this will go the way of Team Schwimpy.
They have a huge amount of advantage here, still looking for Muradin as well. Great pickups there. They split the members of Headless, forcing them to lose that great positioning they've had this game. And with that, Mada's able to find the kills they need, and Pipe Bomb able to grab one above. Great split, great focus as they do start the objective. It's not going to stop Headless though, playing a little bit more aggressive, trying to find that angle on Team Schwimpy as 0W0 dropped a little low, but Iron Skin with that fanaticism able to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, but the waves for Team Schwimpy are in a terrible position, as we do see Leoric is going to be able to secure level 20 for his team, secure Buried Alive, the level 20 Entomb upgrade for himself. This talent is so strong, widely considered by many to be one of the strongest level 20 talents in the game, as it will basically, when you Entomb someone, this now is a free kill. Level 20 Twilight Falls is going to be secured for this air tool as well here, as it looks like Hero on that Rainer is maybe a bit aggressive, maybe a bit far up. Good Bless Shield coming out, and they're going to be able to potentially kill him. No, they're not. They're actually going to lose Hanzo in return, as well as Johanna. They are losing 2 heroes, going a bit aggressive Pipe Bomb as well. That's 3 fallen, and Stukov Railgun all alone. He's surely going to die here himself. It's just him and a Punisher, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, and that's going to be 4 heroes falling. And during all of this, Schwimpy on the top side is maybe going to be able to get a return kill, able to slay Lockdown, but that's not what you want your Punisher to do.
2 words on that save. Active reload from Ana to save the day. Crow just unleashing the full barrage of sustain into Hero to keep him alive. Mana, though, gets a very important kill, but the time trap did stop the Stormbot from landing. Doesn't matter though, Gondar picks up the kill, making this a 5-man kill. And with 3 members pushing this in, let's see what they can do. They're going to try and end this with Rainer, Chromie, and Muradin. 7 seconds until Hanzo, 8 until Johanna. Lockdown able to spawn reasonably quick as well, but he is not needed for this by the looks of it. Dragon Arrow will land, but that core is dropping real fast.
Hero gonna get Bless Shielded as well. The core falling down to 55%. I don't know if they're gonna be able to actually finish this off. Murad taking a decent amount of damage. Lockdown's gonna be spawning soon. You see Gondar just mounting up and looking to run out. Lockdown is just gonna sacrifice his life, looking to do as much damage onto the score as he can, as the core is gonna be falling low, going down to about, probably finish around 30 HP. Okay, 31% is gonna be the finish for the core. And that basically means at any point, if they get 1 or 2 kills, they may be able to just backdoor and end up killing that core.
Exactly. They just need a couple advantages. They have such quick speed for clearing with Rainer to try and race that down. Chromie Seed is going to be insane to deal with. So we'll see what Team Schwimpy can do. They were hoping to get a little bit of core damage themselves. The Punisher was pushing into the bot lane with a siege camp, but they only just pinged the shield. They weren't able to get any actual core percentage health, which means their race isn't going to be as good. They can't just run into the base and try and end the game here while respawn time is up. Would not be worth. Lockdown would be up too quickly, and the spawn timers were too long due to the delay of Lockdown.
Yeah, level 22, almost to level 22, 20 minutes into the game. It all comes down to this next objective. Whoever wins this is most likely going to win the game. Is Schwimpy on this Zeratul going to be able to get a pick? Is he going to be able to get on that Ana again like he did at the end, to stop that core? As he is kind of hunting, he's currently fishing, looking to see if he can find any opportunity, if he can find a squishy, maybe walk a bit out of position to try and come clear this bot wave.
We're seeing some good scouting coming out, looking for those Zeratul targets from Johanna with those blessed hammers, trying to gain vision for Mada to see if they could find a kill. Invade attempt being considered by Headless, but great vision being gained there with that sonic arrow. Mada being forced to rotate very quickly. He was not in position for a fight if there was one, but there was no way for Headless to know that. They didn't see Zeratul with that Time Walker's Pursuit. As such, they didn't know if it was safe.
Yeah, I think it was a wise decision of them to back out, as their Leoric was forced to rotate into the bottom lane to push that out. Both teams just posturing around this middle lane. One thing to note, Gondar was able to get a deep, time trap in here. Maybe later on that, plays a factor if he's able to, get maybe Stukov or Hanzo. Basically, if he's maybe able to set up a kill for, his Muradin later on.
There it goes.
Oh, there it goes.
There it goes. Replaced. Placed defensively here.
I feel like that was such a good placement for it, though. I feel like
Same.
I guess he wants it defensive for Zera. He wants it to hold this flank for Zeratul, as we do say Raynor just kind of standing there, waiting to see if, Schwimpy will maybe flank around and look for it. As it looks like, okay, maybe this new trap placement is 5-head. Okay, he actually got rid of it. But Schwimpy was literally about to walk into it. Never lucky.
Oh man, Swimpy. He's managed to avoid all the time traps so far. He's made it all the way to here. He's right next to Gondar, Crow, and Hero. Can his team get the distraction? Can they get the delay? He doesn't see Crow yet. He does know Gondar is here. Will Crow catch Mada on the rotation? He reveals himself.
Yeah,
and they get the play, 10 to 10.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Chromie trap here. They're trying to bait the Zeratul into the Chromie trap, maybe hit the Zera 15 to 15. They found him, Tetcher. They found him.
Gonna dance away. Doesn't land the Storm Bolt though. That's gonna allow Mada to escape. In the meantime, Chromie is sieging away. Here comes the Into to try and grab that Imperious, but Pipe Bomb. He's staying alive. Sand Blast. It's not enough to finish the job. The Dragon Breath doesn't find him. Lockdown goes deep. Controlled Chaos, and Gondar will find the kill with the auto, but he will lose his life for it.
Schwimpy.
1 for 1. Oh, so close.
Oh, Schwimpy, yeah, just really trying to be chaotic in the backline here, as Johanna is just going to be looking to secure that objective. 27 to 24. It's going to be a 4v4 at this point. Muradin just looking to zone. Schwimpy really, they've done a really good job at controlling him in this team fight. It feels like he's not been able to do that much. As he goes on this Zeratul, he's looking to one-shot the Raynor. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he's not. And that's going to be 3 heroes falling for the side of Team Schwimpy. This looks disastrous. Railgun trying to survive. Is he going to be able to get out? Gondor trying to chase them down. This is going to be GG, going the way of Team Headless as we look at their core, and there are 3 katas, and you see Hero on that Raynor already running. He said, I am an objective gamer. I click cores, friends. Y'all can kill the heroes. I'm here trying to get the dub, trying to get the victory screen all by myself. Hero doing a great job on that Raynor, and that is going to be it for Team Headless versus Team Schwimpy. Team Headless taking the victory 2-0. Really, really well played by them. I mean, keeping their composure. Zeratul in the late game is supposed to be really scary, and they did such a good job at controlling him in that last team fight.
They really did. You talked about it so many times with the great time trap placements trying to bait him in. And when they did go in, they were just able to leave Chromie so uncontested that she was able to burst down the entire front line as everyone came in to try and help Zeratul. It was a great predicted shot. And then once that happened, once they were able to drop everyone low, we saw Team Schwimpy split up a little bit, and that was so devastating because Muradin, not having to protect anyone anymore because they had eyes on Zeratul, he literally just solo dived the Hanzo and just finished him off after Chromie landed 2 Dragon Breaths on him. No one protected the Hanzo, and Hanzo just got completely destroyed by Muradin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a really, really, really good team fight. I mean, looking at the damage on Gondar that game, almost 100,000, almost 30,000 more than the next closest, which is the Hanzo. I mean, if I'm playing Chromie that game as Gondar and I come out and I see this damage, I say, hey, yo, Hero, damage check. Where you at, bro? Because that's what you got to do, almost doubling the damage. I mean, I think that is doubling the damage of his Raynor. Really, really well played by the Chromie. I felt like he had really good time trapment placement as well as slowing stance as well. Gondar, definitely my MVP for that game. Felt like he was playing out of his mind. It's just so many impactful spell hits, too.
It really was. He got so much zoning potential with that slowing sands. He got so much damage output, pinging people in the entire time. And most importantly, he did keep himself safe from Zeratul. He played beautifully here, and that is obviously the biggest risk. Crow and Gondar were the ones most at risk, and they're the ones who could have lost that game for Headless. But they played safe, they played together, and as such, they were able to keep themselves safe and keep each other safe from that Zeratul engage, which was really a big win condition for Team Schwimpy. As such, Headless, they will move on to the finals to play against TWT.
Yeah, the Goliaths themselves, TWT. I mean, a roster that is so talented. We casted them earlier. It's Kwepi, Spell, Hyde, Kyocha, and Reset. I mean, if you watched HGC in Korea in the past, if you watched international events in the past, you know a lot of these players. Sidestep Kings currently have Kyocha and Hyde playing on their roster, but some of the best Heroes of the Storm players ever are on this roster, and that's going to be the team that, you know, Headless is going to have to face up against in the finals in that best-of-5 match.
Absolutely. Going to be very entertaining, and obviously there's a lot of history between these players. There's a couple of players from Tempest, a couple of players from MVP Black here, a couple of players from Miracle. We have a lot of fun here, a lot of flexibility. It's gonna be entertaining. That will be our grand final. There is also a third place match, so that should be very entertaining. That will be Team Schwimpy versus Fly Techo.
Is that going to be the match we're getting into next? Are we?
I'm just checking. Apparently, it looks like it.
Yeah, I would assume we probably do the BO3 match, and then we'll save the finals for the last if people are around. But I mean, either way, both of these matches. I mean, Flying Techo versus Team Schwimpy. I think that would be a pretty good matchup. As you know, the Medivh. That would be the big thing. Is does Team Schwimpy leave the Medivh up for Flying Techo? Because I feel like their Medivh player is superb. And, you know, if Team Schwimpy has done their research and knows that they have a Medivh player, I mean, they've been banning Medivh generally. So as long as they ban the Medivh, I feel like they should have a pretty solid matchup there. But the grand finals, that's the series I'm really looking forward to. I mean, two high-level Korean teams going at it. And it's been a minute since I have been able to cast and watch high-level Korean HoTS, and I am just so excited for the grand finals, you know, to see who comes out victorious.
It's so entertaining, dude. It's so different to the Western meta as well at the moment. In the Western meta, we're seeing a little bit more of a focus on the triple frontline compositions. Yeah. And in the Korea-Chinese meta, we are seeing absolutely none of that today. We're seeing just the traditional double assassin style with tank bruiser support. So it's really nice to see that completely different style, the focus on Diablo, which is a little bit rarer. It's so nice to see the difference, and it's so nice to see the insane high level of plays. Stuff like that Chromie timeout in series number 1 to dodge the dragon arrow. Stuff like the avoidance matter, avoiding the hard engages in this fight, avoiding Muradin, and the protection that Muradin offered his team. It's great to see this level of play.
Yeah, I've been loving this level of Heroes of the Storm action. Guys, if you are also enjoying this tournament, do !raid in either my channel or Chili Mountains, as that will link you to our sponsor for this tournament. Big shout out to Raid Shadow Legends for making this all possible. If you guys click on that link, download the game, and play through the 5-minute tutorial, it helps us immensely. We're at 48 out of 50. If we get to 50 people that have downloaded the game, played through the 5-minute tutorial, then that means this tournament will be paid for by Raid Shadow Legends. If we get to 100, then that means the next Korean tournament will also be paid for. So it'll pay for this one and the next one. Big shout out to them. And not only does it help the Heroes of the Storm community, but it also is a fun and exciting game to play. So definitely would recommend that you check it out if you want to help support Heroes of the Storm. And if you like this Korean tournaments and want more of it, definitely download that. It just takes 5 minutes of your time.
Raid is a beautiful game. One of the most impressive games, starting off as a mobile game, now available on PC as well. It really is gorgeous with so many incredibly well-designed champions. And now literally one more of you, if you download it and play the 5-minute tutorial, you have supported the Heroes of the Storm scene by paying for this tournament. If we can get another 50 in, that'd be beautiful as well. Get that next tournament underway, because we want more games like these. We want to see more stuff like this, because it is entertaining and it is helping a scene that isn't, which right now isn't getting as much money put into it as the North American and Western scene. So it's really nice to see Chili Mountain supporting the Eastern scene. And if you guys can do this, you are helping them do that. So thank you, everyone who's been supporting so far.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Alrighty. Looks like we're just about ready to head to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, Will gets completely stun locked. And that is first blood going over to Team Schwimpy. Very aggressive.
Looking to try and zone here, actually taking a lot of damage, getting slept as well. And a Nubrak just like that is dead. And now it is going to be a 3v5, a full retreat for Team Schwimpy as
Lockdown can get this interrupt. They might be able to go for the double. Headless might be able to try and make the double play. Especially they can get the kills. They get Sylph. They get Thrall. That is a double kill for Headless.
Yeah, a really good combo. Oh, Archon as well as Nano Boost coming down. It looks like they want more kills. Railgun on the Stukov trying to kite out is going to actually fall. Another good sleep coming out by Crow. But during all of this, it looks like Blaze as well as Pipe Bomb are just going to be 1v1ing on the top side. But one thing I want to know, guys, Gondor, onto the Taskadar Wailing Arrow from deep downtown is going to hit the Ana, as well as the Diablo Lightning Breath trying to zone. But a beautiful disengage, but not enough. Lockdown falling. Gondor, are they going to be able to get him as well? Pipe Bomb maybe going a bit too deep. Gondor stuck in the corner, nano boosting, force walling himself, doing a lot of damage. Really good flailing swipe. Crow doing everything he can to try and keep him alive, but no, Gondor is finally going to fall, and that is going to be 2 heroes dead for the side of Headless and 1 hero. Schwimpy's team in lockdown using the aggressive bunker here. Earthquake in the backside, peeling. Diablo walking in, potentially looking for more. They're still down. Nano Boost and Archon, so ults are pretty even here. Anubarak. No, the Sonya getting the wall into the devastating charge. Really good wombo combo from Gondor, and the Diablo and Schwimpy as well is going to fall. 2 heroes down for the side of Team Schwimpy. 3 heroes. The snipe from Gondor, and they're going to take mid-fort as well before they cap.
Super. So much spell power on Gondor. He's going to just burst people as there's a stun onto Makke. Fading Swipe is burned as well. Rip bottom bell tower. We barely knew you.
Yeah, but it might be a potential 4v5 here. Schwimpy actually getting gone on, but in the back, guys, you see Pipe Bomb on that Sonya flanking in, using Wrath of the Berserker, going onto Crow, Nano Boost, but Sonya getting blown up, the anti-heal, as well as Gondor, just a Nano Boosted Archon doing so much damage, and that's 2 heroes dead. Diablo, Sylph doing a good job disabling the trait, the Anubarak with the big stun as well. Oh, Sylph is actually gonna fall. Sylph taking a lot of damage here. This looks like a disastrous team fight for the side of Team Schwimpy. They are able to get 2 kills actually, but what are they gonna lose for it? At what cost? 5 heroes falling. They do get the Ana, they do get the Rainer, but they lose all of their lives for it. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point they kind of recognize, even if Sylvanas stalls, she's probably gonna die. Right? I mean, I think she should have stalled. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think she should have gone for the stall. Korean name that I don't know how to pronounce. Railgun playing the Stukov, and then we have Schwimpy playing the Zeratul. The Yorick here is actually going to get speared by 5 pounds, taking a decent amount of damage. Schwimpy during all of this is going to be throwing some damage into the Rainer, actually stepping up to grab the globe, and he's going to get stunned. A really good stun there coming out by the Murden, and Johanna is actually going to fall. Imperious is going to be able to get a 2-man spear. Is this going to be the turn up of Schwimpy? Schwimpy's going to get hit by Gondor and is going to die. This is 2 heroes. This looks disastrous. This is 3 heroes falling. Level 1 for Team Schwimpy. I mean, it's not the most experienced, so it's not the end of the world, but this is a potential mental break. Really good silence coming out by the Stukov. But Hanzo's going to die as well. 4 heroes dying at level 1. That is not the start you're looking for, especially
onto Johanna. Time trap actually saves Johanna the punish the stun, but the armor was already there. Slowing Sands trying to zone out. Great blink from Makke this time to dodge the stun as Pipe Bomb looks for Gondar. They pick up the kill here. Makke is chased down by Lockdown, making this a 1-for-1 though.
Yeah, as well as the Stukov Signs. Makke, though, on the Rainer on the top side, taking a lot of damage, buying pressure, forcing them to go over. Nano Boost coming out. Oh, Hero gonna actually get Imperious Spear. Pipe Bomb setting that kill up, doing a really good job. And this should actually be the objective secured for Team Schwimpy, unless Gondor on that Chrome Avatar. Good Stukov sounds coming out as well. The big healing active reload coming out by the Ana, able to keep the Murden alive here. And Tomb coming out onto the Hanzo. Lockdown actually going to fall here, and now it is going to be a 4v5. Would expect Team Headless potentially, oh, they actually do get a sleep here onto Makke. Schwimpy potentially taking a lot of damage here. Oh, Imperious on the backside looking to zone. Makke on the Zeratul was looking for Gondor. A really good jump coming out by the Murden, though, actually stopping that. The Stukov silence. But this is whole team fights in a slowing sands. This is not where you want to be fighting if you're Team Schwimpy. In these slowing sands, your Imperious is getting wrecked. Nano Boost coming out onto Gondor. Gondor doing a lot of damage here. A big W, and that's going to be 2 heroes falling for the side of Team Headless, and they are really taking a commanding lead in this game. Are they going to be able to get pipe bomb as well on the Imperious lockdown? He has an entomb in 3 seconds. Is he going to be able to get it? He's going in. He's going deep. Lockdown wants to kill Tetcher. What am I watching?
He drops the entomb. He escapes the entomb, and Mana picks up the kill. Lockdown. Yeah,
he's actually doing a lot of damage, and the big Hanzo arrow coming in. Crow is very low on that Ana, but on the top side, the Rainer actually was able to get it blown up. Crow, you guys see Schwimpy able to get that level 7 singularity spike, and he blinks out, juking the Muradin stun, and that's 2 heroes dead for the side of Team Headless. Objective is going to be spawning in 8 seconds, and surely this will go the way of Team Schwimpy. Maybe a bit aggressive, maybe a bit far up. Good bless shield coming out, and they're going to be able to potentially kill him. No, they're not. They're actually going to lose Hanzo in return, as well as Johanna. They are losing 2 heroes, going a big aggressive pipe bomb as well. That's 3 fallen, and Stukov railgun all alone. He's surely going to die here himself. It's just him and a Punisher, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, and that's going to be 4 heroes falling. And during all of this, Schwimpy on the top side is maybe going to be able to get a return kill, able to slay Lockdown, but that's not what you want your Punisher.
Darts away. He doesn't land the Storm Bolt, though. That's going to allow Mana to escape. In the meantime, Chromie is sieging away. Here comes the Entomb to try and grab that Imperious, but Pipe Bomb, he's staying alive. Sand Blast! It's not enough to finish the job. The Dragon Breath doesn't find him. Lockdown goes deep. Controlled Chaos, and Gondar will find the kill with the auto, but he will lose his life for it.
Schwimpy.
1 for 1. Oh, so close.
Schwimpy, yeah, just really trying to be chaotic inside of Team Schwimpy. This looks disastrous. Railgun trying to survive. Is he going to be able to get out? Gondor trying to chase them down. This is going to be GG, going the way of Team Headless as we look at their core, and there are 3 katas, and you see Hero on that Rainer already running. He said, I am an objective gamer. I click cores, friends. Y'all can kill the heroes. I'm here trying to get the dub, trying to get the victory screen all by myself. Hero doing a great job on that Rainer, and that is going to be it for Team Head.
Welcome back to the Chilly Mountain Winter Cup for South Korea. We are preparing for our 3rd and 4th place match, and we have 2 spectacular teams. Despite both going 0-2 in their semi-finals, they both performed not going to say that word. We're going to give up on that one. They both performed really well to get to this point. Who do we have? Who do we have, Michael?
Well, we've got Team Schwimpy as well as Team Flying Tekko. 2 really solid mid teams. I mean, Flying Tekko, they have a really, really good Medivh player, something I would expect Team Schwimpy to ban. Team Schwimpy, I mean, is filled with a bunch of gold league, as well as former HGC Chinese players, as well as Schwimpy, who was a European. He played on Team Fnatic with Quacknix, the team that, watched, in my opinion, the greatest Heroes of the Storm game, Dignitas versus Fnatic. It was a best of 7 at the it was a world championship in DreamHack Summer. I remember it was the greatest Heroes of the Storm game I've ever watched. So that's what we've got set up for you guys. A very solid series, and game number 1 is going to be on Towers of Doom. This is a map known to go down to the wire, where comebacks are possible. It isn't over till it's over. You can have one shot and still survive and bring it back, just the nature of the map mechanic. Really excited to be getting into this one. I mean, Tetcher, after watching both of these teams play, like what are kind of your thoughts? What do you feel like are going to be the deciding factors on who's going to win? And is that going to come down to draft? Is that going to come down to, play?
I think draft is going to have a lot to do with it. You mentioned it before, the break, but Medivh is going to be a big deciding factor, whether we see Team Schwimpy let that through or not. Team Schwimpy have a lot more of a creative drafting style compared to Team Flying Tekko. So seeing if they can get something a little bit more creative, a little bit more focused on countering Team Tekko or controlling the map might give them the play that they need to succeed. So it's going to very much come down to, I think, Team Schwimpy controlling the draft. If they can do that and get one beneficial to them, they might have a lot of momentum. But Team Tekko, they know what they like, and it works very well for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, Flying Tekko, if they don't get that Medivh, though, I mean, I would expect to see them maybe go for a Chromie. I mean, Team Schwimpy has been banning a Medivh a lot, right? So I don't think they should go into this series expecting to get it, right? I think if they end up getting it, it should be more of like a, oh, dang, that's nice. I'm surprised we got that. As Team Schwimpy has generally, yep, there it is. The first ban Medivh. And the question is going to be, what is Flying Techo going to look to get rid of? I mean, Stukov is something that's been pretty high priority. They do get rid of Chromie as well, a very strong hero. I felt like Shrimpy's Zeratul was pretty good in the last game, and I do think Zeratul is pretty good on Towers of Doom, so maybe that's something they're looking to go into later on in the draft.
Very, very true. Could absolutely see that Zeratul come in to try and punish those backliners. We saw Sylve before, so maybe we'll see them adjust to that. There's a Diablo ban, finally making it into the ban phase. Let's see what the last ban is. We did see Ana used very well yesterday by Team Shrimpy, and so we will see that banned away by Flying Techo.
Yeah, I'd expect to see, yep, there it is. Stukov going to be the first pick coming out by Railgun. I mean, a really strong hero, provides, you know, anti-armor. It really just makes picking auto attackers way less interesting or way less engaging. It really makes their power level decrease. Also a very aggressive support. A 1-2 response, I mean, Garrosh is something that I wouldn't be surprised if we see. Maybe, okay, it is going to be Lucy. Tychus made it through draft? Okay, I'm crazy.
Hell yeah.
I didn't see that Tychus made it through the ban phase. Yeah, I think Tychus very, very strong, and I like them picking up the Lucio here as well, kind of securing their ideal support. That way it's not going to be able to get bound out in the next banning phase.
Very sensible, giving that movement speed to Tychus as well. Once he gets to those level 13, 16 talents, if he does go for those overkill talents, it's going to allow him to chase down people very effectively. And Lucio on the board with Diablo taken out. One of his biggest hard counters is removed. Lucio, of course, likes to stay near walls to get that wall ride ability and have that quick escape with the push-off. But with Diablo, makes that very risky. With Diablo gone, much safer for wishing. So he's able to pick that up as we see a Nubarak and Raynor coming in for Team Shrimpy. Very safe start to the draft with a very aggressive tank.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of an early Nubarak. It screams dive to me. Like, generally when you pick a Nubarak, you want to dive with the hero. So a very good ban, taking away that Maiev. But the thing I'm worried about with the Nubarak is they're showing a Lucio and a Tychus, right? Like, that's not a very ideal comp to dive into. Tychus, very, very tanky, also able to use Odin for an unstoppable frame, can also get, anti-spell power at 13, or spell armor at 13, which basically makes it so he takes less damage. Lucio, also a hero that can speed people out. Doesn't look like the best comp to dive into. I mean, if they pick something like potentially, a Li Ming, maybe a Murden here, I feel like it'd be a really hard comp for the Nubarak to play into. So I personally would love to see something like that coming out for the side of Team Flying Techo.
What do we see? This is a tank, their offlaner, and second damage dealer. I definitely like the idea of the Li Ming, try and burn through that cocoon. Blaze and Tychus, though, they do have great cocoon clear themselves now, with Blaze's fire burning, Lucio has high attack speed, and of course Tychus has all the attack speed in the world. They're finally going to finish off their assassins with Hanzo. It's worked very well for them so far, so they're going to pick that up again, see if they can make some plays. They lost to it earlier on, so it's going to be very cathartic for them.
Yeah, I mean, they opt for the Hanzo, but they do leave up the Li Ming and the Sonya. So Li Ming is going to go the side of Team Shrimpy. They also get the Sonya. I mean, something that, Pipe Bomb has played a decent number of times in their series on that Sonya. It definitely is something that they are favoring. Pretty solid hero on this map. I think it is pretty good laning into the Blaze as well. Blaze has a faster double soak, but I think Sonya in that straight up 1v1 matchup does do more damage. And the tank is what they're needing for, okay, they are going to end up opting for that Garrosh. Garrosh, I mean, a hero that, with their composition, the one thing I'll say is they don't really have any follow-up CC off Garrosh, right? So if Garrosh throws someone in and taunts them, it's like they don't have anything off of it, because Blaze a lot of time will be double soaking. But Garrosh is a pretty, solid hero into dive, potentially can throw the Sonya out. I mean, looking at these compositions, Tetcher, is there one that you're kind of favoring that you feel like, potentially won the draft and has an advantage going into the game?
I'm still concerned about that Anub. If it wasn't for the Anub, if it was something else like a Johanna, I think I would be leaning towards Team Shrimpy. But you described it really well, that this isn't a great team to burst into, and now with the Blaze, it's even worse. I think Anub's going to be kind of punished this game a fair amount, so I'm leaning a bit towards Flying Techo.
Yeah, a lot of this game is going to come down to, when does the Nubarak use his burrow charge, right? If he uses it at the incorrect time and gets thrown in after his burrow charge is on cooldown, he's dead 100% every single time. If he, is playing it pretty passively, is just using his Q to like set up leaning spells, and then only when he knows there's 100% a kill, then using the burrow charge, I think that is something that will really be a deciding factor for this game moving forward. And Yeah, but I mean, I think they have some tools that could potentially help them win, right? They have the Rainer to do a lot of damage into the front line, but I think the Lucio is actually going to be a really difficult thing for the side of Team Shrimpy to actually deal with. But let's get into it. Game number 1 on the left in the blue, we've got Flying Techo. We've got Wishing playing the Lucio, Vasto on the Blaze, Garrosh, Tychus, as well as Hanzo, and that's going to be Flying Techo.
And on the right, we have Team Shrimpy with Pipe Bomb playing that Sonya. We have Mada on the Li Ming, one of his old favorites. We have 0W0 on the Anubarak and the Railgun on the Stukov. And we have Rainer to finish out the draft, as they do trade out very effectively onto the Garrosh, really making the most of that Rainer, just pressuring consistently.
Yep, they do lose the wave clear advantage though, which is going to allow the side of Flying Techo to be able to get bottom cleared out. Okay, it looks like they're actually just going to be waiting here, potentially looking for a pick. Li Ming is going to be the first person to actually face check. Garrosh not able to get the play he was looking for. You saw what he was looking for though, potentially looking to get a flip on a backliner. Oh, Garrosh being chased down though. Anubarak though, eating in and just taking so much damage from that Tychus minigun. Just what we were mentioning, he has to be careful of those burrow charges moving forward.
My boy Udall here, completely psychic, describing exactly what the issue for Team Shrimpy is before it happens, and it comes out beautifully. The reasonable burrow charge, but the burrow charge didn't land. They were able to get the impale, but that wasn't enough to set up the kill. Also, slight copying of the builds here for Flying Techo, bringing out that redemption again for Hanzo. So they're stealing that a little bit away from TWT's build. See what they can do with that, how much damage output they're going to be able to do. Blaze going with the fast rotation and wave clear build with Adrenaline Stim Pack at level 1, and another unrivaled strength, a big favorite for Garrosh's in career, it seems.
Yep, I mean, the Fury I know also likes the unrivaled strength. You see, when I was talking to you about it the other day, he mentioned the extra range he feels like gives you, it throws them far enough away from their, basically their allies that you're actually able to secure the kill a lot of times. So that's most likely why they went for it. Level 4 is now going to be achieved for Flying Techo, about to be achieved for Team Shrimpy, as they are going to be pressuring these 3 pumpkin sappers in, and it looks like 2 of them are going to be able to walk into the wall. Are they going to be able to get the third? Garrosh taking a decent amount of damage, and that is going to be the whole front wall going down. Burrow charge onto the Garrosh. Anubarak needs to be careful, potentially 36, 40 HP, and Anubarak loses his life. They barely are not able to kill the Garrosh. Shrimpy trying to get a combo onto the Hanzo and is not actually going to be able to do it.
They get the Anub kill, Garrosh barely survives, and even more good news slash what news coming in for Flying Techo. Master Assassin has just got a stack as the level 4 for Tychus.
Interesting. I mean, Master Assassin, a lot of damage with the Odin. I mean, I think in the rhythm into it, Sonya and Anubarak might have been better, but you know, let's see how it plays out before we have a final. But Sonya on the top side is actually going to be getting gone on by the Blaze, being thrown in super deep. Really good job coming out by the Tychus doing damage. And guess what? That's a second Master Assassin stack coming down. So I mean, let's see how it plays out before, you know, I give a decree on my thoughts on it. And let's see. Yep. Oh,
dropped 1.
I don't think they can
just keep doing this.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, looks like they are going to look to be just continually posturing. Hanzo is getting pushed out in the middle one. I don't know if I love this play for them. I mean, they don't have level 7. They don't necessarily have an advantage. And walking into the top right is not the best. Wishing on the Lucio is going to get speared. And it looks like they are just potentially going to walk out and walk towards the mid altar, which I think is the correct play.
So we're gonna have to see them go for a big aggressive delay though, because Rainer is still zoning and Hanzo not looking so hot here. They're just gonna try a kill of Rainer early. They get the great rotation and pick off the kill here. A fantastic delay from Garrosh to prevent anyone coming in for the assist. He's trying to channel while the Beetle just knobs him. He's gonna be able to channel that out eventually though, with 0W0 zoned away, burrow charge use, that's the engage. And we will see this one and the second channel for them going over, nice interrupt again, to Flying Techo.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be able to secure the Altar Swan. Sonya was just double soaking during all of that, so able to even up the experience, which is pretty big for them. And it looks like they are going to be rotating over to their Pumpkin Camp. We
see a Relentless Soldier protect against the Anub and the Sonya. More sustained for Tychus. Makes a lot of sense here. There's not as much value to be gained from grenade builds against this composition. You can maybe poke the Mercenaries, but that's the maximum value you might get out of it, other than a little bit of extra damage. In this case, from the Soldier, a little bit more sense to just try and stay alive.
Both teams posturing into the bottom lane, looking to push their pumpkin sappers into the opposing team wall. Guys, this bottom four is going to be like the main objective on this map. Once you secure it, it really gives you a chokehold on positionally the bottom altars, and Garrosh is going to get gone on here. Anubrak needs to be careful about being thrown in though, as Garrosh is just going to get chunked out. I mean, a really good job there from the Anubrak. I think that's what he needs to keep doing. Hanzo taking a lot of damage, is that you burrow charge the Garrosh when he's Stukov silence. And then once he's no longer Stukov silence, you run away from the Garrosh. Because I think if he does it, oh, a good Q coming out by Garrosh. But I mean, they're doing a good job chunking them out here. I mean, this is the way that Team Shrimpy does have to play it, is they have to, you know, bob and weave. They have to, you know, really just look to out-trade. And Anubrak is going to get thrown in here. And he's just going to be kiting out now, Tetcher.
Going to back away, took a little bit of damage, but they do trade quite well, like you said, and they're continuing to pressure Garrosh. They want him to be lower. We see the focus. Next objective in the bottom lane. That's a lot of focus. Good burrow charge again from 0W0. Holding themselves in that beautifully is Wishing. Quick jump away. Stays alive because he really needs to help sustain that Garrosh in these team fights.
Yeah, level 10 about to be achieved for the side of Team Flying Techo, and that should allow them to secure this objective most likely, as they are going to be stepping up, looking to posture. 0W0 may look for a stall. Odin coming out. Hanzo arrow is going to be big! It's huge! The taunt as well! That's one hero falling. What else can they get? Shwimpy's going to die. 2 heroes down from deep downtown. The Hanzo arrow with the Odin follow-up and the taunt. Big play coming out from Flying Techo.
Absolutely beautiful. They pick that up, grab the shots, and they hold on to their core, held the lead 2 rotations ahead as they begin to siege down that bottom lane. There's no mercenaries for them to grab, those stolen away by Team Shrimpy earlier and cleaned out, so they don't have that, but you see some counter-aggression. Team Shrimpy, they're ready to hard engage as they pick up Leap.
What? Leap?
Leap?
Right. It looks like they're going for the hard engage. I mean, they do have a dive composition, right? They have the Leaming for the follow-up. They have the Anubrak with the Cocoon. And it looks like they are going to be going for the one-shot with the Leap. I mean, this is something that takes a high level of execution. Tetcher, you've mentioned it multiple times. You prefer generally the comp that is easier to run. Leap can work, but you need to all go in at the exact same moment. And that, you know, is a very difficult thing to do. Oh, plays in the middle lane though. Maybe gonna get a big car out here. Vosto gonna get blown up, and that is maybe the kill they needed to be able to bring it back in this game for Team Shrimpy.
You can see on the cooldowns, Bunker was attempted there by Blaze to give his team time to rotate in, but it went on the 10-second cooldown. He was killed off before it could happen. We see the retreat, there's the leap, burrow charge, impale, but the Tauntful attempted for the turnaround, but it's a double kill, leaving reset Shwimpy, giving his team a great counter engage here, and they're going to bring in these sappers again, and that might be bottom bell tower being taken out. Team Shwimpy, there's Cocoon, they want Garrosh, who's got that extra armor. Let's see if they can finish him off. Vasto coming in for the sustain. They throw 0W0 for the turnaround. Focus is there, but they can't finish him. They don't have enough damage here.
Yeah, I mean, what a team fight, though. Set up by that leap, the good Anubrak stun follow-up, and Shwimpy just resetting all over the place, actually having a beautiful wave of force to interrupt the Lucio sound barrier, allowing his team to get those kills and get those resets. Pipe bomb on the side, no leap for another 8 seconds. Odin is going to be used pretty early, and Team Shwimpy is going to be able to secure 1 cap as well as securing level 16. Oh, Vasto out of this bunker is going to be super low, but Wishing during all of this is just capping the objective. Pipe bomb is going to be leaping, but the objective is going to go the way, that second altar spawn is going to go the way of Team Flying Techo. Really smart heads up play from Wishing, recognizing, you know what, we're probably not going to win this team fight. I'm just going to get the objective and we can get the hell out of here.
Flying Techo behind in every way except the one that seems to matter the most, the core health. They are starting to lose team fights. Mudder! Shwimpy! Absolutely saucy. Picks up the full combo onto Hanzo for that kill. But as we said, Team Shrimpy, they're winning team fights. They're winning, they've got control of bot lane. They're grabbing almost every mercenary camp, and yet they're still behind. The channel's still going over to Flying Techo.
Wow. Shwimpy with the spicy 1v2, getting himself a kill. I mean, that's what I love to see. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they're ahead in shots, but they're behind in the map, right? They've lost their bottom left fort. And as you guys can tell, it's a very difficult situation to play from when you've lost this fort. Oh, and Uberak in a very scary situation. Burrow charging in. A good feeling sight from Railgun to actually save his life. But he does need to be careful of those Burrow charges in, as Garrosh is just looking for a flip in. A Uberak is their kill target. They can kill a noob over and over, as Master Assassin is at 5 stacks here.
Of course, those stacks don't actually mean anything yet. Master Assassin gives you a passive 10% boost, but the only other increase it gives you is when you hit 15 stacks. It doesn't give anything before that. If you hit 15, it's an extra 15% attack speed, total of 25% attack speed, which for that Odin is insane. But until then, it does nothing. Charge uses a disengage there by 0W0, playing safe.
Yeah, and it looks like Sonya on the backline is going to be channeling the altar. Gleaming coming over to stall. Redemption is going to be finished. Hanzo arrow coming out, and Uberak taking a lot of damage, but Hanzo actually dying to the fort. Odin's going to come out as Garrosh. This seems like a bit of an overextension. Leaps coming down as well. Cocoon used, and Lucio surely off of this. Uberak does not actually have a stun, but they are going to be able to get the kill, and that's going to be 3 heroes falling for Flying Techo, and this game went from bad to worse for them.
This is not looking good for Flying Techo. Level 16 advantage, like you say. Boss is available, but not needed yet. They can gain a little bit more control of the map first, as there are some lovely bell towers that might need to be picked up here, as they're going to begin to push into mid lane, let the camp push bot. They know they'll probably lose bot bell tower pretty quickly, but they've started the chase, forcing Flying Techo to follow them around the map, forcing them to play reactionary so that we can continue to see the game controlled by Team Shrimpy.
Yeah, and it looks like Team Shrimpy is rotating top. They may look to opt into doing this boss. Okay, it looks like they are going to start out the boss. So they give up bottom fort, but in return they get mid fort as well as top boss. I mean, this does give them 4 shots. Also, for the next altar phase, which is going to spawn on the top side, having the mid bell tower does have more of an advantage. But, I mean, giving up that bottom fort always hurts, right? As it is kind of like the most important objective on this map, is it just gives so much positional advantages, as you see Shrimpy and the side of Team Shrimpy just stepping up and looking to get this fort again.
Down goes the bell tower, triple altar phase. They get mid back, using Lucio there. It's a very solid counter race, but that's still 10 potential shots available for Team Shrimpy. They have full control of bot lane. Going to put Reyna onto that, and Pipe Bomb can delay top lane long enough for them to get these shots, and that will keep Shrimpy in their lead here. But we do see the aggressive play coming out. They're going to try and take out Pipe Bomb. Dragon Arrow is good, but the damage output might not be there in time. Great Cocoon!
Yeah, the Cocoon stopping the Tychus minigun follow-up, allowing the Sonya to get out with her life. Oh, Shrimpy actually going to get thrown in! That's big. Oh, Shrimpy trying to kite out. Is he going to be able to survive? Railgun barely doing God's work, keeping Shrimpy alive, getting the flailing swipe as well as the heal off. Really well played by Railgun. Shrimpy looking to get stalls here onto Wishing. Is he going to be able to get it? Oh, looks like he's not, as Wishing is going to be able to secure that cap, but the leap, are they going to be able to get it? Sonya flanking him from the side, doesn't actually have leap. It's on cooldown. Shrimpy getting 1 reset. What else are they going to be able to get, as Tychus is falling low, Garrosh is low. This looks like 3 resets, but can they get more? Shrimpy looking for that Garrosh. Pipe Bomb looking for the Lucio. Raynor coming in, Wishing falling low. Is he going to be able to survive? Yes, he is. The supports, both of these sides, doing such a good job at keeping people on, but no! Wishing gonna get sniped by the Raynor, and Bada going deep. 5 heroes falling. Team Shrimpy with the full team wipe. Are they going to be able? They might be able to get 6 cap off this.
They're going to try and race this down. They've got 9 seconds until Blaze, but Blaze is not going to be able to hold for him. They still control bot. Mid take it out easily, and of course they have a Uberak on the way, meaning they can spawn those beetles just to race this down. Right now, they're sacrificing Pipe Bomb's health to do this, but the second these beetles arrive, this is going to be mid bell tower taken out. Full 6 cap available now for Team Shrimpy. Bot lane is being depushed, but it's just Blaze for now. It's going to be so slow. Tigers will finally arrive. They're going to begin to race this. Defensive play coming in for Shrimpy. No longer they can hold on. More shots they will get as they go for the big dive. There's Cocoon. And Tigers is in serious trouble.
Yeah, level 20 Wave of Force pushing them in. Team Schwimpy has achieved level 20. The Hanzo arrow from deep downtown. It's not going to be enough, though. They're going to be forced to kite out here. And there are, oh, Garrosh coming in. Level 20 Hardened Shield used by the Sonya B as well as Bunker. All the defensive tools have now been used, but Raider getting thrown in. The Garrosh trying to make the play. That was big. A Nubarak burrow charge going in. Hanzo very low. And this looks like a potential GG game over situation. Oh, the lead coming out onto Lucio as well. And game one is going to go the way of Team Schwimpy. Beautiful team fight play coming out by them. A good adaptation. I mean, 0W0 had a rough early game. He was dying to the Garrosh, but he really adapted well, and into the mid/late game was not making those same plays. That's what you love to see from players in these kind of games.
Really nicely done. Like you say, 0W0 played the aggressive play, and while those flips did come in, he was playing enough of a distraction and stayed alive long enough, more importantly, with the help of that Stukov, that burst healing, so important here. He stayed alive long enough that Makke and Reina had enough freedom to get the plays that they needed to do. They got huge bursts, huge kills, and were able to reset so effectively. 52,000 damage coming in from that Li Ming, from Schwimpy there, as they pick up game number 1. The Stukov, by the way, 72,000 healing, a significant amount more than the Lucio, and a lot of that is to do with that targeted excision on the level 7 to get that cooldown reduction on bio kill switch, and of course that super strain on level 16 to get big burst healing.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good. Looking at the stats here, I mean, Li Ming and Tychus leading the damage. But another thing to note, I mean, Sonya, Pipe Bomb, went leap this game and had 21,000 XP gained, top damage on Siege, had more damage than his Rainer, barely under the Hanzo. I think Pipe Bomb, for me, really was the MVP of this game. I mean, it's between Pipe Bomb and Schwimpy. I think Schwimpy was playing out of his mind, but like, I expect that of Schwimpy. You know what I'm saying? Like Schwimpy, world-class caliber player. Like that is the level of play we consistently see him, you know, make game in, game out. Pipe on someone that is someone that I've been learning a little bit more about as this tournament goes on. And his lead play, I mean, I doubted it at the start. I thought it was not going to be that good, but he had some really, really impactful leads, and he was able to keep his damage so high, and he was able to stay alive in these team fights without that Wrath, which is not an easy thing to do. So, I mean, really impressed with the Sonya this game. The stats, I mean, show it. Really well done.
Couldn't agree more. And you said it at the start, not having that Wrath is a pretty rough deal when you're against Garrosh, Blaze, all that crowd control. But instead, they utilized a leap as sort of a second burrow charge. Another thing you mentioned perfectly, and I'm just going back to all that you said here because it covered it so well. If that burrow charge misses, then you get punished. That is the Anoob's issue. But instead, they had a second follow-up. If they didn't land the burrow charge, if they did land the burrow charge, people didn't die, they had that backup option, and they utilized it beautifully in the fights they were able to get. And it was really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, after that game 1, what does Flying Techo, what do you feel like they need to do to, you know, bounce back, bring it back into this game 2? Like, what really was the glaring thing that kind of hurt them there? Like, what do they need moving forward? How do they turn it around in this next game?
It's a good question. They seem to struggle a little bit with the burst. The Lucio was able to keep people alive a couple times, but he didn't have that instant reaction. There was always that little wind-up, and he was always a little cautious with that sound barrier. Maybe being a little more proactive with the supporting, maybe a different support in terms of trying to keep the team alive that way and give them time to re-engage, let that Tychus get that damage off, let that Hanzo get that damage off, because they never really had the time to get that counter-engage working because of the relentless speed of kill potential from Team Schwimpy.
Yeah, I definitely think the Lucio maybe hurt them a little bit, but I mean, I'm really excited to see what happens with this game too. I feel like that first game was pretty back and forth. I mean, Team Flying Techo, they were winning the early game, right? They were having a very strong early game, and it really felt like those late game team fights, well, it's level 10 was achieved for Team Schwimpy. That's when things kind of started to turn around, and they were able to secure those team fights. Excited to see the next game that we're going to be going into. Map number 2 is going to be on Infernal Shrines. It feels like we literally watch Infernal Shrines, Towers of Doom, and Battlefield of Eternity every single game. Like, these are the maps that people really seem to be enjoying. And listen, they're all brawly maps, so I'm about it.
I mean, I think that is literally all we've cast today, right? That is the only. Those are the only maps we have covered. Feels amazing. But the games have been entertaining, so I am not complaining. This is also a map where Li Ming is still very solid on the objective, but she has to play a little more flanky, so this might be a little bit of a harder map for Shrimpy to get huge value on. But this is the choice of Team Shrimpy, with Flying Techco opting for first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think them opting for first pick, generally that is the thing that we see most teams do, right? For Heroes of the Storm competitive for the last, ever since I can remember, right? Once they implemented competitive draft, it feels like picking first pick has always had an advantage, because the way that the system set up is getting 3 picks before the second ban phase has a lot of value, right? Being able to get 3 of those priority picks before your opponent can ban a third hero is generally where so much of that power comes from, right? Being able to pick, I'm really excited to see what happens on this Infernal Shrines. Personally, I'd love to see a Kerrigan, maybe a Sonya pick, like a steal, because that is something that I do know Vosto does play, and it's felt like Pipe Bomb was playing so good on that Sonya that maybe denying it could be a really good idea.
That's a good point. Very good point indeed. Looks like we have a slight issue with the lobby. We're just waiting for Pipe Bomb to jump back in, and then we'll be good to go. So yeah, Sonya, you already mentioned, be a solid banner here. She's amazing on the objective here, so it would be absolutely brutal. See if that's the way they go. This is the map where we can sometimes see a few more mages who aren't Li Ming and Chromie coming into play, if those maybe get focused or banned away. This is a pretty reasonable Anubrak map again. The ability to dive in and pressure people could be solid, and we have seen 0w0 has been focusing that a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing I want to bring up right now, guys, as we are waiting for one more player to get into the lobby, big shout out to our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends, !Raid in the channel. If you guys want to check it out, they have, so graciously, really appreciate everyone that downloaded the game, played through the 5-minute tutorial, because we're at 53. This tournament is paid for because of our, Raid Shadow Legends. If we get up to 100 people that have downloaded the game, it really helps the Heroes of the Storm community. If you guys enjoy these tournaments, you want to see more of this, do !Raid, click on that link, download the game, play through the 5-minute tutorial. As if we get to 100, it'll not only pay for this tournament, but it'll pay for the next tournament as well. So we appreciate you guys helping support the Heroes of the Storm scene. Big shout out to Raid Shadow Legends, as well as Chili Mountain. Chili Mountain has been awesome putting on Korean tournaments, help focusing on the Eastern scene. And, as an organization, really appreciate what they did. Big shout out to them getting their first victory in CCL over the weekend. It was a pretty exciting series. They were able to beat Granite Gaming. Just wanted to give them a shout out. They picked up Gia. They picked up a bunch of really good players. I feel like Gia had a really good showing on his Zeratul. So I'm pretty excited to see, what happens with the Chili Mountain roster moving forward. I mean, picture the storyline. What if they win it all, right? What if they run it back in the playoff brackets, make it to the final? I mean, that would be like the most chef's kiss beautiful storyline, right? As everyone had considered them out, and that's something that I'm excited to see how their team progresses moving forward. And I'm just grateful to have an organization that cares and is trying to throw tournaments and help promote the hot scene.
Could not agree more. As we are in round 2 of getting this lobby set up, we have Pipe Bomb back in. And with Chili Mountain showing our support for the Eastern scene, we are heading into the draft with Flying Techco with the first pick, first ban.
Yeah, I mean, what are we going to see? Are they going to ban Stukov? Are they going to get rid of that Stu? Are they going to get rid of Chromie, Diablo, Medivh? Those have kind of been the consistent bans that we see this game so far. And Anna as well. There's another one that maybe they get. Okay, yeah. So it is going to be the Anna that they get rid of. What do you think about a double support ban? What if they got rid of Anna and Stukov? Would that be crazy?
It wouldn't be too bad, because their first pick, so they could get the Chromie themselves if we don't see it banned out by Team Shrimpy. And if not, there's still quite a few other high-priority heroes that could get Chromie or Chromie or something else. I wouldn't hate to see the Stukov banned out. I'd definitely be okay with it.
Because it doesn't feel like they prioritize him as highly, right? Like, it feels like Chromie and Stukov are both going to be left up. They're going to first pick Chromie, and then Stukov will probably go to the side of Team Shrimpy. I love this. Okay, cool. I love this. I wanted them to take or ban the Stukov away from Team Shrimpy, because I just think Railgun on that hero is so strong.
Couldn't agree more. He is ridiculous on the Ana, Strixus on the Stukov, so we're denying both from him. Very sensible here. This does, however, give that Chromie, who is great on this map, over to Team Schwimpy. Let's see if they pick it up. They do. Gonna be their first pick, and they grab that Johanna again.
I mean, if this is a Western team, that's like a beautiful one too, right? Western teams love the Johanna Chromie. Provides pretty much your wave clear is secured. I am going to be excited to see how they play. I mean, Johanna, I feel like is a hero that in the Eastern scene is not prioritized as highly, but I do think the Johanna Chromie pairing is a very, very strong one. And Raynor Muradin is going to be the answer, coming out by Flying Techo, securing that, solid DPS with the Raynor. As well as Muradin tank that is going to be pretty difficult for the opposing team to kill and has dive potential, right? Mura potentially, if you want to go for a dive comp with your last two picks, Mura can kind of flex into that or can flex into a more, front to back composition.
Ban for Team Schwimpy now. They remove that Deathwing. We see a theme. Just there, you mentioned it before. Maybe they just don't really know how to deal with it. Maybe they do value it so high. And there's that Sonya ban, taking that away from Pipe Bomb. That is very exciting to see. We could see them go for that Imperious again, though. Could be very scary if they choose to go that route. There's also still quite a few other solid offlaners. Maybe we see Makke go back into the Thrall to try and deal with Muradin. They're going to pick up Leoric for now, getting that percentage damage.
Yeah, I mean, this screams Hanzo last pick to me. So potentially,
yes,
maybe we'll see Flying Techo. Oh, Illidan? Abathur. Okay. I mean, they have a terrible comp into Illidan. Like, they can't. How do they kill an Illidan, right? They have Chromie damage that's all spell shot based. They have a Johanna that does have blind, which is nice, but Leoric, Malfurion. I mean, Malfurion is a hero that just dies to Illidan. What is going to be their last pick? How do they counter this? I mean, they could pick up Cassia, potentially. I think Cassia would be a pretty solid way to round out their composition. A hero with blinds. Okay, they are going to go for the Sylvanas. They want the Wailing Arrow. So they do have a scary CC chain, right? Like Bless Shield into Wailing Arrow into Root. They may be able to one-shot the Illidan. But if Vasto, I mean, as an Illidan player myself, I think this looks like a pretty good Illidan game if Vasto is feeling himself and plays well.
Yeah, the Sylva's a solid choice. You can maybe kite Illidan once the game gets later. She has a lot of spell damage. Tychus would have been another good one. The Cassia, as you already mentioned, but in this case, Sylv fits with their composition a little bit better. But it's still rough. It's still a bad time. They might be forced into Twilight Dream just to have a chance of locking that Illidan down. Might be a good reactionary pick from Railgun here. But overall, the split push value alone coming in here from Flying Techo is going to be rough to deal with. However, wave clear, Johanna, Sylvanas, Leoric, not bad from Team Schwimpy. They might be able to control this.
Yeah, Team Schwimpy's wave clear definitely is, I'm going to say, the redeeming factor, right? They have Leoric, Johanna, Sylvanas, and Chromie. Right? All four of those heroes have very strong macro pressure. So, I mean, I'll be curious to see if Team Flying Techo looks to fight the first objective, or do they just give it up, right? Illidan, a hero that is going to scale pretty well once they hit that level 4, level 7, level 10. I mean, level 13 is a very big power spike for Illidan's survivability, as he most likely will be able to get Sixth Sense, which does provide him with a lot of anti-magic armor. But getting into it, game number 1, the series is 1-0 in favor of Team Schwimpy, and we have on the left, in the blue, Team Flying Techo, Wishing, playing Stukov, Vasto on the Illidan. We have a Muradin, a Raynor, and then we also have an Abathur.
And on the right, we're going to see Team Schwimpy, Makke aka Schwimpy, on that Chromie Railgun, on the Malfurion Pipe Bomb, on the Leoric, 0W0 on the Johanna, and the Sylvanas to finish it off. Vasto gets absolutely chunked, has to avoid the Dragon Breath to stay alive, although good wraparound onto Makke. Time Trap is there, but it is killed off as he is going to be first blood.
Oh yeah, and Schwimpy is going to fall here. Battered Assault is going to be the pick for Illidan, as he is going to be getting chased down here, but just weaving in and out. I mean, this is how you have to play this hero. You have to go in and out. That's the only way that you can play Illidan. You can't just full commit, you can't just full dive. And watching this first level 1 sequence, I mean, I think Vasto is pretty confident and pretty strong on this hero. One thing to note, he has Battered Assault level 1, so that means if he hits 2 heroes with his Sweeping Strike, it increases the auto attack bonus damage from 35% to 125, but Pipe Bomb in the mid lane is going to be falling low. Illidan looking to potentially get that kill, And are they going to look for an invade here, potentially?
They're still holding Illidan with the 4-man right now, having Avatar up in top lane to body soak. He's going to have to move real fast because the Leoric is showing up. So they do try and force that invade. Vasto into the backline, body blocking Railgun. There's a time trap here, not used, as Sylvanas is taken out. Johanna's zoned by the Lurking Arm, and that is a double kill, easily picked up here by Flying Techo, as they are snowballing a pretty solid lead here.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the power of Illidan into this composition. They really don't have any answers to him. They don't have any way to, you know, kill him really. Like, generally into Illidan, you want a lot of blinds, you want a lot of burst damage, and they don't have good CC setup until they get that Blessed Shield at level 10. So this, I think this game is going to be really difficult for Team Shrimpy until they get that Blessed Shield, get that Twilight Dream, and get that ability to one-shot the Illidan.
You see Johanna making their way down into bot lane to clear this out, to try and help deal with this siege, but they're getting zoned so effectively. Leo is double soaking, going to be able to do this a little bit more effectively than Vasto will be able to, as there's no immolation or other wave clear talent. But Vasto can just keep doing this, can try and bully the Leoric out and try and win the lane that way, force him out so he can't soak.
Yeah, but during all of this, looks like the siege camp was able to be taken by Team Flying Techo. Able to get that mid pressure, as well as, you know, they're pretty much a full level lead up. I mean, part of this comes from the Abathur soak, part of this comes from the 3 kills they've gotten, as well as the extra bottom siege camp, but a full level lead for the side of Team Flying Techo, and it looks like they are going to be stepping in and looking to posture, and they're going to be first on the objective. I don't like this bruiser camp call coming out for the side of Team Shrimpy because they're going to be late. They're going to be really late on the objective. Oh, if 0W0 is actually able to get a big steal here, and he is. Okay, never mind. They're fine. They get 5 stolen minions. Really good for them. I was worried that they were going to, you know, show up to the shrine and be down, you know, anywhere from like 15 to potentially, you know, maybe 20. But during all of this, Shrimpy just going to be double soaking. So it makes me feel like they maybe are just going to give up this first objective, as level 7 is quickly going to be approaching for Flying Techo Tetcher.
Main tank is not available for Flying Techo though. Buried only just rotating up now, so there's a little bit of time for Team Shrimpy to catch up, but they're still behind, 25 to 17. We see a little bit of damage done to Pipe Bomb, looking low. Stormbolt does not land. Haunting Wave. Great disengage here out of Team Shrimpy. They will give up the rest of this objective. But in the meantime, like you said, Chromie double soaking. That's going to creep them closer to that level 7.
Yep, I mean, I like that adaptation by Team Shrimpy. They recognize, okay, we can't have Sylv, Malfurion, and Chromie into this Illidan because that is just too fragile of a backline. Let's have Chromie double soak and Leo actually play with the team. But then they rotate the Chromie up to top to help clear the Immortal. Just really good rotations coming out for the side of Team Shrimpy here. But this is potentially going to be a keep falling for the side of Team Shrimpy. Oh, Muradin actually maybe overextending a bit here, taking a lot of damage, as Sylvanas is going to be taking the E in. And this should allow them to potentially clear the Immortal. Oh, Illidan going deep here. Doesn't actually have evasion, so has to be a bit careful. But they're looking to clear this up and not lose their Immortal, or not lose their fort for Team Shrimpy, as it looks like Wishing is going to do a decent amount, dumping in here on the Stukov, using the silence. Shrimpy falling low, battered stack proc for the Illidan, and he's just going to be running at them from this point on. Johanna, oh, able to complete the level 7 subdue quest. That's actually really big talent. That is going to mean that 80% and the slow no longer actually decays. Johanna in a bit of a scary situation here. Evasion forced to be used by the Illidan. Both teams just posturing here. Raynor actually tanking the fort, and Abathur falling on the side lane as well. Flying Techo, it's falling apart a bit here as they're going to lose 2 heroes. And Leo, during all of this, is evening up the experience by double soaking.
And the fort survives. Johanna using that to sustain. Desperately, they try to keep that alive. Temporal loop coming in for Shrimpy to try and just make sure they can get that Illidan, try and lock him down and finish him off. The fort is basically paper mache now. It will be able to be killed by a slight breeze, but the fact that they held onto it and used it so defensively is a pretty big deal for Team Shrimpy and gives them a little bit more defensive stature.
Yep, keeping that fort alive is big, as into Illidan, the second you start losing your forts is the second the game gets a lot scarier. Because at that point, the way Illidan wants to play team fights, he wants to run you down. He wants to chase you for, 10 minutes and kind of weave in and out, bait cooldowns, and then once you've used too much, he's going to be able to kill you. And this is what I was hoping to see. Metamorphosis is going to be the selection for the Illidan. I mean, this is a talent that I think is very, very good. I mean, Hunt is generally the go-to Illidan talent. It would have been good here into the Malfurion, but I think Metamorphosis, especially into that, temporal loop, as well as the potential Twilight Dream and Wailing Arrow, I think is a good choice. And it really is going to come down to how well does he time that? What spells is he able to juke with that?
Couldn't agree more. This could be a big deal. There's Wailing Arrow, though, with not everyone here on the fight. That's going to be a big kill onto Raider, but still not looking great. A little bit isolated. Haunting Wave tries to escape. With Stukov down, though, this fight's still going in favor of Team Schwimpy. They're holding through. Finally, we'll see Makke take it out. But the damage output still coming in, and Leo is about to arrive. This could be a disaster. There's the clone onto Muradin to try and buy time into the Metamorphosis into the backline. What just happened to Muradin? He escapes the Entomb there. Vasto in full retreat, trying to escape. Dives to the minion wave to try and get out. He's trying to dodge any of the CC. There's the Condemn, and Vasto barely sneaks away.
Yeah, barely able to survive there with his life, and they are just going to use the Sylph trait to actually push down here and get the wall. Objective spawning in the next 20 seconds. A lot of ults have been used for the side of Team Flying Techo. They're not going to have Metamorphosis. They're not going to have Avatar. They're not going to have Clone. This could actually be a good objective team fight for the side of Team Schwimpy. But on the bot side, Railgun on this Malfurion is just going to get chased down. Mura doing a really good job jumping on him, and Stukov as well, slowing him down. Oh, Sylvanas doesn't have silence for another 15 seconds, and used her E as well. Sylvanas potentially in a bit of a scary situation. Is Illidan going to look for the dive here? No, he is not. But during all of this, the Auric and Chromie have just been soaking, keeping their team even in experience.
They stay alive, keeping themselves going. Pipe Bomb is very isolated, but he does, of course, have that Wraith Warp. He's able to disengage. But again, head start to the objective for Flying Techo here, as they do have the numbers advantage. They get soaking that in. Bot lane is taking some damage, but there's an Avatar in the game, so he's going to start clearing it. And he has Mule Entomb being used early. Massive shove. Sorry, Flaming Swipe to be able to try and disengage. Wailing Arrow will catch Stukov. There's no healing available as Vasto tries to stay alive. Metamorphosis will get a huge healing boost as he dives onto Sylvanas, picking her up. That's so much the damage output taken out. Railgun is completely destroyed by Raider, who is following just as deep as Illidan as they go all the way for Pipe Bomb. That's going to be a triple kill for Flying Techo.
Yeah, I mean, the Illidan is just so hard for them to deal with. They really, they have to chain their CC perfectly. They have to try and disengage, and they're just unable to do it. Really good job coming out by Vasto, as well as the Muradin just jumping in and just raising so much chaos, so much disruption. As we see the Mura, again, guys, look at him on the flank, ready to go as soon as the Punisher is going to get jumped on. It looks like level 13 is closely approaching for Team Schwimpy as they're trying to make this defense. Illidan going in, going to use the evasion to tank the keep. Oh, taking actually a decent amount of damage. Mura jumping in, popping that Avatar, actually falling pretty low. Illidan, though, going hard. Mata taking a decent number of damage, going to look for that Illidan. All going to be able to get it. Bless Shield off of the time loop, and it looks like they are going to be able to kill the Illidan. So that's their plan. That's their strategy. That's their answer to the Illidan. We're going to use Temporal Loop into Bless Shield, but the issue is they can only do it once Illidan's Metamorphosis is on cooldown.
Absolutely. It's a 50-second cooldown for Temporal Loop, a 60 for Bless Shield. So that's not so bad. Metamorphosis being on a 120 seconds. So in theory, they should be able to get it once during each cooldown if they can execute effectively. But it's all about the time, it's all about the positioning, because Illidan's being very patient with these Metamorphoses, mostly using them when the fight is already going his team's way so that they can keep the pressure on, where it's much harder for Team Schwimpy to set up a momentum-gaining fight.
Yeah, definitely. And look at this mid-pressure double siege camp, as well as the catapult is going to be pressuring here in the mid lane. Johanna looking to come clear it out. Level 16 is going to be achieved potentially before this next objective for the side of Flying Techo, as they are about 3/4 of a level, and Abathur, as you see, is just heading to the top lane, trying to maximize their soak. This might be a free objective going the way of Flying Techo if, you know, Team Schwimpy is not able to potentially just get a fight here. And, oh, Mura is actually going to get Bless Shield here. They could look for the Temporal Loop as well. The Wailing Arrow, the blow up, the one shot. That was the kill they needed. Schwimpy, you see him looking, trying to step up, trying to get that Temporal Loop, but that is a really big kill for the side of Team Schwimpy.
Such a big deal here. Next objective not up yet, but they can still get some counter momentum. Push out that bot lane. They, of course, have Sylvanas. Black Arrow going to be utilized to disable that fort, and that's a big race setup for Team Schwimpy to finally get their first one of the game. They are behind 2 forts right now. This will lower that deficit. In the meantime, Vasto, he utilized the fact that he sees basically everyone to gain an advantage elsewhere on the map. He can out-duel Yorick here for quite a while, and is going to try and steal this camp.
Yeah, and he probably will be able to. I mean, we see that Schwimpy on the Chromie is going to start rotating over Sylvanas as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get there in time. Pipe Bomb is actually able to scare him off, and but yeah, that Murden kill into that bottom 4 is going to allow Team Schwimpy to be able to hit level 16, and it looks like Team Flying Turtle, or it looks like the blue team is going to be looking to force here a bit. Mura is going to be, you know, going for the jump stun onto the Chromie. Looks like a 5v5 team fight coming out here. No 16 achieved for the side of Team Schwimpy. Temporal Loop is going to go onto the Murden, and the Root follow-up as well. And Vasto is going to fall maybe a bit over aggressive there, looking to force before level 16 and unable to get the fight they were looking for.
Instant timing on that Temporal Loop. The second Illidan dropped that Metamorphosis to set up that kill. Raptor Ballista Pulse will stop 0w0 from re-engaging, and finally, this camp will be secured by Team Schwimpy after almost 2 minutes of fighting over it. They're able to secure that, and of course, they'll then be able to get a little bit of a head start on the objective while Illidan respawns.
And the objective is now spawning. 6 minions are going to go the way. Oh, Johanna barely able to get the D off before the Stukov route. That would have been a disastrous kill. Raynor doing a lot of damage, though, here, as Johanna has fallen pretty low. Objective is at 9 to 14. Illidan has now spawned, but Raynor is going to get entombed here. The Welling Arrow as well, and just like that, they're staggered. Are they going to be able to get the Stukov as well? The level 4 or the level 7 Subdue is going to allow them to maybe chase down Wishing, but the Illidan, the scary monster himself, has shown up. Is he going to be able to turn the fight, though? He doesn't have Metamorphosis for another 40 seconds, and he's low, and he is blown up, and Team Schwimpy looks like they may take this. I mean, they're going to take a keep most likely, and they could potentially go for more depending on how this push goes. I mean, they don't have the best D. They have an Abathur, they have an Illidan. That's not very good clear heroes. Murden falling low here, should still fall. I mean, his death is getting staggered extremely, and this means that Sylvanas and the side of Team Schwimpy can just pressure the keep here. Well, Leoric is going to be finishing up this objective. This could be a GG push, Tetcher.
With that keep being vulnerable and Black Arrows about to become available, they're going to be able to push this in. There's the disable. Like you say, Punisher going straight in for core, but it's available. Leo easily able to solo grab that, and they're going to have basically every heroic up very soon except for Wailing Arrow. That is more than enough to try and take a fight with the Punisher supporting them. It's an Arcane Punisher, huge damage output. Let's see if Team Schwimpy can get this death push.
Yeah, I mean, no level 20, but they do have the upgraded Temporal Loop stuck in a loop. That is the AoE loop. Or wait, is that the... Yeah, the second time.
It resets the loop a second time.
Yes, yes. So it's not the AoE, it's the double loop, but Raynor is going to get entombed here. Illidan is going to get jumped on the Wailing Arrow as well. And Illidan, their hyper carry, has fallen. Tranquility coming out, trying to keep his team alive. Railgun doing a good job here, but they have a full HP Punisher. They have a Catapult on the core. They have to go for kills right now. The core is falling low, 80%, 70%. Are they going to be able to save it? Mura looking to do everything that he can, but this is going to be the series. This is going to be game number 2, going the way of Team Schwimpy. I mean, the Illidan was really well played, but just rough, you know, forcing the engage at level 16, and then it was just kind of a snowball from there.
Great attempt by Flying Techo, but that was incredible countering coming out from Team Schwimpy, utilizing the Temporal Loop to perfection to get that at the end. The final one on Illidan, the one chance they had to try and defend that, if they could keep Illidan alive, get their Metamorphosis, they dropped it as he was stunned by the Punisher, guaranteeing the kill from Sylvanas, who was then able to stay so mobile that she was not punished at all in that final fight, added so much core damage that the race went easily in favor of Team Schwimpy, who take the series in a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very convincing fashion. But I mean, I love the Illidan pick at the end there. I really do. I think the Illidan pick was pretty good into the map. I mean, it definitely, I feel like, caught Team Schwimpy off guard. I feel like I knew what they were going for. A very solid back and forth series. Feel like both of those games could have gone either way. So really well played by Team Schwimpy, but honestly, just a good series by both of those teams. But let's talk about the best of 5 grand finals that we got coming up, because it is going to be a doozy, isn't it, Tetcher?
It's gonna be ridiculous. Hey, audience, were you fans of HGC Korea back in the day? Then you're gonna love this. These are so many legends from the days of HGC from Korea. We have Spell, aka TTSST, Kyocha. We have Hyde and Reset, and also some newer players in the form of Kepi and #1 GM in Korea, Plock. And on the other team, Lockdown, Gondar, Crow, Hero, all professional HGC players, and one name that we don't know how to pronounce. But these are almost all HGC players with the highest of pedigrees for some of the most championships of any team ever. And they are about to do battle in the grand final in a best of 5. It could not be more hype.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get into it. I mean, TWT is definitely got to be the favorite going into this, right? I mean, the stars on this team, just you can't look at this roster and not expect them to win any tournament that they're competing in, right? And but I feel like from watching the games that Team Headless played earlier, right? Lockdown, Gondar, I felt like they were playing very, very good, and I think they could give Team TWT a bit of a run for their money. I mean, Lockdown, someone that played against MVP Black pretty often, definitely probably has a bit of a, I don't want to call it a grudge, but like that's the team that consistently would beat his team in HGC and in Korea, right? So beating those players probably always feels extra good for him. I mean, that's how I feel about certain people that I would play with. Like Fan, right? Fan is someone that I always wanted to beat just because for so long he always kicked whatever team I was on's trash. So it felt really good. Like the first time I was able to beat him in a tournament because it was like I finally overcame the Titan. And I am sure that a lot of those Korean players must feel similarly about the MVP Black players.
Was yesterday's match super satisfying for you then? Just via transference property.
Oh yes, it felt very good winning versus Sidestep Kings. Honestly, I was like, we got it, we beat Fan, baby. Bop, bop, bop. I mean, season 1's a success already. You know, we beat Sidestep Kings. What else is there to do? I like Fan down, baby.
It's already over. Might as well give up. Got whole bunch of winners in here. You winning with your team, Chili Mountain winning their games, and us all winning because we get to watch the grand finals coming up next. Before we go, big thank you to everyone who has already used !RAID in chat to download Raid Shadow Legends. They are sponsoring this tournament. We have hit 50 people. If you play that 5-minute tutorial, this tournament is paid for. If we can get it to 100, though, that's the goal I would love to see by the end of this series, then we could pay for the next one as well. It supports Chili Mountain, and it supports setting up these tournaments for the Heroes scene. Big thank you to everyone who's supporting. 5 minutes of your time to keep supporting the Heroes scene. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back after this short break with the grand finals.
Guys, we've got Makke here from Chili Mountain, the Mephisto god, to, you know, give us the talent build as well as maybe some tips and tricks for this hero. Makke, without further ado, what is your Mephisto build? And for people that want to learn Mephisto and get good at Mephisto, what's kind of like your advice for them?
I think Mephisto is like a hero like Tracer or Genji. You need to play it a lot, learn what the strengths are, learn the weaknesses, and just play it a lot, because I think the most important is that you're comfortable knowing when you go in and go out. Yeah. So just playing it a lot versus a lot of heroes and on a lot of maps, and just try for yourself, see where it works.
Gotcha. So just really testing your limits to see what works well. Gotcha.
And like not playing afraid. I think going in a bit too deep, a bit too many times is probably good, because you learn. Because being too passive with Mephisto is very damaging, but being too aggressive is also damaging. So you kind of have to learn to thread the needle.
Gotcha. And so when you're looking to go aggressive on Mephisto, is that kind of like blinking aggressively with your E, or when you look for your damage on your Mephisto, what are you kind of looking for? Do you like E over walls? What's?
I think the first thing you have to do when you go into the game, see what heroes do the opponents have. What can punish you on your E? Like when you E, how can they punish you? Do they have a Chromie that can loop, or like a Junker that can boop, or like a Ling Mean that can throw up combo and you're like 1 HP? Gotcha. And you check, okay, where can I E from? Can I E aggressively? Can I E defensively? Do I need to be very passive when I E? Just check what can punish you. And then I think the most important is just that I said, play the hero, because sometimes you just want to go in with your W without blinking in. Like the philosophy around Mephisto is you need to have your spells up like all the time.
Gotcha.
That's the philosophy. You should never just throw a random poke combo and have all your spells on 7-second cooldown. That's terrible. You need to, sometimes you go in with your W, you blink in, you Q, you make sure that every spell you use, make sure you reset your entire combo.
Gotcha.
Because that's the mentality. You want to have your combo up all the time. You want to bait them to be able to go for your E, but then when you're coming back, you can also blink in again, and they have committed so many resources on your illusion, and you just go their backline or their frontline. And the beauty of it, you can hit both with your ring, right? If you blink in the middle of them, most of the time you can hit more than 2 or 3 people.
Gotcha, because they're kind of like all-inning for your illusion that you've now gotten off cooldown. Yeah, that's an amazing trick on how to kind of like be more aggressive. So what Mephisto build do you run at level 1? I mean, what's your build, man? Like what, average Storm League player, what should I be running?
I think there's 3 talents that are mandatory.
Okay.
And it's the level 1 W.
So Furious Spark,
level 4 W, static barrier.
Perfect.
On 7, I think all the talents work.
Okay.
If you feel like you need to be a bit more mobile and catch them, if they're fast, they have escapes. Like you're playing versus a Ming or you're playing versus something like a Tracer, having movement speed can be really good. If they have something like a Rain or like a Suljin or something that just hits you in the face when you blink in, armor might be great. If they have very static backliners like a Gul'dan, like something that's very fat, slow might be really good.
Gotcha.
And that's also like a small thing that's very important when you're playing Mephisto. Heroes that are very big are good to face.
Gotcha.
Heroes like Gul'dan or like Stitches or whatever, Diablo, Deathwing, all those heroes with big hitboxes makes it so you always have cooldowns.
Gotcha.
So that's also like a small trick you learn when you play the game, that hitboxes do really matter when you're playing Mephisto.
Gotcha.
So then we move on to 10. I think you always go root.
Durance?
I think it's very Durance is I think most of the time you go Durance. There's very little opportunity for the other ulti, and it doesn't really do that much damage. It puts you out of the fight for like, what is it? Maybe at the same time as root, but it doesn't really work the same way.
Gotcha. So when you get Durance, like how are you looking to use it? Do you use it at the start of the team fight? Do you are you looking to E in and then use it? Are you looking to use it from fog? Like what do you like generally philosophy wise? What are you looking to do with this ultimate?
I think so. There's again, you have to watch their team. What do they have? Who are we facing? I think if you have a good setup stun with someone and they don't have a cleanse on their support, just following up on the tank could be really good.
Gotcha.
Just keeping him locked down for even longer. If they have cleanse and they have a backline without any escapes, you might go in after if your tank initiates, you go in with a full set of combos, try and get your reset. Then when you blink back, you go for the root.
Gotcha.
And then if you don't get full resets, you're gonna have like 1 and 1.5 seconds left on your cooldowns. And if you're rooting by them, your cooldowns go down, root hits, you go in again. So like on the second wave, you can root as well. You can also look for flanks. I think you just need to be a bit, you need to think about it. You can play for so many different angles. And on chokes, obviously trying to get it past the tank into the backline, so it kind of roots around the team fight. That's also really good. And like sometimes just throwing it in their vision, so they have to path a different direction. Even if it doesn't hit, it makes them go for 1 more second around the route.
Gotcha.
So yeah, just a lot of different ways. I don't think there's a set. It's not like a mouth ult. You hit it on someone who's low.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was really good, though. It was really informative. You gave a lot of situations. I mean, one that I don't think I use enough is just following up off the tank, especially in this new meta where there is no Gladiator's Medallion. If they don't have Cleanse, you literally just have the secondary CC chain that, let's say they have multi-melee. If they clump, it'll spread and do a lot more. That's really smart. But going back to the talents. So we have level 13 at this point. You gave me basically the 2 W talents for 1 and 4. For level 7, it's situational. For level 10, you go Durance. So then at 13, what 13 are you looking for? And, what are the big power spikes for Mephisto talent-wise? Is this one of them?
This can be one of them. If you're going, because there's 2 options you can go here.
Okay.
If you feel like, because a lot of the times I think I feel it out in the game. Sometimes they just have so many melees, you're always gonna get resets.
Okay.
Then spell power might be insanely good. Then you go Q spell power.
Okay.
You can also go the Shard of Hate.
The
I have
auto
it also
attack.
pulled up now. Yeah,
Gotcha.
the auto attack. Because that's just also secures your resets all the time.
Okay.
But that's also a bit if you don't need resets, because auto attacking when you blink in kind of doesn't allow you to move while you're using your W. So it's not optimal if you have to use it. But like if you're using this talent, it's gonna give you free resets.
It feels like the 1v9 talent, to be honest. I mean, I personally love Shard of Hate. I feel like it does. The CDR is so nice.
Yeah. I mean, I think because there's two builds here. If you go Shard of Hate, you can like on 16 as well. After the 13 talent, there's two builds. It's the one that makes your W go longer and do more damage over time. And it's the one with 10% maximum health. I think if you're facing a lot of tanks, a lot of frontliners, the 10% might be really good on 16. If you feel like you're going that one, you should probably go Shard of Hate.
Okay.
Those work really well together. If you go Q on 13, I like the one that goes longer and does more damage over time.
It's Animosity.
Animosity. Yeah.
Okay.
And if I go Animosity, it's also kind of reliant on what you need for 20. So if you're going the silence, if they don't have any cleanses, they don't have a blaze bunker or like something that can get them out of the root silence, then it's really good. Then you pick that one. But if it feels like they just cleanse it, they can dodge it with whatever.
Yeah, that like bunker.
They get out of it. Yeah. Then you probably go Mimic on 20.
Gotcha. With the Animosity and the Abhorred Skull. So the spell power.
Yeah.
So basically you have spell power at 13, longer W durations, and then with level 20, you have the double.
The double circle.
That's just basically perma, like forever.
And then, because then when you have that double circle, you never need Shard of Hate on 13 because you're always gonna have spells. So then just 20 spell power, 20% spell power is always better. But then again, if you're going like, even though let's say you go Shard of Hate and the static field, on 13, 16, you can also go Mimic if ulti doesn't look good.
Okay.
So it's like, I think every game is different, what you want to build, and I think that's kind of why I like the hero, because I think there's so many talents that you can change. Like, even though let's say you go 1, 4, and 7 different, like the 13, 16, 20 can also be very different, and I think that's not a lot of the heroes that do that.
No, I definitely agree. Makke, that was a very informative, a Mephisto talent build and kind of like gameplay breakdown. Any final tips for people? If I'm trying to be the best Mephisto player in the world, what's the one thing I need to focus on?
Just not being afraid of just going in. Because late game, you're gonna get those resets, you're gonna get big shields, you're basically like a semi-tank. Just go in, make sure you always hit the resets. Focus on just hitting all your spells, playing around when you have your E and W, and just make sure that you always get resets. That's the basic idea.
Awesome. Thank you, Makke. Really appreciate you taking the time to do the interview. Any kind of shout outs? Where can people find you? I mean, you are super good on Mephisto, guys. Check him out every weekend playing in the CCL matches on Team Chili Mountain. Makke, really appreciate you doing this interview, man. It was super good, really informative for anyone that wants to get better at Mephisto. Do you have any shout outs? Where can people follow you if people want to support you?
Follow me on Twitter. I don't know my handle, but it's Makke something.
And Makke is spelled M-A-K-K-E for the record.
Yeah. It's Makke_G. That's the handle. Yeah, you can follow me there. Watch the CCL games on the weekends. We kind of suck right now, but hopefully we'll get better for playoffs. I think so. Shout out to my team, shout out to the Chili Mountain org, and yeah, follow me on Twitch. I stream once a month maybe.
Perfect.
At Chili Makke.
Makke, appreciate it. Thank you for having us, guys. I was MichaelUdall. I'm going to be your interviewer, and I should be actually casting these Korean games when you guys are watching this. So thank you. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, and hope you're enjoying the matches. being chased down though. Anubarak though, eating in and just taking so much damage from that Tychus minigun. Just what we were mentioning, he has to be careful of this amount of damage, and that is going to be the whole front wall going down. Burrow charge onto the Garrosh. Anubarak needs to be careful, potentially 36, 40 HP, and Anubarak loses his life. They barely actually going to be getting gone on by the Blaze, being thrown in super deep. Really good job coming out by the Tychus doing damage. And guess what? That's a second Master Assassin stack coming down. So I mean, let's
get a great rotation and pick off the kill here. A fantastic delay from Garrosh to prevent anyone coming in for the assist. He's trying to channel while the Beetle just knobs him. He's going to be able to channel that out.
To secure this objective most likely, as they are going to be stepping up, looking to posture. 0W0 may look for a stall. Odin coming out. Hanzo arrow is going to be big. It's huge. The taunt as well. That's one hero falling. What else can they get? Schwimpy's going to die. 2 heroes down from deep downtown. The Hanzo arrow with the Odin follow up and the taunt. Big play coming out from Flying Techo. To do plays in the middle lane though, maybe gonna get a big car out here. Vosto gonna get blown up, and that is maybe the kill they needed to be able to bring it back in this game for
Charge Impale, but the taunt attempted for the turnaround, but it's a double kill. Lee Big reset Schwimpy, giving his team a great counter engage here, and they're gonna bring in the sappers again, and that might be bottom belt.
Coming over to stall. Redemption is gonna be finished. Hanzo arrow coming out, and Anubarak taking a lot of damage, but Hanzo actually dying to the fort. Odin's gonna come out as Garrosh. This seems like a bit of an overextension. Leaps coming down as well. Cocoon used, and Lucio surely off of this. Anubarak does not actually have a stun, but they are going to be able to get the kill, as Wishing is going to be able to secure that cap. But the leap, are they going to be able to get it? Sonya flanking him from the side, doesn't actually have leap. It's on cooldown. Shrimpy getting 1 reset. What else are they going to be able to get as Tychus is falling low? Garrosh is low. This looks like 3 resets, but can they get more? Shrimpy looking for that Garrosh. Pipe bomb looking for the Lucio. Raynor coming in, Wishing falling low. Is he going to be able to survive? Yes, he is. The supports both of these sides doing such a good job at keeping people up, but no! Wishing gonna get sniped by the Raynor and Bada going deep. 5 heroes falling. Level 20 Hardened Shield used by the Sonya V, as well as Bunker. All the defensive tools have now been used, but Raynor getting thrown in! The Garrosh trying to make the play. That was big. Anubarak burrow charge going in. Hanzo very low, and this looks like a potential GG game over situation. Oh, the lead coming out onto Lucio as well, and game 1 is going to go the way of Team Schwimpy. Beautiful team fight play coming out by them. A good adaptation. I mean, 0W0 had a rough early game. He was dying to the Garrosh, but he really adapted well, and into the mid/late game was not making those same plays. That's what you love to see.
Has to avoid the Dragon Breath to stay alive, although good wraparound onto Mana. Time Trap is there, but it is killed off as he is going to be first blood.
Oh yeah, and Shrimpy is gonna fall here. Battered Assault is gonna be the pick for Illidan, as he is gonna be getting chased down here, but just weaving in and out. I mean, this is how you have to play this hero. You have to go in and out, eventually clear the immortal. Oh, Illidan going deep here. Doesn't actually have evasion, so has to be a bit careful, but they're looking to clear this up and not lose their immortal, or not lose their fort for Team Shrimpy, as it looks like Wishing is going to do a decent amount, dumping in here on the Stukov, using the silence. Shrimpy falling low, battered stack proc for the Illidan, and he's just going to be running at them from this point on. Johanna, able to complete the level 7 subdue quest. That's actually really big talent. That is going to mean that 80% and the slow no longer.
There's Wailing Arrow though, with not everyone here on the fight. That's going to be a big kill onto Raynor, but still not looking great. A little bit isolated. Haunting Wave tries to escape with Stukov down though. This fight's still going in favor of Team Schwimpy. They're holding through. Finally, we'll see Mana take it out, but the damage output still coming in, and Leo is about to arrive. This could be a disaster. There's the clone onto Muradin to try and buy time into the metamorphosis into the backline. What just happened to Muradin? He escapes the entomb there. Vasto in full retreat, trying to escape. Dives to the minion wave to try and get out. He's trying to dodge any of the CC. There's the Condemn, and Vasto barely sneaks away.
Yeah, barely able to survive there with his life, and they are just going to use the Sylph trade to actually push down here and get the wall. Objective spawning in the next...
There's no healing available as Vasto tries to stay alive. Metamorphosis will get a huge healing boost as he dives onto Sylvanas, picking her off. That's so much the damage output taken out. Railgun is completely destroyed by Raynor, who is following just as deep as Illidan as they go all the way for Pipe Bomb. That's going to be a triple kill for Flying Techo.
Yeah, I mean, the Illidan is just so hard for them to deal with. They have to chain their CC perfectly. They have to try and disengage, and they're just force of a level. And Abathur, as you see, is just adding to the top lane, trying to maximize their soak. This might be a free objective going the way of Flying Tecco if, you know, Team Shrimpy is not able to potentially just get a fight here. And, oh, Mura is actually going to get Blessed Shield here. They could look for the Temporal Loop as well. The Wailing Arrow, the blow up, the one shot. That was the kill they needed. Shrimpy, you see him looking, trying to step up, trying to get that Temporal Loop, but that is a really big kill for the side of Team Shrimpy. Are they going to be able to get the Stukov as well? The level 4 or the level 7 Subdue is going to allow them to maybe chase down Wishing, but the Illidan, the scary monster himself, has shown up. Is he going to be able to turn the fight though? He doesn't have Metamorphosis for another 40 seconds, and he's low, and he is blown up. And Team Shrimpy looks like they may take this. I mean, they're going to take a keep most likely, and they could potentially go for more depending on how this push goes. I mean, they don't have the best D. They have an Abathur, they have an Illidan. That's not very good clear heroes. Muradin falling low here, should still fall. I mean, his death is getting staggered extremely, and this means that Sylvanas and the side of Team Shrimpy can just pressure the keep here. Entombed here, Illidan is going to get jumped on the Wailing Arrow as well, and Illidan, their hyper carry, has fallen. Tranquility coming out, trying to keep his team alive. Railgun doing a good job here, but they have a full HP Punisher. They have a Catapult on the core. They have to go for kills right now. The core is falling low, 80%, 70%. Are they going to be able to save it? Mura looking to do everything that he can, but this is going to be the series. This is going to be game number 2, going the way of Team Shrimpy. I mean, the Illidan was really well played, but just rough, you know, forcing the engage at level 16, and then it was just kind of a snowball from there.
Makke for a bit of zoning, but there isn't enough threat maybe anymore with Malthael. Then Zula's going ham! Sweep, sweep, sweep with that sight. The Grim Reaper is here. The Necromancer, Bitkit main tank Zul. Is that going to be a thing in Storm League? We shall see. It's a thing here. Wildheart gets the 2-1 with this big push in the middle with their Zul main tank clump, and they get the GG 2-1. Full on energy. They're going hard on Rexar. Lutano falls. Dequaza brings up the rear with some big stuns. Cure running. We have an Absorbent Defender. Collusion running from Lauber. He gets the auto attack and kills him. Dino with the nano boost. Masquerade is dropping super low.
Will use the Angelic Armament, trying to stay alive. Gets the Celestial Shard. Charge onto one. Hosty doesn't.
Welcome to the grand finals of the Chili Mountain Winter Cup South Korea. It is time. I am still Tetcher. This is still MichaelUdall. I tried to guess which way to gesture with the camera. I was wrong, but an attempt was made. But we have some of the best Korean talent, not just from this tournament, but through all of Heroes history in this grand final right now. We have some legendary HGC players on our 2 grand final teams, TWT and Headless.
An absolute banger of a ground finals is about to happen, guys. Kyocha, Spell, Hyde, Reset, Gondar, Lockdown, Crow, Kwepi, Hero. I mean, this is a star-studded lobby, and as per usual, game number 1 is going to be on Towers of Doom, a map that goes down to the wire. Some of the greatest Heroes of the Storm comebacks in the history of the game have been on this map, and I am really excited to be getting into it. I mean, this first game in the grand finals, this should be a good one. We've been seeing Stukov be really highly prioritized for Hyde. That's something that I'd either like to see, you know, the side of, you know, Headless either steal or ban, because I feel like his Stukov is not something you can give up.
Could not agree more. Would love to see that. Both of these teams are insane on that. Speaking of insane, Crow, we saw them play Ana in their semi-final, and it was devastating. Very sensible removal there, taking that out of action. Now, what do we see from Headless with that Ana removed? We see the Chromie Stukov still on the board for now.
Yeah, potentially also could see, yep, there it is, the Diablo ban. Diablo, I mean, the big red Lord of Terror himself. So the question is, do you ban Medivh? Do you ban Stukov? Do you ban Tychus? I mean, it's probably going to be one of those three heroes. They could also potentially opt into something like a Garrosh. Personally, I think hide Stukov is too strong. So, I mean, I would love if they ban away that Stukov, but the question is, will they? No.
They ban the Tychus, leaving the Stukov up. They just go for that interruption, that great siege potential that the Tychus offers. But like you said, Stukov's available, and who'd have guessed it? Hyde's going to get that Stukov first pick.
A really solid hero. I mean, we've seen the power of Stukov this weekend for sure. One of the strongest supports, if not, I mean, the strongest support, considering it's almost always first picked, if not banned. And the question is, what is going to be the 1-2 in response? I mean, the Tychus is gone. The Ana's gone. Diablo potentially could see some sort of Garrosh, maybe. I mean, even something like an Abathur's not bad on this map, but it is going to be just the Raynar Blaze. All right, so they are just going to be going for the straight up 5v5 team fight composition. Blaze for the off lane also provides, you know, a lot of safety with Bunker into dive, and then Raynar, just a really solid backline hero. But there is the Hogger. I forgot that made it through draft. Kiocha. Wow.
They have so much zoning potential now, so much ability to disengage with that Hog Wild, with Concussion Mine now on the board. It is scary. And you mentioned Kiocha played Hogger yesterday to great effect. Kiocha is, if you look at statistically, the best and winningest player of all time in Heroes of the Storm, and he is busting out that new hero. And let's see how it goes against his other Korean brethren.
Yeah, in his series with sidestep teams versus 30k, they did run Abathur with it. So that is one thing to note, that maybe they could pick an Abathur plus like a Muradin to finish out their composition. I don't know if they want to, because then they'd have a solo backline damage of a Junkrat, but it is something that potentially they could look into. But for now, we're looking at the ban phases. Maybe they look at something like, okay, so they are going to look to choke the support. Looks like they're getting rid of the Deckard. I wonder if that's potentially for the Emerald that stops the Stukov hill, but yeah, it looks like they're going to take away the Deckard, which means we just have basically tank and then a DPS and a support left for the side of Headless.
Let's see where they go here. They get first priority on tanks, as nothing has been picked up yet. Garrosh has been quite popular for them and is still available, but they're going to go for Muradin, of a hero who has seen a lot of priority. And they pick up Malfurion. Never a bad choice, but can be punished pretty hard by Solid Burst. But right now, isn't that much of that from the side of TWT, other than Riptire? We'll see what else they can build into to help that out.
Yeah, they're going to pick up the Malfurion as well. I mean, a hero that's pretty fragile. So I'll be curious to see how the Hogger versus the Malfurion matchup is. The question is, are we going to see a potential Abathur? Are we going to see them just get another backliner like a Hanzo, like a Cassia? Okay, so it looks like Cassia is going to be the backliner that they choose. A very strong hero into the Raynar, but there is a lot of CC on the side of Headless. I mean, if they get a Murastun into a Malfru, into a Blaze, then that 30 armor that Cassia normally has when she's running around is going to be gone, and that hero gets a lot squishier once that armor goes away.
Very true indeed, and they have potential for even more CC depending on what they could pick up here. Nondar, final pick. They don't go for a huge amount of CC. Outside of maybe Black Hole can actually stun. That is the crowd control that Tassadar could offer, but even so, like you mentioned, there's so much CC. If they can remove the armor from Cassia, she's going to be a lot more susceptible to Tassadar's sheer burst power. Very sensible final pick here, gives them a lot of area control. It technically gives them another wall so that they can maybe control where Kiocha goes. That might give them a little bit more flexibility here as we are getting ready to head into game number 1 of these grand finals, which are a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Tassadar pick. They needed some sort of wave clear for their 4-man rotation, and Gondar, we saw him earlier with the rotates, just basically exclusively focusing on killing those minion waves, and also gives them a pretty good innervate target, which isn't, you know, innervate is not something you play around to the same level of nano boost, but it is something that if you can get a hero that fills multiple different roles, of course you want to do that, right? So having someone that you can throw the innervates on, as well as provides wave clear, as well as potentially provides peel if they do go black hole, but it most likely, I think, would probably be Archon this game. As last time we saw Gondar play the Tassadar, he did opt into the Archon, even with a nano boost option. But I mean, looking at these compositions, do you feel like there's one team that you favor over the other, or who do you feel like is going to win game number 1 of this grand finals?
I mean, I'm biased because Hogger, but again, I love the Blaze as an offlane. It should be very fun to see, but that Junkrat, I think, is the deciding factor for me. I'm going to lean towards TWT because I think the control that Junkrat offers might punish Tassadar a bit too much for them to be able to capitalize as much as they would like.
Yeah, but let's get into it, guys. Game number 1 on Towers of Doom of this grand finals. On the left, in the blue, the juggernaut that is TWT. We've got Kyocha playing the Hogger, Spell on that ETC, Reset playing the Junkrat, Hyde on the Stukov, and Queppy on the Cassia.
And on the right-hand side, it is Headless with Hero on the Reyna, Crow on the Malfurion, Gondar on the Tassadar, Lockdown on that Blaze, and we have Muradin yeeted onto the other side of the map.
And it looks like Hogger just going to be able to insta-clear that wave. Oh, but Mura actually taking a lot of damage here. His jump's getting interrupted as well by Spell, but the turnaround damage from Lockdown in there on the Blaze, just chunking everyone out, as well as Hero putting a lot of damage onto them. I mean, what an aggressive start to the game. Mura almost falling and a lot of damage being traded back into the side of TWT. Mura potentially needs to be careful here if he is going to get slid. Spell not going to be able to get it. Hero on the Rainer trying to kite out. Muradin careful, needs to be a bit careful as well. I mean, both these teams just absolutely brawling at the start of this game.
And you can see that in the stacks already. 20 stacks of static charge for Tassadar, just finding heroes every time. Kyocha is bodying Lockdown in these fights, really bullying him out. He's gone for Bones to Gnaw, giving him a chunk of meat when his loot horde lands, and a little bit of extra armor. Very nearly finding himself the wrong side of the wall there. He's going to get stunned out and engaged on up in top, but it is Hogger. Should be able to disengage, and in fact, might look for the turnaround hit.
Oh, really good force wall coming out from Gondar, able to stop the ETC from actually getting in position. And it looks like the Pumpkin Sappers have been taken up by both teams. The Mura down here in the bot lane looking to stop them from being able to just be pushed in. Hero looking to chunk them out, kill them before they're able to walk into his wall. But maybe he went a little bit too aggressive here, as Sign is going to be walking in. Rainer in a really scary situation, forced into the wall. Mura going to get booped in as well, and Spell really good body blocks, and that's going to be 2 kills going the way of TWT.
Not looking good for Headless right now. Still need to put on quite a bit of momentum to get themselves back in. But first objective will be spawning soon. This will be their chance to try and even up a bit. Maybe they can split soak a little bit with Tassadar, give him a little bit of extra wave clear, let Blaze double soak. Let's see what they do. As we see aggro range for Hogger. A little bit of extra radius on the Hogwile. Great for full team fights. Electric Fence coming in for Tassadar. Really focusing on this force wall build. Very cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, very, very solid Spell. Looking for Lockdown the Blaze in the rotation, and they are potentially going to be able to get him here at Lockdown. Looking to try and escape. He's so low. Oh, Reset, though, maybe went a little bit too far. Gondar looking to kite in. Crow, Reset, trying to kite. Surely Reset dies here. Gondar falling, taking a lot of damage. Is this operation saving Private Reset? No. Reset is barely gonna fall. Gondar is able to get that snipe, and the temple is now spawning. This may potentially allow the side of Headless to be able to get 2 caps as, oh wait, no, Queppy, okay, he's not gonna be able to get it locked down, is gonna be able to rotate over in time, but there's a lot of waves crashing. They're losing a lot of soak for the side of Headless. Hero on the bot side, on the Rainer, is getting ran down by the ETC, by the Hogger, by the Stukov. Is he gonna be able to escape here? Maybe he is, and Hyde, maybe in a bit of a scary situation. Hero turning around, looking to trade some damage onto Hyde.
Hyde positions far forward though, trying to gain that virulent reaction to try and set it up. Top is traded out as Kyocha spins away. Bot will continue to be brawled over.
Yeah, I mean, level 7 about to be achieved here for the side of TWT. Once they get that, I would expect him to see them go aggressive and look to secure this altar cap.
Gondar gonna get zoned out. Good block by Reset, but the jump still comes out. Muradin able to delay it this time. Electric Fence Force will really slowing down Spell, making it a lot harder for him to get to his team. Kyocha creeps forward, but now Cassia making it in. Man advantage in favor of TWT here, but Gondar is uncontested and is doing quite a bit of damage. Well, in the meantime, Kwepi's getting some good damage onto Lockdown. There's the turnaround spell, dropping low. Great zap from Gondar as they're able to pick up that kill, but there's the counter kill. Kyocha is in the backline and he's causing mischief as he chases down onto Crow, trying to set up for his team. There's the Hog Wild to get onto Hero. Muradin is trying to deal with reset, but he can't get close. Kyocha will finally be zoned out. Great zap from Gondar. One more, and he might be able to pick up a kill, maybe more than one. High down to 7 health, and Kyocha will try to get the final kill. He will get TAS. Can he escape? One Hog Wild will get him out. He gets away with the knockback.
Wow, what an absolute brawl of a team fight. The back and forth, Hyde actually going to get jumped on by the Muradin here, but was that maybe a bit of an overextension as Mura's going to fall as well, and Crow, Spell looking for the body blocks onto the Malfurion here. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he's not, but I mean, both teams just content to just 5v5 brawl till the end of time, as you know, it is going to be this altar cap going the way of TWT, and this will allow them to invade the Pumpkin Sappers as well.
That fight went on for 3 minutes. That's how long that took, desperately trying to get the objective, but it finally goes over to TWT. They're also able to steal the mercenary camp of Headless, using that Hogger infinite bounce. As Hogger goes back to double soaking, he's able to do it well enough that it's not too much of an issue. He did go for garbage fire, reducing the cooldown of Loot Horde, very Loot Horde focused build to make sure he gets that meat.
Oh, Spell going to be sliding in here onto Hero, the Rainer, but are they going to be able to get a decent amount of return damage, actually, as Spell getting blown up, the Malfurion putting the root down with the 40% negative healing right before the Stukov was able to pop that heal. Mura still looking for more. Are they going to be able to get it? Gondar with the good follow-up. Reset actually getting jumped on, and the Malfurion root's going to hit as well, and Reset is going to fall. Hyde taking a lot of damage, and this is going to allow them to clear up the Pumpkin Sappers, and just like that, the game is pretty much evened up as Headless is able to secure 2 kills and maybe get the spot wall.
Crow is bodying fools with these strangling vines, picking up so many setup kills for his team, as we do see level 10 available for both teams. They try to focus onto Hyde. Hyde's able to get back. Ball Lightning, they focus. They're trying to take out. Great mosh pit onto Rainer, who will be finished off. Kepi is so low, but he's able to sustain his way through. They dodge Gondar, who's already archoned up. Surprise! Kyocha from the side, multi-man power slide. They get Malfurion. Crow is down, and they're probably gonna get Muradin too. Gondar just got concussion vines to his doom. This is about to be a quadra kill going over to TWT, unless Muradin can pull off the miracle. Absolutely not. Great face spell by Spell.
Yeah, what a team fight. Reset at the end there, able to hit the boop, allowing them to get the kill on the Malfurion as well. Really, really well played by the side of TWT. I mean, this game, if we are in for what this game is telling me, this is about to be such an exciting grand finals. Both teams content to just really push it to the limit in these team fights. You see both heroes really weaving in and out with low HP bars. I mean, I love to see it. This is what I love to see. High-level Heroes of the Storm, high-level team fighting, and that's what Korea is known for. Korea is known for its really good team fighting, its really good aggression, and this is what we are, you know, like seeing. It's just a showcase.
They try to control this bottom bell tower, but the siege is coming in. Hero blasting away. They have a minion. They have a couple minions, and the Rainer's Raider to absorb a couple hits. Rainer's Raider will actually survive. It got dropped quite low, but they'll be able to tank through here. Loves Velocity for the Cassie, though. Going to allow her to poke in and try and defend this from range. Ripper Air going to allow Reset to rotate. Good power slide. Trying to take out Muradin, but Nature's Cure from Crow gets him out of the root.
Yeah, really good cleanse coming out back from the Malfurion there. Saving, I mean, level 16, or level 13 is a big power spike for Stukov. Now, when he hits that weighted pustule, comboed with the Lurking Arm, he is going to have that root talent, which basically gives the Stukov a lot of aggressive playmaking potential. He's going to be a hero to watch moving forward, guys, if he's going to be able to hit these roots on heroes, as it looks like he did just go for the Muradin there again. Trying to escort the Pumpkin Sappers in. TWT looking to maybe get 3 shots here. Sign taking a decent amount of damage from the Rainer, just, you know, pushing damage into him. Level 13 about to be achieved for the side of Headless. Altars are spawning. Reset looking to pressure lockdown. Would expect this to be a 1-for-1, but who knows? Maybe TWT looks to potentially contest.
Tassadar, Gondar going to try and channel for his team. Spell and Reset, both delaying. They're looking for that double channel. 10 potential shots are available here for TWT. They guarantee 5. Lockdown going to try and clear this out to deny at least one more shot. Hortipole, Marsh Pit on the point, gets pushed to the death zone by Hero. Riptide has a huge amount of damage, but Crow is keeping everyone topped up. Currently, Hogger is going wild in that fight, and that will zone everyone back up. Blaze was able to reclaim bot lane. Reset cancels his own channel.
One thing to note is that Gondor actually completed his level 1 quest, but Spell falling low. Oh, hide, or oh, Raynor on the side. Heroes actually gonna get booped in by Reset. A really good job coming out by the Junkrat there. Queppy falling low. Gondar looking to come in here, looking to use the static charge, chunk them out. Lockdown forced to use the bunker, looking to potentially try to kite out of this. Can they get the return kill onto Sign? I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to. Gondor doing all the damage that he can in this team fight, but it's not gonna be enough, even though he's fully quested on static charge to the level 1. That's basically where every single time you hit a hero with shock ray, you get 5 damage up to a maximum of 200 bonus damage. So you're telling me he has hit like only 10 minutes into the game and he's already fully stacked. Oh, Murray can actually get booped in, potentially gonna fall here. Avatar coming out. Blaze still down for 10 seconds. Raynor's coming in now. Murray trying to kite, but Malfurion gonna fall on the right side. Murra is going to get booped as well, and it looks like TWT is going to be able to get both altar spawns.
They don't get the full 10, only 9. Juicer Blaze recapping bot lane, but that's still a huge lead over to them. And we do see them beginning to focus down that boss, easily able to capture that concussion mine on the point. Reset has been a massive bully with these concussion mines this game, as they are actually able to get the virulent reaction onto Muradin, but he will back away. We also saw an interaction that I was not aware of, but chat may be aware of, that apparently Force Wall does not stop Hogger. Sad times, very sad times indeed.
Wait, so Hogger goes through Force Wall?
Yep, apparently, if it's on the enemy team.
That is, I wonder if that is as intended.
Me too, because it would be a really fun interaction if it was actually worked like we expect it to.
Yeah, because Diablo's Devastating Charge works on Force Wall, which makes me feel like Hogger's spell should also work on Force Wall. But level 16 not yet achieved for the side of Headless. Once they get that, I would expect to see them maybe look for a team fight. They're down 36 shots to 15. They have still secured their bottom right fort, which is good, right? Them holding this means that they can bring it back into this game. This game is really just going to come to late game team fights. Level 16 about to be achieved. I mean, Perma Archon at level 20 could be a potential win condition they're playing for, as that is a really, really strong level 20 talent.
Got to survive to get there, though. Another 8 shots available if we see the double channel again from TWT, which is what they've been fishing for. A spread volley for Reset here, looking to just zone and bully members off of these objectives. Give them time to try and set up and find the fight they are looking for. Hogger goes for the Yorel gimmick infringement with Headbanger getting percentage damage on that staggering blow. A spell can begin to channel, but Muradin rotates for the quick interrupt. No Blaze here yet.
Yeah, Hogger is going to be rotating in, looking to maybe pressure onto Gondar. Reset actually booping in, maybe looking for Gondar here. Gondar in a bit of a scary situation, trying to kite out. Hogger doing a lot of damage, and Tassadar is going to fall. Oh, Reset though, maybe getting 1v1 by Lockdown on the top side. Lockdown trying to see if he can finish him off, but Stukov with the good kill is going to be able to keep Lockdown or Reset alive. The quest completed for Muradin, but is it going to be enough? Lockdown trying to channel the caps. Pumpkin Sappers are going to be walked in, and this should be 2 caps going the way of Sidestep Kings. Potentially. I mean, yeah, this is most likely just going to be 2 caps going the way, and that will leave them at 9. What is it? Caster math. 7 shots. That'll leave them at 7 shots, which is, you know, a potential lethal if they get 1 more shot plus the boss.
We don't do math on stream, that is the rules. As we see the shots coming in, like you said, down to 7, another double altar will end the game. Let's see what they can do to defend this. Everyone is back alive. They're just under a full level down, but if they lose Muradin, there's a lot of potential. Great Avatar to turn it around. Stun onto the ETC, but the massive shove. Ball Lightning finishes off Gondar. Hero just stuck way too close. And we're just going to see this bell tower take it out again. There's the mosh pit. It is interrupted. Muradin is too low and will be focused down.
Oh, but on the side, they are going to be able to get Queppy. The Cassia is going to fall. Raynor trying to kite here, actually. trying to walk over to the bunker. Malfurion doing a good job of keeping everyone alive. Paint them red, the level 16 talent, giving Raynor a decent amount of HP, but they have no damage at this point. It's just Malfurion in a blaze. They can't actually kill anything. The Crow is just trying to do everything he can to keep Lockdown alive, but he's not going to be able to do it, and that's going to be 4 heroes falling. The boss spawns in a minute 30, so they won't have the opportunity to do that, but this will allow the side of TWT be able to get level 20 before the next altar spawn, and if they get level 20 at the next altar spawn, if they get 2 caps, they will end up winning the game.
This is looking pretty hopeless for Headless here, but it's still possible. A team wipe can turn everything round, but they got to do something fast. Because like you said, Sappers making their way in. 3 shots. If any of these make it in, then any of these altars alone are lethal. So they have to deal with this first. Then they have to make sure that they get 2 of these altars. That might mean a big focus onto top lane. Problem is, Junkrat is causing problems by grabbing another Sapper cap.
Yes, the side of TWT level 20, the advantage is definitely going to be in favor of them. Junkrat capping the top left. It looks like he's going to get that for free, and ETC is going to get bought for free.
Yep, that's game. They can't do anything.
Yeah, and then, I mean, it looks like they were just trying to get the 5v5 team fight, maybe try and get to the top left in time, but they were a bit too slow, guys. But don't worry, that was just game 1 of our best of 5 grand finals between these 2 teams. If you guys enjoyed that game, we have at least 2 more guaranteed, hopefully 4 more games incoming. I mean, walking away from that first series, I feel like you have got to ban Kyocha's Hogger. Like, you cannot give this man Hogger. That was insane. I feel like in those team fights, he was causing so much disruption. He was, you know, knocking the Malfurion in and doing so much damage to their backliners.
Couldn't agree more. That Hogger caused so many issues. Look at the damage output. Cassia being the top, of course, is 74k, but Hogger, 62,000 damage. More than anyone on the side of Headless. That's how strong this Hogger was in these fights. It also had the CC setup, 0 deaths, able to sustain through with the combination of the armor and that meat healing, which he went very heavily into the Horde build. That was a very strong performance by Kyocha that is definitely worthy of a ban.
Yeah, no, his Hogger was something that really impressed me in that game. I mean, the Cassie did a lot of damage as well, but Hogger topping the XP for his team, topping siege damage for his team, and also being the 2nd highest damage dealer. And it's not just being the highest damage dealer, his impactful damage, right? In a lot of those team fights, he was knocking the opponent's backliners in, right? The Tastar, the Raynor, the Malfurion, and just getting in there and causing so much disruption. I use, like, when I say disruption, it's basically when he goes in there, their team runs in every direction, right? It's difficult for their team to kite back in the same direction. It's difficult for them to all play together, play front to back. Hogger makes that a very difficult time. And, you know, I think getting rid of that hero is what they should do for the rest of the series. I don't think you want to play against Kyocha Hogger.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. It was far too difficult to deal with. It was nearly impossible to kill. He had 29,000 self-healing, which is more than Muradin or ETC. He put on an insane performance and utilized the disruptive abilities of Hogger to great effect. Because, as you mentioned, he's not like a Sonya or a Blaze. He doesn't have those big, hard CC engages unless he gets really lucky with walls. But it doesn't matter if he's forcing the enemy team to split, where he can then just get his rage stacked up and bully one person out. And he took a great 1v1 versus Gondar in that bottom lane to prove exactly how scary he can be.
Yeah, well, and I feel like in that last game too, Reset had a lot of really good boops on Junkrat.
Oh, yes.
Like, he had a lot of really good mines, you know, displacing the Raynor, displacing the Tassadar, displacing the Malfurion. And, you know, that's something that maybe going into this game, maybe it's a denial pick, as it does look like game number 2 is going to be on Tomb of the Spider Queen, a map where, you know, wave clear is really high priority. A hero like Junkrat raises in priority, so maybe that's something that the side of Headless, maybe they look to take that away. I think that could be a pretty good option, a pretty smart option, as Junkrat is really strong on this map, and Reset just showed how strong he can be on that hero.
Junkrat offers a lot of flexibility here, the ability to maybe even 4-man bot lane or rotate with a kill man and leave Junkrat to double soak because he does have enough wave clear to do so, or leave him in solo in the top lane. We do see a couple teams sometimes roaming with a team and allowing Junkrat to clear while they roam for kills. He can still be in the 4-man. He's so controlling over the objectives and especially over that boss. I completely agree with you. He would be a fantastic ban here.
Yeah, or even like a first pick, like potentially. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening, but because I feel like they want to use one of their bans for Hogger for sure, and then I don't know what they use the other ban for. Maybe Junkrat could be a good one. I mean, Junkrat is pretty good in the 1-2 on this map, but I mean, bans are always hard because it's like there's so many things you want to take away, and it's like you kind of have to like pick your poison in a way. And I think them picking Junkrat if they play it would probably be more ideal just because that's such a strong hero on this map and you do have first pick. But then it's like, what if Chromie's up? Man, Tetcher, I think drafting in Heroes of the Storm is the hardest thing. Like, I think it is the hardest element of this game. And it's just, there's so much complexity to it.
Couldn't agree more. That's why it's one of the most fun things to analyze. It's why it's so fun when you see the interesting heroes, because you know just how much thought has gone into it. As we head into the draft, Tomb of the Spider Queen is the map. Heroes who go to the late game are especially effective here. Let's see if we do see any more focus on that. Maybe that Tassadar again. Get to that Infinite Archon like you called last game. And yep, well deserved. Goodbye, Hogger.
Yep, and that is the correct move. They did it. They won draft. Big pog. After that performance, I think I'm fine with them giving it up game one. You experience how strong it actually is. Okay, you come to the conclusion that, okay, it's too strong. We're going to keep banning it. And the Ana ban as well, that's going to be, I wonder if that's going to be a staple ban for the entire series. Something that Crow is really, really strong on, has shown in previous series. And the Tychus is going to be the other ban. That means Chromie is up. Stukov's up, a hero like Junkrat is up. This kind of screams to me that they're looking for a potential Chromie first pick, maybe a Stukov. It's probably going to be one of those two heroes. It depends on if they, so they are going to go for the Chromie, which means Hyde, again, is going to be able to get that Stukov.
It keeps working. He's not going to be complaining anytime soon because it just keeps working for him. It's great on this map as well. There's a couple close quarters fights where that Reactor Ballista Pork can get great value. Lurking Arm can really zone off objectives, especially if you go for the Growing Infestation on this map. You can actually get a full 5-man interrupt if you position it correctly. Let's see as they pick up the Stukov. What do they go with it? They get Sylvanas early. Quick wave clear on the rotations.
Yeah, I mean, just a safe damage dealer, right? With the Sylvanas, like, this is a flexible hero. This can go with dive, this can go with kite back. It has pretty solid wave clear. It's kind of like your jack of all trades, right? Sylvanas kind of does everything that you need it to do and is something that doesn't really expose your strategy early on in the draft. But for Headless, what are they going to go here in the 2-3? Potentially something like a Garrosh. Potentially if they wanted to get a Deckard or a support. I could also see them go an offlaner like a Leoric maybe. Okay, so I'm completely wrong. They're going to go Muradin and then Anduin. So Anduin picked pretty early here. Makes me feel like maybe they're going to look for some sort of light bomb shenanigans. Or maybe they just wanted to hide their other picks.
Maybe. The light bomb shenanigans would be interesting. Muradin's not a bad target for light bomb. Anduin is still interesting though because a lot of people still prefer Deckard or Malfurion when you're not up against a Leoric, so it's interesting to see it picked in that early. I agree with you. I'm curious, what is the plan around this Anduin? As we see Reyna getting banned out, Reyna Chromie is a combo that just has consistently worked today.
Yeah, I mean, a really, really strong backline. They're both hard to kill, right? Because Chromie outranges you, Raynor has a lot of self-sustain, and then they both just output a lot of damage. So I like the Raynor ban, especially if you're not looking to pick it up. They do need some sort of DPS. They could potentially look for a dive composition, right? Like, and that is why they banned the Anub'arak, right? So it looks like the side of Headless is going to be afraid of the dive, and that's why they get rid of the Anub. Could still see something like a Maiev, something like a Kerrigan coming out. I think ETC was played very, very well by Spell in that last game. So, I mean, he could look for the ETC as well. Or even, I mean, Garrosh is really good on Tomb of the Spider Queen. I'd expect to see, it really just depends what they want to go into. They have so much flexibility with this draft right now. Okay, so it is just going to be wave clear. So they're going to go for Johanna and D.Va, and then they're going to flex their last pick. I would love to see a Maiev or Kerrigan. I would love to see a Maiev or Kerrigan. I think it would be sick.
I would really be a fan of that. If they could punish that D.Va when she pops out of that mech, would give them so much freedom to play aggressive. Would really be a fan of that. Also, just to bring up a point, just how different the priority on D.Va is in West and Eastern scenes. In the West, it is the third highest picked hero right now in professional games. And in this, first time we've seen it today. As Deathwing makes it finally. Banned out all day by Team Schwimpy. Finally going to be picked up, and they picked Greymane, removing a solid counter for it. right now, no percentage damage at all from the side of TWT, except for Sylvanas, and Sylvanas' percentage damage doesn't work on Deathwing, as it only does percentage to slowed targets, and Deathwing can't be slowed.
All right, I'm going to make a prediction. I think Headless is going to win the game because I don't think there's... Oh, okay.
Does that change things?
No, okay. I freak. I love Mephisto, and I think the thing. Okay, so I'll finish my original point. The reason I said that I think Headless is going to win the game, and I still lean towards this, is there is no answer to Deathwing on the side of TWT, right? They don't have percent damage. They don't have a way to kill this hero. So Vanus doesn't do that much damage to Deathwing. Diva does not do that much damage to Deathwing. Johanna does not do much damage to Deathwing. Deathwing is really going to have such a free game here, and Lockdown should be able to stall rotations. On this map, he can pretty much permanently stall the turn-in with his W if he ends up going ranged for him. I think Mephisto, once he reaches level 16 and gets that percent damage, the big body of Deathwing is actually pretty good for Mephisto. Mephisto is actually a pretty solid hero into Deathwing, but I don't know if they have enough damage to kill Deathwing until they reach level 16 and reach that late game. So I'm not going to confidently say that Headless 100% is going to win, but I think having that Deathwing not have any counters is going to be pretty good for them. That being said, I do think we're about to see an absolute clinic on how to play Mephisto coming out by Queppy.
I am excited as we're going to be getting ready to head into game number 2. This is a best of 5, so no matter who wins this, we have at least one more game after it. On the left, we're going to be having TWT with Hyde playing the Stukov, Queppy playing that Mephisto, Spell, aka TTST, going to be playing on the Johanna, Kyocha on Diva, and Reset, busting out the Sylvanas.
And then on the right, in the red, we have Headless, and we have Lockdown playing the Deathwing, Crow on the Anduin, Hero playing the Greymane, Gondar on the Chromie, and then Muradin being played by Muragod. I mean, this Muradin has been very good. Like, I've been really, really impressed with his aggression and his ability to kind of weave in and out and keep himself alive. Level 1, both players, or both teams, going to be just looking to pressure here into the wave as Lockdown is going to look for the stun here, also looking for a Dragon's Breath, doing a decent amount of damage, and able to get the wave cleared. Both teams just focusing wave clear here, as they are just going to be rotating.
Anti-damage coming in, trying to use that defense matrix onto Lockdown. Two things that Deathwing is not immune against: damage reduction and stasis. So these are, and armor reduction, of course. So 3 things that are available. It's going to stasis for the side of TWT. Anti-damage from Kyocha. They have the armor reduction in theory, and that might be the build Sylv goes for. With that Might of the Banshee Queen to gain attack speed, can combo that into the Lost Souls, and then the Cold Embrace. In that armor reduction might give them a way to try and focus Deathwing a little bit more. And Mephisto is going to start off with the Lightning Nova build, really building into that percentage damage, as you called earlier.
Yeah, really good job coming out by Hero on the Greymane. Going to be getting the superior night camping timing. He was there exactly at 1 minute when the camp spawned, as they are about to finish up the Knights. Whereas on the other side, TWT is, just barely starting theirs. It's at about half. They have 2 left. And this should allow Greymane to either go, do bot siege, or potentially, are they going to look for an invade here? So it looks like they're just feigning aggression. They're not actually going to look for the invade, but it is going to allow them to potentially pressure in the mid lane and outsoak the opponent.
They creep forward a little bit. Lockdown back into range mode. He is really swapping modes very consistently here. Going to back up though as Kyocha comes in. No rush down yet for that percentage damage from Diva, but still enough to allow him to rotate bot so he can make sure to get the experience. Big damage to Muradin from Mephisto, able to disengage.
Yeah, and it looks like TWT actually had the better wave clear there, able to get their Knights defending exactly at the wall, right where you want it to be. So Night Camps for both teams is going to be pretty much neutralized, as no one is going to get that much value from it. But the bonus XP, I'd love to see Greymane potentially make a rotate after he clears this mid wave down to the bottom siege, maybe get some extra pressure there. Oh, as it looks like Crow on the Anduin actually maybe a bit too far up, taking a lot of damage, but Hyde. Oh, nope, Hyde always baiting with that level 1 talent. I was going to say maybe Hyde overextended a bit, but he knows his limits on that hero. Are you kidding me?
Crow saved by Muradin, Hyde saved by the size of his bravery, as we do see the retreat coming out of the members of TWT. Bot cap still not captured yet, just going to be let go for now, as both teams creeping towards enough for that turn in. Just 10 to 9 needed each.
Yep, and it looks like Gondor just going to be catching the top lane. TWT looking for turn-ins. I mean, this map really comes down to individual rotations, guys. This map is all about how will you rotate into different areas. Hero actually jumping in onto Kwepi here. Kyocha looking to try and drop his 16 gems. Lockdown stepping over, potentially looking to stall. Yeah, so it's like a lot of feigning, a lot of weaving in and out. Sylvanas actually going to get rooted here. Good Stukov silence looking to disable the reset. Actually going to get blown up. The time trap by Gondor. Oh, and Kyocha actually loses. If Kyocha dies here, that's a lot of gems. 17 gems falling from their off lane. Kwepi gonna get stunned as well, and that's gonna be 3 heroes falling, but Hyde during all of this was able to secure some of those gems, Spell as well, so they were able to keep 30 gems, but they lose 3 heroes in that engage, and this should be the first turn in going the way of Headless.
They lost 10 gems on that just purely due to the bad luck of the kill positioning on Kyocha. They killed him next to the wall, meaning 10 of those gems spawned in bot lane, not in bottom turn-in, meaning Hyde could not get to them in time before they despawned. As such, like you said, turn-in for Headless, Mercenary Camp for Headless, and a lot of push for Headless.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see them. It looks like they are just going to be pressuring in the bot lane, maybe looking to have Chromie double soak. I think this is actually a pretty decent step up. It is going to be a 5-person defense for the side of TWT though. And one thing to note, guys, this is a melee Deathwing. Normally we see ranged Deathwings, but this is a melee Deathwing. Recognizing they don't have very much damage for you, they don't have very much to threaten you, is going to be going that melee form and looking to pressure really hard. Gondar doing a really good job splitting in the 2 side lanes, getting mid wall, looking to pressure top wall. But I mean, this turn in, temporal loop is actually going to come out onto Kwepi and Lockdown with the huge Cataclysm going in. And just like that, the Mephisto explodes. Reset as well is barely going to be able to kite out.
Lockdown is playing so aggressively, like you mentioned with the melee build, playing this as the true bruiser off lane that he's trying to show here. Not going for that ranged assassin style build as they pressure on. He hasn't got level 10 yet, so unfortunately he does not get the reset if they're able to kill a fort here if he were to go for that. Bellowing Roar though might be a pretty big deal here due to the amount of aggression he is taking. Might need to go to the sky.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to go to the sky and look to heal up here. But I mean, I haven't seen a melee form Deathwing in a while, so I'm pretty excited to see this. And I think that it's pretty good into this composition, right? Like Mephisto, a lot of times is going to be like within range of you because he ease in. Diablo or Johanna, Diva, a lot of like tanky melee heroes that are going to be posturing around. Hyde, always super aggressive on that Stukov. So I feel like Lockdown's going to get a lot of value. And again, they don't have very much threat for this Deathwing. If you actually click tab and check the damage, Deathwing has 25,000 damage, higher than the Chromie at 16,000 and Mephisto at the next closest at 16,000. So Deathwing having a huge game here as Hyde is going to be pressuring, looking for this turn-in during all of this. Greymane is actually going to be able to be taking out the Knights. So they give the turn-in, but they get their Knights to help actually mitigate it. I would have liked to see Greymane maybe hold that cap though, because now the Knights might just get free cleared.
Yeah, they're not going to have this for the defense, unfortunately, so this camp, like you say, will get cleared if Sylvanas just steps up. You can see that even letting the camp push up, this will mean their web weaver spawn a little bit further back, but it gives them a much easier time clearing, which is going to allow the other lanes to begin pushing up very easily. Level 10 available for both teams now.
Yeah, and it looks like they are just going to free clear top Spider as well as Boss Fire Spell though. Looking for a potential Bless Shield here onto Crow or
Falling
Hero.
Sword.
Oh, wait, Falling Sword. Falling Sword, Durance, Wailing Arrow. I mean, I like the Falling Sword here. Level 20 Falling Sword is very, very strong. This might just tell me that Sidestep Kings is playing for level 20.
TWT looking for the push onto Murid and Kyocha, trying to pin him down. Unable to do enough. We do see that light bomb as you called earlier. There's a bellowing roar, so now they have engage and disengage as they make their way forward. Murid dives deep. Here comes Cataclysm, cutting off the backline. What? Okay, light bomb went off, and they have to use the bellowing roar to disengage. Murid a little too low there. And Leap of Faith came out from Crow to pull Murid out of danger. They tried to start the engagement, it was countered. There's Falling Sword into the backline. Gondar and Crow in a little bit of trouble. The self-destruct will split the team in two, but Lockdown, little bit isolated here. He's in a full run. He does have a wall to retreat to, but he's taking a lot of damage, and that's going to be the kill onto Deathwing.
Muradin jumping in to secure those 25 gems. But yeah, a bit of miscommunication there, it seemed. Anduin pulling the Muradin out after light bombing him. I feel like if Muradin was able to actually jump in there and use his avatar, they would have like killed a lot of heroes, as there was like a 5-man bellowing roar coming out by the side of Lockdown. Gondar actually taking a lot of damage here on the Chromie. Really good job from the side of TWT, just keeping that aggression up.
Those micro missiles are no joke, dude. They do so much damage. A big power spike of D.Va, and the reason why we never see bunny hop games at sad times. D.Va's just going to keep pushing out the top lane for the moment. Deathwing has respawned and made his way back to the team, as a bruiser camp will be picked up by the side of TWT, but that does allow another turn in for Headless.
Yeah, and they're winning the race to level 13 as well. So they're going to have level 13 with this turn in. There is going to be a night camp that is going to be there for the defense. But if they hit level 13 and look to pressure pretty hard with it, I would expect to see them at least get one fort here if they're able to pressure pretty hard. I would like to see them maybe look for an aggressive Cataclysm from the Deathwing, maybe even have Mura jumping in with that light bomb, because I think if they're aggressive, they'll win the team fights, but I think they have to kind of look for a dive. They can't really just let the Mephisto, get a lot of resets and do a lot of damage.
Play around that, gotta stay a little bit split on that Mephisto. Here comes the Molten Breath, trying to set up for that Web Weaver, top Web Weaver. Still very healthy as well. That one's getting the most value right now as it keeps pushing in. Gonna take down the fort most likely. I don't think Sylph can save that. It's gonna be tight. So we do see the rotation to bot lane for the rest of the push.
Oh, Kyocha doesn't actually have his Q. If he dies here, that's 27 gems. Lockdown may step in, looking for the Bellowing Roar. Oh, is he going to be able to get this done? Yes, he is. Kyocha, though, barely able to escape with 30 HP. Wow. Oh, temporal loop, though.
Durance does not land. Falling Sword to buy some time, but that does not stop Greymane, who picks up the kill.
Yeah, and it looks like, Hero actually going to get Stukov shoved away, and during all of this, Reset's just double soaking, but they are able to secure that kill onto the Mephisto, and they still have 40 gems. I mean, the side of Headless has turned in twice. They haven't actually been able to get a fort with it yet, though. Oh, Reset actually going to get jumped on. The Light Bomb follow-up as well. A really good timing coming out by the Muradin, and that's going to allow them to get the kill on the Sylvanas. The question is, what else can they get? Mura, trying to kite out here, is going to get his jump interrupted, but that's okay, as it looks like the side of Headless, I mean, they definitely, it feels like, are in the driver's seat for this game, at least the driver's seat as far as aggression goes. But level 16 guys, once they get that Mephisto % damage, they will have more of an answer to actually kill this Deathwing and kill this tanky Muradin.
Just a couple more gems needed for their next turn in as well. Headless creeping up on that. Let's see if they can do it. They only need 3 gems if my math is correct, which it almost certainly isn't. So we do see the move in by TWT. They avoid the Stormbot. They want to try and pick off Muradin. They don't have the follow-up damage yet. Sylph not being in position for that.
Yeah, and it looks like during all of this, Hero is doing a really good job at taking out mercenary camps, keeping the pressure up on the map. Crow just healing him up. Mura trying to do his best to just watch the top turn in. Greymane looking to maybe potentially pressure on the bot side. Kyocha is just going to be able to get away. Level 16, about half a level away. Reset actually going to get temporal looped as he goes in and E's aggressively. Are they going to be able to get the kill? Cataclysm coming out by Lockdown. The Bellowing Roar is actually going to not hit anyone, but Reset going maybe a bit aggressive, and his team is paying the price for it. He's already lost his life. What else are they going to lose? Spell, 150 HP. He's going to be able to escape. Mura jumping in onto the Mephisto. Good follow-up coming out by Hero on that Greymane, but maybe it was a bit of an overextension as the health bars on the side of Headless are a bit low. Kyocha maybe going a bit deep here. Hero really low. Avatar still for the Muradin, as they should be okay here. Spell taking a lot of damage. Looks like they are going to be kiting out. I mean, TWT needs to be careful. This is still 4v5. The opposing team does have level 16, and this should be another turn-in going the way of Headless. Sign, though. Oh, Sign!
The damage output is ridiculous this game. Coming out once those Chromie time traps landing. She went with the time troubles. Minus 20 armor on everyone caught in those time traps, and they have set up multiple kills this game. It is so hard for TWT to deal with. It's killed Reset. It's killed TDSST. They are having a rough time with this. The turn-in comes in for Headless with level 16 finally being achieved for TWT to try and give them that defense.
Yeah, I'd really like to see them defend their spiders a bit better here. This is their third turn in, and they're about to get, it looks like, 3 forts. I'd love if they could potentially get mid or top keep wall as well, though, as their first 2 turn-ins were unable to secure a keep. Hyde actually taking a lot of damage there from Gondar. Maybe going to be forced to use his heal. Lockdown, though, coming in with the dragon again, looking for the bellowing war, and he gets it. Temporal loop is going to go down. Good cleanse using the will of the Forsaken. Coming out by the Sylvanas spell in the backline, though, falling low and taking a lot of damage. Johanna has fallen. What else is going to die? Kyocha potentially looking for a bomb here. Lockdown, though, on that Deathwing is going to be able to survive, but Mephisto dies as well. That's 2 heroes down. And guys, during all of this, top spiders pushing, bot spiders pushing. There's so much pressure on the side of TWT. Headless is coming back with a fury after that game 1.
They're holding the pressure, keeping it going. 43 gems on Kyocha, who will retreat to safety as Reset dives bot lane as hard as he can to try and defend it. Muradin is pushed all the way to Austria, not going to be available for this push for a while, but Hyde is going to get chunked here. 75 armor though, so good, such a good defense. Heroes forced to back up. The temporal loop on Reset, he's going to tie up his haunting wave correctly, doesn't do so, and will get picked.
Wow. And that's a keep. I mean, their first 2 turn-ins, they were not able to get that much, but with their 3rd turn-in, that was the one they needed. 3 forts. They get bot keep, they get top keep wall, and now they're going to be able to take out the knights of the opposing team. Kyocha actually going to be standing on this point, though. Durance going out on Falling Sword as well. Good time trap coming out for the side of Gondar. Kyocha standing on the point with 47 gems. Lockdown just doing so much damage, guys. This is the Deathwing that they can't do anything about. Sign falling. Kwepi's going to fall as well, potentially, but maybe he can turn it around. So many gems down, so many heroes dying. Oh, wait, Kwepi, though, on the back line. Wow, oh, 5 heroes. Tetcher, I can barely keep up. They're fighting all over the place, but that's 5 heroes dead for TWT. Is this game?
They're going to try and make it. Hero has no health here. He's going to die to minions if he's not careful. Forced to roll away. Reset dives in. Temporal loop. He unstoppables it. Using that with the Forsaken, but he can't do it a second time. But he's able to kite. He buys time, but down he goes. 13 seconds until Johanna, and she does not have enough damage. Health bars are basically non-existent, but because it's Deathwing tanking the shots, it will not matter. Game number 2 goes over to Headless.
Wow. What a match. Like, it was really back and forth up until level 16, up until that 3rd turn in, and then it felt like Headless put on the aggression and then put like 3 extra, you know, wooden blocks on the gas pedal, and then they just ran at them, and it worked. I mean, Lockdown with the really aggressive cataclysms, and I mean, the Deathwing, that game got so much value, almost had as much damage as Chromie as an offlane Deathwing, more damage than the Mephisto with 65,000. Just absolute clinic on how to play Deathwing coming out by Lockdown there.
I understand the idea of not building your talents around a single hero, but I would not have minded, and I would like to hear if you agree on this, if they had maybe aimed their talents a little more on dealing with the Deathwing, like maybe going the percentage damage talent on Mephisto, which they didn't do. They went for Skull Missile and Shard of Hate. Going the armor reduction potentially on Sylvanas, went for Windrunner to combo with that Festering Wounds, perhaps going Lost Souls and Cold Embrace. They didn't go anything that actually hard countered the Deathwing this game.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see the level 16 Mephisto talent. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I feel like they needed some sort of answer to the Deathwing. It felt like Lockdown in these fights had no fear. He wasn't really worried about dying, and we saw how much damage he was able to put down because he wasn't afraid of dying. Like, really good game. I mean, that is the series tied up 1-1. At this point, it is a best of 3, right? Which team is going to win 2 games in this best of 5 finals? I am so excited that the series is tied up. It would be an absolute dream if this is able to go to game 5. And I mean, what are your thoughts, Tetcher, after that game? Like, that was kind of I don't want to call it a stomp, but like, that was a commanding victory for Headless.
It really was. It really was. And so much of that was the fact that that front line was so uncontested. Muradin, you called him Muragod earlier on in the game, and you could not be more right. He bullied people so much that Hero had all the freedom in the world to just do whatever he wanted. The Deathwing Lockdown, he kept such a distraction going that just Gondar and Hero were just left completely alone. They just bullied so much. We saw Kepi doing his real hard best to try and bully that backline a bit and get some counter value, and they went Falling Sword for exactly that reason. We're just going to ignore the front line and just try and kill the backline. The problem is their backline was never able to follow up because they were always had a dragon on their face.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, zoning 1v3 lockdown, doing a really good job. But I mean, Gondar as well on that Chromie, laying out a lot of damage. Because it felt like in a lot of those team fights, Spell would end up dying or Gondar would get a really, really good temporal loop, right? Like he got that one that kind of turned the game when they got reset, right? Reset made a little bit of an over-aggressive play with an E in to clear a wave, got temporal looped, and then got pulled back and was actually killed before he had that level 16 Will of the Forsaken talent.
It's very nice to see. All we can say so far is that this series is absolutely awesome. And we're so excited for map number 3 when we see it. The map bans, as a reminder, Brax's Holdout, Infernal Shrines, Cursed Hollow appear to be the 3 bans. I thought there was, well, Sky Temple was the other ban. It's just not on our screen. So, where are we heading next? It looks like the next map is going to be Volskaya Foundry.
Ooh, I mean, a map that's known to go to the late game, right? We've seen in CCL, like almost every single Volskaya game go to level 20 plus. A lot of them go to level 24, level 25. Is that something we're going to see here? I mean, I'm not sure what the Eastern meta is, but the Western meta on this map is very much, let's draft late game heroes and let's make sure we scale to the late game.
Absolutely. There's a lot of focus on delaying the objective, on having a hero who can double soak while you try and control a point. And item control is, of course, very important here. Grabbing those turrets as quickly as possible and just stacking them up is always welcome, especially for that bottom objective fight, which is where we see just a lot of stuff spammed out usually, and usually ends the game if you are able to get a solid lead before then.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would just like to take this moment as we are getting the players into the lobby for Game 3 to say thank you to Raid Shadow Legends, the sponsor for this tournament. If you guys want to help support this tournament, if you guys like watching this kinds of HoTS content, do !raid in the Twitch channel, click on that link, download it, and play through the 5-minute tutorial, as that really helps us. Getting to 50, which we already made, has basically paid for this entire tournament. If we get to 100, that means we'll pay for the next Korean tournament as well. So if you guys want to help support the HoTS scene, if you like seeing these kinds of Korean tournaments, do !raid, and then just click on that link and play through the 5-minute tutorial, as Raid Shadow Legends is our sponsor, and we really appreciate them investing in the HoTS community.
5 minutes of your time to support the Heroes of the Storm scene. Costs you nothing to support us, and it is very appreciated all who have done so. And who knows, maybe you'll like the game and continue playing it. Big thank you to Raid Shadow Legends, as we have our lobby filled up. So once the players are ready, we'll be able to jump in very shortly. This will decide the lead in the series, but again, you mentioned it earlier, still 2 maps needed for either team to emerge victorious.
Yeah, Volskaya Foundry. I mean, a map that is known to scale into the late game. Mephisto, I think, is a hero that is pretty good on this map, especially with that level 20 Durance talent being able to be picked up, the one that basically silences for 3 seconds. That's something that we've seen in CCL played to high success. I will be curious to see, I mean, is Hyde really just going to play Stukov every single game? Are they going to try and potentially take that away? I mean, Chromie is someone that is really strong on this map, so I would expect Gondar not to be able to have that again, as he did, have a really good showing as to why he is such a good, Chromie player in that last game.
Very true. We got let through last time, but we'll see if the flexibility is beginning to be removed. So far, Gondar is stuck mostly on Chromie or Tassadar. Tassadar would also be very solid on this map. That Force Wall could really zone off the objective. We're still likely to see the Hogger ban. This isn't the perfect Hogger map, but there are some really good bounce spots where he can, on mid-objective especially, I believe, just bounce permanently off every corner, which is, for starters, hilarious. For second, really annoying if you're trying to step onto the objective. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, it's something that hurts, right? Hogger, someone that has displacement built into his kit. He's able to, create immovable terrain that there are a lot of chokes on this map that you won't be able to walk through. I would personally like to see them ban the Hogger again. I feel like Hogger is just something that causes so much disruption, right? It's a hero that people are not that used to playing against. And also Kyocha in the hands of, the winningest, best player arguably ever in Heroes of the Storm. You just don't want to give him this hero and give him the opportunity to make as many plays as he can and has shown that he will on that hero.
We have our draft set up. We are heading in. Again, Volskaya Foundry shall be the map. There goes Ana, removed as well. Well-deserved ban against Crow, who played it beautifully during the semi-finals. They just don't want to deal with that nano-boosted Chromie, that nano-boosted Tassadar. And yeah, there's so much respect between these two teams right now in this ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how BO5 develops, though. I mean, Diablo being banned again, and then Chromie. So it looks like they don't want to have to deal against the Chromie on Volskaya, which I do think is a pretty smart move. The question is going to be, do they pick Tychus here? Do they pick Stukov here? I feel like those will be really the two options, unless they potentially had a Medivh player that they wanted to take. Hyde generally has been first picking that Stukov, but Tychus was able to make it through the first ban phase, and is that something they want to secure?
Let's see, like you say, the Stukov has been such a high priority. Would they risk going off it? They do, but not for the reasons we expect. Hanzo going to be coming out here, and if you remember the first series of the day, ladies and gentlemen, that Hanzo is a well-deserved first pick.
Yeah, Kweppy, the redemption picker. I mean, he picked redemption every single time we've seen him play Hanzo, and he never really lost his stacks, and he had a crazy amount of damage with it. Also, I think Dragon Strike is really, really good on this map with the level 20 paired. Would expect to see Imperious Deckard. Okay, so it looks like they play Volskaya Foundry. I mean, this tells me that they play Volskaya Foundry different, right? Like the prioritization from draft is very different compared to other maps. Imperious and Deckard provide a lot of CC, a lot of kill pressure, and Hyde, with the Stukov up, is going to opt into going that Malfurion. I think the reason for that is because they want to cleanse, right? They don't want to pick a non-cleanse support into Imperious Deckard, and I think that is the correct move for the side of TWT, and they're going to pair it with a Garrosh. I mean, a really solid hero, has a level 4 cleanse, which is very good into Imperious, as well as, you know, you have Malfruit to follow up off of what you have. Potentially could pair up with some sort of mage, a Kael'thas, a Leeming, something down the road that does provide that burst damage they need.
Garrosh can also, of course, add a friendly cleanse for his team, not just himself, of Into the Fray, which is another great sustain against that Imperious. All very solid. He can also engage through Deckard a lot easier, as a lot of his CC comes with a very telegraphed wind-up, as Tychus is banned, which Garrosh can Indomitable through. Tychus banned out would have been very irritating, very hard for Deckard to deal with. If anyone tries to step on the potions, they get a grenade in the face. And, of course, the Odin is great point control, so sensible ban out here.
Yeah, I think the Tychus a very solid ban. If they didn't want to pick it themselves, that was something that I was thinking of. Maybe they let the Tychus through and pick themselves, but it sounds like they want a couple other damage dealers. Hero has been playing a lot of the Rainer, so would expect maybe some sort of Rainer. And then if they wanted to, I mean, Leeming looks good for their composition as well. Okay, it looks like they are going to insta-lock the Mei, which is going to be the unkillable tank for the front line. This means Imperious is most likely going to be in the offlaner. They need soak. They need someone that can clear waves. They have decent team fight. They have good kill pressure, but they have no PvE and no way to manipulate the map. So I think they need some sort of, you know, maybe, okay, they do end up going to Leeming here. Okay, wave clear, but also I think this is a pretty solid deny hero, right? You don't really want to let Leeming go over to a Malfurion Garrosh composition, because that would be very, very scary, especially in the hands of Reset himself.
That poke would be very hard to deal with, and that's where Mei would find issues. Right now, Mei is reasonably safe. She's going to take a little bit of damage. If she gets thrown, she can burn that cryostasis. This is where issues start to come in. Mei is going to be dropping those cryostasis to stay alive, and they do go out unstoppable. That gives time to Junkrat to set up and try and punish that front line, see if they can take her out. And Yrel, as the final pickup, very disruptive, very hard to kill, going to have a reasonable lane up against Imperious, and good punishment onto Deckard, as he's forced to stand still at the time, so you can jump onto him and pressure him very well. Final pickup for Headless here. Rainer's still available, like you said, and would still be pretty good here. Good enough wave clear. Greymane also up, could maybe burst the Garrosh with that.
And it is, yeah, so it is going to be the Greymane. The Curse Bullet here is pretty good, but I know that the Eastern region, they do like a lot of times picking the go for the throw, and there are 3 really good go for the throw targets here. You have Hanzo, Malfurion, and Junkrat. All 3 of those heroes do not have the largest health pool, so you potentially can get a reset. I mean, looking at these compositions, is there one that you're kind of leaning towards that you prefer, Tetcher?
If it wasn't for the Junkrat, I'd maybe lean towards Headless, because that burst is scary. But I think the Junkrat is so heads up, and it's been so punishing. Reset is such a bully on this that I think positioning is going to be a huge issue. I'm pretty sure they have enough damage to kill people who get isolated with that Hanzo and Junkrat combined, especially if they go Riptire. Yrel adds quite a lot as well. I'm leaning towards TWT. How about you?
I would agree. I feel like TWT's composition is definitely a bit stronger. I just think that it's going to be difficult for the Imperius to actually have good spears this game, right? Yrel has a knockback, Junkrat has a knockback, Mouth has a cleanse, Garrosh has his own personal cleanse. I feel like the Imperius is just going to have a difficult game actually getting pressure and actually able to, get kills into this.
Alrighty. Should be fun, should be entertaining. So we'll be jumping into the game very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, once we are off our draft screen. This should be fun. Lots of disruption again to be added with that Junkrat, with that Garrosh. They have full control over where the enemy stands.
Yeah, and it looks like, both teams just kind of posturing here in the middle, guys. We will get the game over to you in a second. The game is, kind of happening. Both heroes are...
it started.
It started. Both teams, guys, we'll do it radio style. Both teams posturing in the mid lane, throwing spells. Lockdown is, playing around the little beacons at the bot side or the little areas where you can run across. He's looking for a potential flake. Both teams pressuring in the mid lane. A huge spear, two-man spear coming out from Lockdown onto spells with Squeppy. Lockdown is going to get thrown into the towers, taking a lot of damage, and Imperius is going to fall, getting thrown in by spell to the towers, going maybe a bit too deep. May as well taking a lot of damage, and the side of Headless, they all took a lot of damage. Crow as well on the Deckard, going to get thrown in by spell again. Spell on this Garrosh, just doing so much damage, getting so much value.
Very nicely done. Like you said, the punishment, if you don't find the kill on Garrosh, he sets up for great counter engages. Hero using Cocktail to clear up as best as he can. We are seeing, by the way, a field study on the Deckard Cain, so potentially a Ruby build to try and reward them for playing this hyper-aggressive style. No surprise, redemption for the Hanzo, and tricky shuffles going in for the Junkrat. Not going to go in for the trip mine-based build.
Yeah, that is definitely pretty curious. Oh, they're looking for a potential invade here, though. Spell taking a lot of damage. May as well is going to be able to grab a healing potion and try and kite on out. Doesn't actually have that self-heal. Is going to be looking to kite. Oh, Gondor actually taking the potion that May was trying to kite back towards Lockdown, doing a lot of damage here. Spell is going to look like he may potentially be the first reset. Kyocha taking a lot of damage, doesn't have that turret, just an absolute all-out brawl around the bottom right turret. Turret used for both teams, and it looks like one hero dead on both sides, the tanks, Garrosh as well as the Imperius.
We see the Chattering Teeth coming in for Junkrat, so despite not going for the blow 'em up on level 1, is still going for a Steel Trap-focused build. Another interesting talent, Ignore All Distractions, coming in for Hanzo. This is very good for the middle objective, especially, as he's able to stay in the minion wave and soak that, and using it every time he kills a minion, that extra attack range, he is able to poke the objective and clear the minion wave at the same time, while staying miles away from anyone who might give him grief.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Hero is just gonna be clearing out the top wave. Both teams, approaching the next level, looking to potentially pressure the objective, spawning in 10 seconds. Looks like Hero and Crow are gonna be taking out the top right siege camp. Both teams have taken up the siege camp, pressuring. Support camp is still up. Team TWT is winning the race to 7, about half a level away, as Kyocha is going to be getting on the objective point just like this now. Looks like Spell as well as Hyde. I would expect TWT to play it slow, right? I'd expect them to look to soak out the lanes, look for level 7, and then once they reach level 7, maybe potentially look to force a fight.
There's a disengaged throw onto that May, but that Blizzard, it's going to cause some problems when it comes to engaging Queppy. Continuing to stack up, 9 stacks of redemption already, doing a great job here. That Crystallize going to help May sustain through a lot of these fights. There's Into the Fray. That is going to be the saving grace against a lot of these Imperius engages for that Garrosh. With Indomitable and Into the Fray, it's a very safe build this time.
Yep, and it looks like both teams pressuring, maybe potentially looking to do the support camp. The team on the right, Headless, is going to be looking Okay, it looks like both teams are just going to be posturing now. 99% is going to be in favor of TWT, and it looks like Headless wants to fight this. Spell doing a good job throwing the Imperious into the Junkrat trap and doing a lot of damage. Lockdown now standing at around 50%. May looking to posture, Spell posturing as well. Both teams just posturing on this objective, guys. Just a 5v5. It's currently in the contested status, 99% in favor of TWT. Lockdown going to get thrown in, but Reset is going to get blown up. Gondor on the Li Ming is able to jump in, Spell as well, and Li Ming actually gets killed in the back by Kyocha, so it's going to be a 4v4 at this point. Spell getting ran down by his turret camp. Lockdown with a huge Imperious Spear onto Hyde near the turret camp, and they're going to be able to get the kill on him. Maybe Hyde trying to kite out, Hero able to get him, and 3 heroes have fallen at this point for the side of the TWT, and Headless is now going to be standing on the objective.
Arthurian killed just away from his gate, and that's a bit of a staggered death. Will be respawning and making their way back in. They still have a lot of percentage to go right now. May standing on the point, making sure it stays triggered. In the meantime, Hero was grabbing a turret camp for the rest of his team. Soak was gained by Li Ming in top lane and Imperious in bot lane. They soak up everything. In the meantime, TWT soaked out. They grabbed themselves that support camp to give themselves the extra healing, and now they have regrouped with everyone alive in the mid lane with 70%, 78%, 80% now versus 99%. This will be TWT trying to move forward, but Kyocha looking a little low. That might give them a bit of trouble. Positioning is gained by TWT, but May is going to contest it, hold the neutral point. Sticky Wicket lands onto Deckard Cain on the objective fight. Healing Pulse already dropped. Queppy is dropping low thanks to Lockdown. Anti-heal, and Lockdown is focused down, barely surviving as they're forced off the point, 99 to 99%, but health bars very much in favor of TWT. They get the first protector.
Yeah, the first protector is going to be going the way of TWT. Sorry about the overlay, guys. We will be getting that resolved as soon as we're able to. But until then, we are just going to be doing radio casts. So thank you all for joining in to 98.7 FM with Tetcher and myself. The Volskaya protector is going to be rotating towards the top for the side of TWT. They got the mid wall, guys. Now they're rotating up towards the top wall, just looking to hit these towers. Level of 10 have been achieved for both teams. Ultimates for the side of TWT, you have Ardent Defender on the Urel, Dragon Arrow on the Hanzo, Warlord's Challenge, Tranquility, and on the side of Headless, we've got Ice Wall, Wave of Force, Stay a While, Listen, Angelic Armaments, and then Hanzo, or Greymane, and Junkrat are both holding their ultimates at this point. It looks like Hanzo actually is going to fall, though, on the bot side to Lockdown as well as Gondor. So Volskaya Protector is still just pushing the top side, doing a lot of damage to Hero on that Greymane, trying to actually get the well. It looks like they're not actually going to be able to do it, though, as they are just going to back out with the Protector. So they got mid wall with that, they got top wall with that, but they also lost Hanzo, so not actually that much value going the way of TWT with that first objective.
And not getting that fountain is a big deal. It means they're not as well set up for second objective, which of course will spawn in top lane. It's a predictable pattern on this map in particular, so they're going to be able to play around that. So we do see Siege Camp taken by just Junkrat up on the top left for TWT. Everyone else just hovering around the mid lane or starting the Siege Camp. Urel and Imperious are both down in bot lanes, soaking experience for their respective teams, as a gank will be attempted onto Lockdown. Kyocha slowing Lockdown, who tries to charge over the wall, stunned onto the conveyor belt, which he uses for a speed boost to try and get out, but Kepi is doing so much damage to him here as they keep him slowed. Crow is trying to keep him alive, but is now in trouble. Stay on and Listen is used on the bottom of the map when no one is standing there, as Ice Wall cuts off the escape of Lockdown, and that will be a kill.
Yeah, Lockdown dying. Crow, a bit of a misposition there on the Stay a While is Listen, looking to kite out. Riptire coming in. Crow looking to run away. Okay, and it looks like it is just going to be the Imperious falling on the bot lane, and off of that, it is going to allow the side of TWT to invade the bottom right turret camp for Team TWT, giving themselves another item. Currently, items, we have 2 turrets for the side of TWT and no camps on the side of Headless, so definitely item advantage is going to be in favor of TWT, as they are now rotating as 4 to do their support camp, and Kyocha on that Urel is just going to be double soaking in the bottom.
Getting as much soak as possible. Lockdown will make its way back down to bot lane to try and catch them up in experience, and that will give them level 13, which will even up talents for now, but still almost a full level lead for TWT. Superior healing potions, by the way, the super healing potions for Deckard Cain, keeping his team alive. Full cryostasis build for the Mei here with cooling servos. Getting that basic ability cooldown 200% faster while in cryostasis. Lockdown trades with Urel in bot lane, but nothing is really gained.
Yeah, both teams kind of just posturing at this point, guys. Level 14 to level 13 in favor of TWT. Both teams kind of just posturing. The objective is currently not spawned. Current map, everyone has all their forts. For TWT, they've lost their mid wall. Headless has lost their mid wall. Top right wall has been lost for the red team as well. So, you know, Hanzo going for a Dragon Arrow. It is going to miss, but I like that potential play that they were going for. But yeah, basically pretty even map at this point, guys. Forts up for both teams. Level 14 to level 14, 10 minutes into the game. Objective spawning in 10 seconds. And it looks like we may potentially have a fight up here, but it will most likely be a 4v4 as Urel and Imperius are both bottom.
Let's see what they can do here. Hanzo finishing clearing out the mid wave, trying to keep his team ahead in experience. This does force Spell to back up for now. Doesn't want to get himself caught out before the rest of his team arrives, as Kepi will make his way in. Let's see what kind of pressure they can force onto this. There's the cryostasis already burned. Kepi not able to get the follow-up with that. Steel Trap crept in a little bit too fast. The downside of Chattering Teeth.
Oh, looks like Spell actually going to be able to get a taunt onto the Greymane, throwing him in the Ice Wall as well as the Stay a While and Listen are both used. Gondor a bit trolling, actually taking a big healing potion right from the Greymane, who had basically 10% HP and Gondor was at full HP. So Greymane is going to actually fall and die to that, and it is now going to be a 4v5 at this point. Guys, sorry again about the overlay. It's something that we're currently trying to fix. Until then, we are just going to continue doing radio cast for you. Level 16 has been achieved for TWT. Level Headless is still at level 15, about halfway to level 16. Objective currently going in favor of TWT as they are at 40% to 21%, and they're currently rising up higher.
We're trying to get as much of the information to you as possible with what we have been given. In the meantime, now time for the weather with DJ Udall and the Tetcher. Right now, top lane is looking a little bit mercenary with a side of Protector in just a couple seconds. As mid lane, looking pretty red as we see a little bit of wave clear coming out there, so make sure you're careful if your journey takes you that route. Maybe time for a diversion through the jungle. As we will see, neutral overtime is held as Mei makes her way onto the objective to hold it at 99% in favor of TWT. They're going to try and take out Garrosh, but Dragon Arrow completely shuts that down from Kepi.
Yeah, and it looks like both teams kind of posturing. Lockdown actually taking a lot of damage here. Kwepi as well as Reset just laying damage into that Imperius. Reset actually using the Riptire, and this fight does not look like it's going that well for the side of Headless, but they actually turn it around. Hero on the Greymane going deep and able to get that kill onto the Hanzo, using the go for the throat and just catching him a little bit out of position. Gondar using a lot of damage onto Reset. The Junkrat Imperius is taking a lot of damage thrown into the towers, trying to kite out at around 1,000 HP, is going to be able to escape, but Spell on the Garrosh is going to get reset on Gondar as well. 3 heroes falling for TWT. Unfortunately, guys, I'm not able to put it on my stream. I'm not actually streaming. They're restreaming my broadcast, but Hyde is going to fall as well. 4 heroes have fallen for the side of Headless, and it looks like they may potentially look for more as they're looking for Junkrat on that reset, but they just secured 4 kills, which should allow them to get the objective. They're going to use this to get the support camp as well, and then maybe look to push top 4 as well.
You're going to see the focus clearing out the support camp. They'll grab that good value gained by Headless as they finally get some momentum. They were looking at a little sketch for a second there, but they're back in it with that team fight. And they're going to begin channeling up the objective. Going to get up to 68% so far. They even grab a siege camp for the top lane as Mei has soaked out the bottom lane, getting a lot of experience for her team that way as they creep towards level 20, which they are now just a level and a half away from.
Yep. Objective going the side of Headless here. as it looks like you guys can now see us. Hi.
Hi.
Getting into the yeah, we both like wave. All right, looks like we're swapping back to the overlay and we're getting into the game. Love that. All right.
Nope, us again. Hi, how's it going, guys? The Protector's pushing. It's having a pretty good time here. It's sieging in. Fort's looking pretty sketch. Probably gonna die soon. Yeah, it's right now nearly 20-20, 18-18, with 19 just around the corner for both teams. Yeah, looking pretty good for Headless right now.
Yep, looks like Headless is going to be rotating bottom with their Protector, looking potentially for the bot wall. Level 19 to level 18. Looks like this game is going to be going into level 20, and there we are. The game is now pulled up, friends. And listen, it's Volskaya Foundry. Really, you guys didn't miss anything. It's 3 forts to 3 forts. Literally nothing. You know, it's at this point, this is where the game starts on this map. Spell gonna get blown up here, and it looks like they may potentially look for more. Bot fort gonna go down. Oh.
Got a big focus. Gondar goes very deep, looking to see if he can get past. Nearly got caught by the steel trap, but avoided it well, as they will just take out this fort. Somehow, despite all of the fighting this game, and the fact that we're level 19, that is the first fort of the game to actually die. That's how much defense these teams have had and how much damage output they have been delivering. Support camp, Biotic Emitter going to be picked up by Crow, as Gondar traded his for the turret.
Yeah, level 20 has now been achieved for Team Headless. Very big for them, as it will allow them to get the mid fort, allow them to pressure in here and get a decent amount of value. Could potentially look for top 4 as well with their level 20 advantage, as Garrosh is still dead for 10 seconds, allowing them to open up the map, also get catapult pressure. I think this is pretty good for them. I mean, Team Headless now has level 20. One thing to know, guys, Unleashed is going to be the level 20 talent choice for Greymane. That's the increased go for the throat damage by 25%. And if you get a go for the throat kill, then it resets the ult and resets the cooldown of all of Greymane's abilities. So we might see Hero go for the really aggressive deep plays here.
Very fun to see. That's going to be a lot of burst. And they have Shatter as well for armor reduction. They've got some pretty good chances of picking people off here. Level 20 on the other side, Bullseye, the Titanic might for Garrosh, who's creeping up. Look to see if he can get May. Doesn't want May, though. It's the least likely person he wants to flip. Blizzard, good concussion mine by Reset, able to disengage before he's punished. They turn, looking for Lockdown. Ice Wall catches no one, though, as Lockdown is dropped low. Not enough to finish the job. Kyoja sidesteps to stay one and listen. Dragonar onto Lockdown as he tries to hold. Angelic Armaments is popped and disengage is forced out by TWT.
Yeah, looks like May as well as Imperius are both really low here, as the HP bars are definitely in favor. Queppy able to hit that bullseye, getting the stun onto the May and setting up that kill. Kyoja does not have Ardent Defenders, so has to be a bit careful here. Doesn't want to go too aggressive and potentially die. But yeah, level 20 to level 20. Next objective is going to be spawning in the bot lane. This game is really going to come down to who can win this next team fight. If the side of Headless is able to win the next objective, they should potentially be able to go for bottom keep and maybe potentially an end if they do get some kills. For the side of TWT, they would still have to go through bot 4, but they may be able to go finish that up now, as May is still dead for 30 seconds.
They're going to clean that up. Lockdown backs away. Doesn't want to get himself caught out of position at this stage of the game. There's the turret. Item advantage still very heavily in favor of TWT, and that bot 4 ain't looking so hot, buddy, as they do try to push that in, but out of minions, and they do not want to risk getting caught by Lockdown.
May still dead for another 4 seconds. I'd expect to see Headless still kind of like hang out, chill out, wait for your May to spawn, wait for your May to get there. Once she does, then at that point, they will be able to potentially look for the team fight. But Crow doing a really good job getting these superior healing potions set up in multiple different positions. Not really sure how the team fight's going to go, but wants his team to be ready and kind of prepared no matter what the situation is. And Imperius is clearing out a mid lane. Once he does that, should be rotating over. Objective is going down, is almost at 50%. Would expect to see Headless look to maybe force here, as they don't want to give up this objective for free.
Top fort is acquired by Headless as they do decide to make their way in. May wrapping round from behind, wants to try and punish them. Ice Wall does not land, no shatter, and suddenly May is in a rough position, tries to use that cryostasis but gets popped out of it instantly. Dragon Arrow interrupts Respect the Elderly, but the silence still landed onto Spell, but he creeps forward, forces his way onto Crow, and picks up the second kill. With the slows from Kyocha, the double jumps from Kyocha, they dive all the way in with on a defender. Kyocha is relentless, looking for Gondor. One more jump, dodged by Kyocha though, and that's a go for the throat kill by Hero.
Hero might be able to kill them all with a level 20.
Can't reach the root so good, but great turnaround. That might have saved them the game, but the Protector's still definitely going over to TWT.
Oh, I think Hyde just saved it there. I really think Greymane was about to kill the Junkrat, was about to kill the Hanzo. Maybe I'm, overthinking his Unleashed would have done too much damage, but really good root coming out from Hyde there, saving at least the Junkrat.
Completely agree. You can see right now they have to actually port back. They decide to not push to end with this, despite a man advantage. Spawn time is a little bit too low. They're going to take out mid fountain, leave Hanzo and Malfurion to clear out top lane, which was pushed in by a siege camp very hard. So instead, they're going to take out the last remaining fort and then see what they can do once they are at least the 4-man again.
Yeah, it looks like Protector is going to be rotating up towards this top fort. It is 20 minutes into the game. Protector has about a minute left onto it. They just don't want to take free damage onto the Protector while they're waiting for their URL to be up. So really smart Protector movement coming out for the side of TWT as they are going to be rotating back towards the bot side, as it appears that they want to go for the bot keep. They just didn't want to take free damage on their Protector until their URL was up and they were able to take it in a 5v5 team fight. So smart Protector movement. That's part of why they were taking it so slow. It's because they were waiting for the URL, who did die at the end of that team fight, securing a couple of kills. And the Protector is going to start stepping up now. Only has 35 seconds, so I would expect it to go pretty aggressive here, as it doesn't have that much time. You don't really want to be in a situation where your Junkrat is popping out under the keep. 25 seconds left on the Protector, 50% on the HP. Looks like they are going to be going onto the keep here. Both teams posturing, pressuring, lockdown, looking to see if he can get anything. Tetcher. Both teams just kind of posturing here. This might not even be a keep, actually.
The keep's looking pretty healthy. 10 seconds left on that Protector. Hanzo continues to siege. They don't have Junkrat for the siege. What you see a lot of the times with teams is they put their healer in the Protector because they're least useful for the siege, and it keeps them safe, keeps them from being burst down if a counter engage were to come in onto that Protector. But in this case, they didn't step up. They just kept Junkrat inside, didn't take the time to swap. They got some good damage though. Damage is permanent here. They will be able to take that down later if they get another engage. Like you said, with your rel down, they played that very safe. It doesn't get them the permanent value, but it sets them up nicely.
Yep, and it means that if they get the next Protector, it is a potential GG push with the next Protector, right? The next one should win, assuming they have their heroes. Kyocha actually going to get speared here, taking a decent number of damage. May looking to go in as well. Gondar looking to do some damage. Spell looking to see if he can get a flip on someone. Waves pressuring in. Top katas, as well as potentially bot katas, are going to be in favor of the red team. Both teams are just posturing around this support camp. I mean, this really is the name of the game of Volskaya, posturing. So much of this game comes down to who can get the jump on the opponent's spell. Looking to maybe back up here. I mean, they see Kyocha in the top side. Okay, they are just going to back off and do their siege camp. Both teams just kind of posturing. I mean, I would expect that we see a lot more of what we're currently seeing. A lot of teams just posturing until the objective spawns. Once the objective spawns, then both teams will be forced to take a team fight. Until then, both of them seem to be just content, taking out mercenary camps, pushing out waves, and then waiting for the objective.
Round 2 on the support camp. Spells really looking for the setup. Kyocha hanging out from above. Sees Hero, going to try and zone him out. That is the cue for Spell to move in. He finds Crow, is pushed onto Crow by the wave of force, and he turns it round. Crow is deleted, taking out the healer in this fight. Lockdown's on the backline, going to try and get the counter kill onto High, but he cannot do it. Tranquility keeps him too topped up. The mercenary is leashed, but they're hunting kills now. Lockdown being chased all the way back to his base. May will zone out with the Blizzard though and make that only a single kill, although Bullseye got some real value there. Not enough to finish the job onto Lockdown.
Yeah, checking the builds, and again, Giant Slayer is going to be the level 16 picked by Hanzo, so, you know, that's 2% max damage for auto attacks as well as Ws. May on the top side. Oh, Gondar actually in a bit of a scary situation. Is going to use the Wave of Force, trying to kite away from Spell. Kyocha jumping in. May, I mean, a very difficult hero to kill. And this is a 3v4 on the top side as Junkrat was doing the tournament, or the turret camp. But yeah, one thing to note, just that Hanzo has the Giant Slayer plus the Redemption, doing a lot of damage in these team fights, has almost, 91,000, 20,000 higher than the next closest, which is Reset on that Junkrat.
Top 4 finally dies. Celestial Charge. Seraphim burned by Kyocha to get himself out of danger. Such a strong talent. That 2-second unstoppable on Urel makes her so hard to pin down, so hard to kill. As mid-objective starts up again. The control point is active. Spell tries to get the head start, but Lockdown is denying it. Has to be careful of that sticky wicket, though. Here comes the chattering teeth. They try to bait it off to the side. In the meantime, Urel continues to be annoying, continues to pressure, continues to bully.
And both teams posturing in the mid, 23% going the way of TWT. I mean, this is it, guys. This is what this game has come down to. 25 minutes in, 24 to almost level 24. This Protector is going to most likely end the game unless, some sort of shenanigans happens. If TWT gets it, it 100% ends. If Heartless gets it, it should end, as, TWT has done value and a lot of damage into the bot keep. Both teams kind of posturing, Reset doing a good job putting those traps down. Both teams posturing, Lockdown looking to step in here, looking to maybe potentially secure this point, taking the traps, Spell. Potentially, okay, May just going in, zoning. During all of this though, guys, bot keep is going to fall to these two katas. Good job coming out by TWT, actually just setting up those ways, manipulating them in a way where they do end up getting this bot keep. But Kyocha on the top side is going to take a lot of damage and force use that Ardent Defender. The Ice, the May wall, Hanzo Arrow does come out. Protector does go in favor of TWT. Gondar trying to kite out here. If they're able to get onto this Protector, they could potentially win. Hyde is going to get speared by the Imperious as well. Are they going to be able to get some damage onto the Protector though? Lockdown kiting out. 5v5 still at this point, 26 minutes into the game. Lockdown able to get another potion. Reset. Hero really wants to use that level 20 go for the throat. Gondar trying to kite out, trying to survive, juking left and right, able to get away from the roots, but they have to get damage onto this Protector. This is 100% HP Protector Tetcher.
They tried to zone them away. They tried to just wait out the duration of Protector and find a kill and win the team fight. They found none of those things. Now they have but one choice: to kill everything. That is the objective right now. The Protector making its way forward. They do a lot of damage to it to set it up, racing it through as best they can, using Lockdown's armor reduction on his molten armor as they chase through. Gondar has to be careful, dropped a little low here. They're trying to zone around the rest of the heroes as well. Gondar and May focusing on that. Gondar dropped very low to Protector minigun, doing a lot of damage. Protector is actually dropping quite low. They might be able to sustain this. Gondar gets the potion, but he's finished off by the Protector. The Ice Wall bought them time. Kepi, Dragon Arrow hits Crow, but Celestial Charge buys them time. Riptide finishes the job. Numbers advantage hugely in favor of TWT as they creep slowly forward. Reset one for Hero. Can he find the second May? Buying time. Kyocha dropping low. Can he get the reset? He can't find it. He's looking for it so hard.
Greymane with that reset, able to potentially save life, breathing, fresh life of air into this game for the side of Heedless. 70% on the core. Kata going in, 60%. May looking to zone. Hanzo is the main damage dealer here. I don't think they can end unless they get more kills, as the Katas are going to get cleared up. May, speaking of kills, is going to fall here. Reset, taking a decent amount of damage. Kyocha able to use that Ardent Defender. Riptire coming out as well. May has fallen. The core is down to 15%, and that is going to be game number 3, going the way of TWT, giving them the series lead of 2-1. Guys, remember, this is a best of 5, so we have at least one more game guaranteed, potentially 2 more games up if Heedless is going to be able to, make that, comeback win, secure 2 more games. Wow, I mean, what a game, what an absolute slugfest at the end there. I mean, I thought Hero might actually be able to turn it around with that level 20 go for the throat, but unfortunately was only able to get the kill on the Garrosh, was not able to get like the juicy backliners of the Hanzo, the Mouth, the Junkrat as well.
TWT played that really well. They held control beautifully. They were able to execute very well in that late game damage from that Junkrat, especially with that cooldown reduction Riptire with the extra oomph, was able to get a huge amount of damage. But I'm kind of becoming a Headless fan, because it doesn't matter what situation they're in this game number 3, doesn't matter what situation they're in, how hopeless it was, they fought back with everything they had, every tooth nail and bit of hope they had, they put into that final defense, into that final fight. And it was great to see. I'm really becoming a fan there. And like you said, the second that first reset came in for Greymane, there was hope. And they held the point for so long. But it was just too much damage. Urel was too tanky, and she was the only one low enough to be in with a chance of being killed.
Yeah, and she did a really good job, Kiocha, using that Ardent Defender, being able to, keep himself alive. But guys, looking at the damage screen, Reset and Kwepi both doing so much damage, guys. Here's going to be the build. Redemption, ignore all distractions, as well as Giant Slayer. Definitely a very strong build coming out by the Hanzo here, allowing him to do 128,000 damage. Junkrat as well, doing a lot of damage. And Hero on the Greymane, I feel like top siege damage, top hero damage, top XP for his team, did a really good job. I mean, everyone in this game played really well, right? All of these players are high level, some of the greatest Heroes of the Storm players in the game. So it's hard to just choose one, but Kwepi definitely, in my opinion, was just putting so much damage down on the Hanzo, constantly laying damage into the Imperius as well as that Mei. Just a really good job on that Hanzo. And that's what we've seen all day from him, right? Every single Hanzo game we've seen from him, he goes Redemption, he goes that level 16 Giant Slayer, and he just does so much damage to the tanks of the opposing team.
Absolutely. He's just pressuring and bullying people, and it's nice to see. And this is a strategy we used to see way back in the day, but we'd see it combined with the sharpened arrowheads on level 7 to get armor reduction. That's how he'd bully tanks. This is a much more late game style, but it works a lot better at bursting through those tanks and pressuring at those frontliners, which is fantastic for a late game map like Volskaya Foundry. And we're gonna see Battlefield of Eternity as our potentially last map if TWT can claim the victory. Another fantastic Hanzo map.
Yeah, I mean, last time they played BOE, first picked Hanzo, right? So maybe that's something where we see TWT will prioritize picking that first pick Hanzo. Yeah, I mean, I also thought an interesting thing was that, or a good adaptation from TWT is that into the Imperius Deckard, they didn't pick the Stukov, right? They had a lot of success with Stukov, but that's like a wisdom in draft, recognizing, okay, just because we've had success with Stukov, that doesn't guarantee that we're going to have success moving forward. And adapting with the Hanzo, I think, was a really, really, really good job coming out from them.
Completely agree. It worked out so well for them. They were able to play around that very well. I really did like the Deckard Cain from the side of Headless, though. It worked very, very well. Crow played it really effectively, and those big potions saved a lot of lives, especially it kept Gondar alive for about a solid minute longer than he should have been alive in that final push down bot lane, but eventually he was picked off. But it was nice to see that kind of adjustment of styles there to try and deal with that aggressive bulwark that is Garrosh pushing forward, just keeping them sustained that way. But didn't work out in the end. A couple of the Respect the Elderlies wasn't able to really find the positioning, and a lot of that is due to TWT doing some of the best dodging that we have seen in quite a long time. Very few of those ice walls hit. The second they saw it, they were able to sidestep it. Very few of those Say One Listens hit. They were able to predict and step away from that. The positioning of TWT was on point.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. I mean, like you mentioned, the ice walls. I think there was only one or two that actually hit Heroes. Was having a very difficult time on the Mei. I mean, Mei, I think, is a decent hero. I think paired with the Imperius, someone that does have CC is pretty solid. But I didn't love the rotation of the Deckard and Imperius in the 1-2. But guys, getting into game number 4, Battlefield of Eternity, one of the most, notorious Heroes of the Storm maps, one that ends early, definitely a map that we're going to see a lot of aggression on. Heroes like Hanzo, Greymane, Artanis, heroes that have race are very high priority, and getting into the ban phases, it's instantly going to be a Hogger ban, which I think is a good decision coming out for the side of Headless.
Makes sense to me. It's scary. Ban it away. As we do see now, TWT with their first ban. They've banned quite a bit of Chromie. Will they continue down that? Remove that from Gondar. It would be pretty strong on this map to siege in. They keep with their consistent theme so far and ban away the Ana again.
Yep, Crow's Ana, I mean, it's something that is so strong, has been banned this entire series. I think a really, really smart play coming out by TWT. They've done their homework. They recognized how strong Crow's Ana looked in the last couple of series that he played. And I think just, smart adaptations from them, recognizing, you know what? Why would we give him his best hero? That doesn't sound like a good idea.
There goes that Junkrat. It was so annoying. Incredibly disruptive, incredibly hard to deal with, and they saw it in the earlier series as well. Such a sensible ban out here, just getting rid of that final ban. TWT, what do we see? The Diablo again? That's what they've leaned towards a lot. Do they let Chromie through?
This is a good Diablo map. I mean, I think a Diablo ban on this map is pretty good. Like, I think Diablo on this map is scarier than Chromie. This isn't decent Chromie map. The only thing that's scary for Chromie on this map is there's a lot of flanks, right? There's a lot of places she can be dove from. Also, heroes like Tracer and Genji are pretty good on this map because they have decent race, and they also have the ability to potentially die behind. So looking at this, would expect, Hyde to pick up maybe Stukov round 6. Maybe potentially they look for some sort of Tychus, maybe a Raynor, maybe a Hanzo. All right, yeah, it is going to be the Hanzo, as well as I would just be surprised if it's not Stukov, but maybe they opt for an offlaner that potentially can dive. Maybe something like a Urel is something that they could look at here as well. Okay,
so they're going to start off with that Stukov. We're back into familiar territory again as Stukov is picked up by Hyde here. Now for the side of Headless. With Chromie on the board, they now have priority on tanks. They pick up Muradin again. It's been very successful for them so far. And they also have priority on offlane if they want to gain control of that. Like you said, the Urel, maybe a Sonya, someone who can race, maybe a Diva, someone who can pressure and zone. They've got quite a few options here. A Leo, someone with that Entomb to set up for Chromie.
Looks like it is going to be the Raynor. I like the Raynor here. I mean, Raynor, one of the best race heroes in the game, right? With that level 1 Exterminator. And on this map, that just provides so much value. It also sets up your potential 4-1, right? So a 4-1 setup is when you have 4 heroes defend and 1 hero race. So Raynor would be your hero that races, and then you'd have like your offlaner rotate over and come help the defense. But looking at bans, it's either going to be an offlaner or support. Maybe something like a Lucio, I think, could be a pretty good ban for the side of TWT, as you don't really want a Muradin with a Lucio speed running you down. No.
They ban out Decade again. The Emerald would still be pretty scary here, so reasonable, but I agree. I'm very scared that Lucio might be popping up now.
I also think Brightwing, I don't know if they play it, but I think Brightwing would be pretty good for them.
We've seen no Brightwing today. I was going to bring that up earlier, but I'm glad you did, because we have just seen no focus onto Brightwing, which is, again, very different from the Western style. It's very good. The spell armor to protect against someone like Chromie. The burst healing is very effective, but in this case, no love for the Fairy Dragon.
Never lucky. I mean, I think BBJ is rolling in his, well, I mean, I was going to say grave, but he's alive. So BBJ is rolling in his bed right now, downranking all these players for not picking Brightwing. And he's right. I mean, I think Brightwing is a really, really good hero, but Garrosh is still up, a potential tank that TWT signed could pick. Again, they did have a pretty good showing last game, but it is going to be the Tychus as well as the Blaze. Man, that is a scary kill comp coming out for the side of TWT. Tychus damage, Hanzo damage, Stukov CC, Blaze slows in CC, and then most likely, I mean, I think they would finish it off with something like a Garrosh, even something like an ETC, some sort of kill tank to set up their damage.
They've got a lot of poke potential. They are very flexible in what they can pick last. This is just a great setup by TWT. Headless now. They go for that Anduin again. I quite like that, not knowing what tank you're up against. Makes sense. And the Chen comes in for the off lane. That's going to give them a lot of extra sustain. Going to give them the ability to try and dive that backline quite effectively and try and punish that Hanzo without putting himself in too much danger. But that just changed everything. The short cooldown CC to try and interrupt that Chen might have just won them this draft. TWT with the Mal'Ganis to finish up.
Yeah, the Mal'Ganis, it seems like an adaptation into that Chen, right? Because of the Q on Mal'Ganis allows him to have basically 3 mini stuns that you can use to interrupt the drinking. Looking at the compositions, I mean, I just feel like a lot of this is going to come down to how much value do they actually get out of this Mal'Ganis, right? Is this Mal'Ganis going to be able to set up the combinations? Is it going to be able to set up the Tychus damage, set up the Stukov route? because that's their only real CC in the 4-man. And that is one thing I am a little bit worried about, is that Mal'Ganis doesn't have the same level of CC that something like an ETC does. So yes, I think Mal'Ganis is really, really good here into the Chen, but into the 4-man, I do think it is a weaker tank. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out as the game goes on.
We'll see what they can do as we're going to be heading into game number 4, potentially the last map if TWT can claim victory. I do like that they've matched it with the Blaze. I think you mentioned it earlier, where having that Blaze on the board makes up for a lot of the AoE CC that they would miss running Mal'Ganis as their main tank. A little bit of the harder engage, better for the 4-man. Should be helpful for them for now. On the left, let's start off with the team 1 game away from winning, TWT. Spell on that Mal'Ganis, reset on the Tigers, Hyde playing the Stukov, Kepi is going to be on that Hanzo, and Kyocha is going to be on the Blaze.
And then on the right, in the red, trying to bring their tournament back, we have Headless down 2-1 in the series. This is, elimination match for them. And we have Lockdown playing the Chen, Hero on the Rainer, Murden being played by Muragod, Gondar on the Chromie, and Crow playing the Anduin. Both teams.
Let's get this going.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is going to be an exciting game 4, and it already starts off with some aggression, as it looks like they are going to be going over onto Spell. Chen as well. Good job coming out by Gondar, having that trap set up, able to do a decent amount of damage. Spell, and this is it. This is the aggression that we're used to. Both teams just kind of brawling, but Kyocha during all of this was able to get a free clear on top lane, and then is also able to collapse on over. So Chen loses half a wave there, and what does he gain in return? Absolutely nothing. As, well, maybe they lost half of bot lane as well, actually. Is Soak about even?
Doesn't look too bad, actually. So I think it might be... It looks like it's a little bit further ahead for TWT. So we will see how that goes as the game goes on. For now, we are seeing at level 1 Perfect Storm already gaining a single stack. 2 stacks of new habits. Again, you only need 15 regen globes, so it's not so bad of a talent to stack, even though globe talents on this map are very risky. And surprise, surprise, Redemption is back.
Yep. Queppy, I mean, he's been picking that every single time, and he already has 3 stacks. I mean, one thing I would love to see is maybe they should just dodge him, right? Like, they don't necessarily have things that... No, seriously, I mean, against stacking heroes, that's a really good thing to do in competitive. Like, if you just run away from them, and, I mean, they don't have any heroes to stack. Like, why are they fighting unless they're pushing their wall, right? Like, I think that they should be playing... That is something that I do think Korea doesn't... I mean, they always brawl, right? Like, they're always looking for team fights, and I think maybe this would have been a good game where if they could have knocked on for a fight. But speaking of a fight, Murden taking a lot of damage, but same with Hyde on that Stukov spell, potentially. Falling low, Lockdown using his level 1 Storm Stout secret recipe to gain a lot of HP, 3.5% of his max HP every single time he uses a basic ability, and he's going to get pulled out here by Crow. Good job coming out from him. Both teams just posturing here. Rainer, though, in the bot side, actually cleared an entire wave and got a tower that Kyocha was unable to get. So a really good rotation coming out for the side of Headless.
Revenge has been made for that fight up in top for the mid fight with the top lane push of that Blaze. Bell creeps forward, doesn't go for a hard engage, as level 4 will be hit for both teams. There's that biotic armor for Stukov. Chen, Withering Flames. Combine that with the Storm Stout secret recipe, makes you very tanky and hard to pin down. Jump onto Hanzo, you can get a lot of setup onto Tigers, who's also a little bit more ability focused with that quarterback. Should be fun to see.
Wait.
Hyde does not care. He does not care.
Wait, Hyde lives here? Hyde just face check 1v3'd into a Murden, checked their bruiser camp, and while his team was doing their own bruiser camp, and his own team's like, they're like, nah, we ain't gonna kill him. I mean, that's the power of Hyde. Both teams gonna be moving over to the Immortals now, as it appears. The race will go in favor of Team Headless. That's part of the level 1 Exterminator power coming in for Rainer. Spell using the Mal'Ganis, looking to pressure here. Mura actually taking a lot of damage, going to be forced to jump out. Spell, though, on the Mal'Ganis, looking to do damage of his own. Lockdown, potentially going a bit too deep here on that Chen, getting interrupted. Is he going to fall? Yes, he is. That is going to be one hero dying. Oh, Hyde. Oh,
Hyde barely survives there. Great escape coming in, but their health bars are not looking good. Great grenade from Reset there to prevent Chen from starting his drinking, to prevent him from dying to his stagger. In this case, Race will continue for TWT, but that's not stopping Chromie. Trying to siege, great multi-man sleep from Spell. Trying to buy time, but he's not looking the best right now. Time Trap will stop him escaping. Can they try and kill him before this fight happens?
Yeah, it looks like they will be able to secure him, but he bought enough time for them to actually get the objective, and I think losing your life for the objective is worth, right? Because he was able to get a 3-person sleep down, which probably saved enough damage, especially onto the Rainer, that allowed them to get the objective, which should potentially push, right? And a really good heads-up play coming out by TWT, recognizing, hey, we don't want to push with the Immortal, let's just go bottom. Mura jumping in here, potentially looking to pressure Immortal on the top side, probably just going to get the front wall. But on the bot side, Hyde actually, lol observer, my bad, that's on me, chat. Kweppy is going to lose the redemption stacks that he just got. Crow, though, may potentially lose his life as well. A really good job coming out by the Hanzo there, doing a decent amount of damage. Reset, looking to kite out here. Spell, is he going to be able to kill the Chromie? Looks like he's trying. Tyke's going to fall as well. Gondar falling low. 2 here. Okay, so a 2-for-1 trade, but during all of this, they were using the Immortal to push on the top side. Spell potentially going to look to kite out here. Is he going to be able to escape? Gondar looking for the damage. Okay, 3-for-1, no longer worth it at this point. Really good job coming out by the side of Headless, getting those kills.
Lockdown also managed to position that with a kick, by the way, that he didn't go over the gate. Yeah, the gate was low, but that's still super impressive positioning that he was able to avoid putting himself in that risky position as Hyde and Kepi were just about to make it back into lane. So there's a huge focus onto Hyde again. Somixad, pretty good talent. Hyde goes down.
Oh no, redemption went from 12 stacks to 6. Pepe hands, never lucky. Kweppy dies twice, a rough situation. I mean, it feels like TWT is kind of just bleeding kills here. I feel like they need to regroup as a team. And I mean, even if you have to give up a little bit of pressure on this bot side, staggering more deaths is definitely not what you should be looking to do. Spell, looking to slow down the push of the side of Heedless. But during all of this, looks like Blaze as well as Tychus are going to be collapsing, looking for the force before level 10. Kyocha not going to be able to get it. Level 10 about to be achieved. Oh, lockdown. Oh, Kyocha.
Does Kyocha overstep too far? They've got him body blocked. He's trying to keep him away. Muradin has to be pulled out, though. Too much damage from TWT.
Yeah, big damage coming out there. Tetcher, level 10 about to be achieved, or has been achieved for the side of Headless. I mean, Wandering Keg.
I love it. Wandering Keg Light Bomb could be the trollest combo we have seen in a while. Jump in with the Light Bomb and then follow up with the Wandering Keg on whoever you isolate. Super down with it as Hero is winning the race because Rainer.
Yep, Rainer does do a lot of damage here, and this is worrisome for the side of TWT. I don't think they're going to hit level 10 in time. I think this is going to be a pretty much full HP Immortal. Oh, actually, they opt to go into their own Bruiser camp. I think this was a bad... they're better players than I am, but I think I would have liked to see them just finish the Immortal before level 10 is actually able to be achieved by the side of TWT, as now it is going to be a level 10 to level 10 team fight for TWT, and they may potentially be able to win this, as Bruiser camps have been taken out by both players, or both teams.
Sledgehammer gaining some real value to help them race down to 4,000 health on that Immortal. Not a lot to go. Gondar looks for positioning to try and siege in. Waves being cleared up, double mercenary camp. There is a Merc camp counter pushing top lane, and this is the issue. They kind of have to commit everyone to the defense right now because there's nothing TWT could do to counter race. They finally send someone up, but the second they move away, we see Headless move back in. They're able to achieve the Immortal, bringing it down to 12,000 shields.
They do get a decent amount of damage onto the Immortal, though. And you know, they're about to get able to get like 4,000 damage off the shield. But this is going to be about, you know, a pretty healthy Immortal. This should potentially be a fort. Could be a keep if they get a couple of kills. Most likely not. But I would love if they potentially go for a double fort here, as Chen is going to actually be rotating up. Kyocha is going to see him. That is a pretty big thing, as you see Kyocha instantly pinging that out, letting his team know, hey, it is going to be a 4v5. You don't want to take this, as they are trying to clear out the Immortal here, as it is pressuring in, taking the fort.
Spell and Lockdown dueling each other, trying to prevent everyone gaining advantage. They actually get the stun onto Chen. Looks like they might just try and dive in for the kill, but Barrel says absolutely not. An extra unstoppable means Chen able to retreat back to his team, and will get topped up by Crow.
Immortal still decently healthy here. Would expect to see them potentially go for kills. Guepi gonna use the Hanzo arrow, doing a decent number of damage. Hanzo actually in a bit of a scary situation here. Forced to run in, looking for the bunker coming out from Kyocha. Oh, Hanzo is gonna barely be able to survive and get that heal. Big stun coming out by Kyocha on the back line, but Hanzo just being ran down by the Muradin as well as the Chen. Sign looking to do damage. Gondar keeping himself alive with that time trap, but that's 2 heroes dead. Spell as well in a very scary situation. His ult got put on a 10-second cooldown. Actually, he is gonna die. Reset though is on this Tychus, potentially gonna fall 30 HP, and he is gonna die as well. That is 4 heroes dead, and this is gonna be a keep going the way of Headless.
4 seconds left until Chen comes back, 18 until Tychus. Hyde being a little isolated. They can pick up some more kills. They might try for more, but Hyde able to avoid any deathly danger. He will survive. And as such, retreat comes out of Headless, but first keep of the game, that is a big deal. They still hold on to all their forts, and they're going to start picking up mercenary camps. Big lead achieved by the side of Headless.
Yeah, definitely a big lead indeed. But the game is not over, right? Battlefield of Eternity, all it takes is one strong Immortal push, and with that, you can potentially end the game. But TWT is definitely on the ropes. This is a difficult situation as they are a talent tier down. Level 13 has been achieved for the side of Headless, and it's currently still, about half a level away for the side of TWT, as Chen is just going to be soaking the bot lane, and they are going to be looking to race towards level 16. But we're most likely going to have a level 13 to a level 15 team fight here, unless something breaks out.
Okay, we see the re-engage going on to Spell as Spell is forced to back up. Gondor does quite a lot of damage. He's already activated his extra spell power with that Quantum Overdrive. They try to siege in. Odin could be used for counter siege as Chromie just fires away. There's the barrel. Try to isolate someone. They get Kyocha, but Kyocha is a big old tacky boy. Able to turn around. In fact, they're going to go for the re-engage. Gets caught on terrain though. Does not land on Crow. That is a disaster for Kyocha there. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, level 13 about to be achieved for them though. They survived the talent tier advantage. Chen doesn't have barrel for another 30 seconds, so it will be up soonish. Spell looking to just kite out here, getting a good sleep onto the Muradin. Actually, the root barely not going to miss coming out from Hyde. Spell able to kite. Light Bomb actually going to be used and not actually used effectively. And that is going to be a cooldown for 60 seconds. I really think TWT needs to look to force here, need Blaze, after he's done clearing out this top lane, to come over and help his team look for a fight. They can't give up this Immortal for free. They need to get their own Immortal. If they don't, they are going to be in a scary situation. But level 16 is about half away for the side of Team Headless. Would expect to see them maybe just look to scale, maybe just look to, sign!
A lot of damage being dealt, but we do see the sustain coming in onto Muradin. Barrel is expiring and he's dropped it a little low. Stagger is burned. Dragon Arrow. They've got so much damage. Lockdown needs healing and will get some from Crow. He will drink himself back to sustain with enough to share to keep the rest of the team alive. Spell, little low. Hyde will heal everyone up over time, but the disengage has been forced by Headless. DWT take a bit more of an aggressive position, but Gondar has returned and he's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Chen and the Muradin looking to go hard here. Kyocha actually falling very low, looking to kite out on the top side. They were looking for the Rainer, not able to get him. Kyocha trying to kite, Hyde using his Failing Scythe, looking to peel for Kyocha, but that's going to be one hero falling, and this looks disastrous. The health bars on the side of TWT are very low, and that's 3 heroes down. There's 2 Katas in the top lane. If they get this Immortal, this is a potential GG push for the side of Headless. I mean, this looks like a scary situation, Tetcher. How does TWT bring it back here?
TWT, they need everyone alive. They need to fight past the Immortal, but that might not be an option here, as that Immortal has a huge shield, and we are seeing the aggressive push out of Headless, making the smart play. Weaken that keep. The more health you take off that keep, the less health that Immortal has to take damage on, meaning that they can try and just take that team fight and let the Immortal push for win. Instead, we see TWT trying to take the fight before the Immortal spawns. This is their one opportunity. They have a bad advantage, but Spell is bodied by the barrel. Bunker buys time. Muradin dives deep. Lightbomb finally lands onto Hyde, who drops that reactive ballista pulse, but is so low. Hero joins up with the rest of the team, finishing off the Immortal as the focus on Kyocha is too much. Kyocha's taken out, and there is no defense left outside of this Odin for the side of TWT. They are zoned away, and they are being picked off one by one. Reset focus down and finished off. Only Hanzo left for the actual defense. Never mind, goodbye. Hyde backs up, but he cannot hold this alone.
Oh my gosh, the Muradin just constantly jumping in, using his dwarf launch comboed with his heavy impact, basically jump slowing from deep range, able to secure a lot of those kills. And this series is going to be tied up 2-2, game number 5. This is, what more could you ask for? Grand finals going to a game number 5. Are we going to see the upset? Is Team Headless going to be able to take down the absolute juggernaut that is TWT? Let's find out in the next game. But wow, I didn't love the Mal'Ganis. I'll be honest. I think if they had an ETC, it would have gone a bit better.
I agree. The zoning would have been great. They could have had disengages. They had a much more higher impact heroic. We didn't actually see Plague Bats use the Carrion Swarm use that much at all, unfortunately. Yeah. Definitely agree that I would have preferred to see the ETC there. That would have been good. Maybe if you want something more passive, Johanna Blaze is a great combo together. Johanna Blaze Hanzo is one of the most classic HGC combos there is. I understand what they were going for, but the issues you brought up are so true. They struggled with the 4-man and they got punished for it.
Definitely. Really, really well played. I mean, I felt like the Muradin and the Chen were just really on the same page. A lot of times Mura was jumping in, Lockdown was jumping in exactly at the same time, and then Gondar throwing his W's follow up. Yeah, it's just a really, really well executed composition coming out for the side of Head Down. And I mean, 2 kills to 19 kills. I feel like both the games that we have seen won for the side of Head Down, they've had pretty convincing wins, right? The kill counts at the end have been pretty strong. I would say their 2 victories have been stronger than the 2 victories that TWT has gotten. So at this point, going into game 5, I really am not sure who is going to win this series. But what I am sure of is that it's going to be a really, really, really good game.
It's going to be amazing. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, unless you are going to download Raid Shadow Legends. !Raid in chat to support this tournament. We're already over 50 people who have signed up. If you play that 5-minute tutorial, then you have paid for this tournament. If we can get to 100, we'll have paid for the next one. So use !Raid in chat. And don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break for the final game of this best of 5 series. So a little bit more ability focus with that quarterback should be fun to see.
Wait.
Hyde does not care. He does not care.
Hyde lives here? Hyde just face took 1v3'd into a Muradin, checked their bruiser camp, and while his team was doing their own bruiser camp, and his own team's like, they're like, nah, we ain't gonna kill him. I mean, that's the power of Hyde. Both teams gonna be moving over to the ability to do damage of his own. Lockdown potentially going a bit too deep here on that Chen, getting interrupted. Is he gonna fall? Yes, he is. That is gonna be 1 hero dying. Oh, Hyde. Oh,
Hyde barely survives there. Great escape to lane. So there's a huge focus onto Hyde again. Slowing Sands, pretty good talent. Hyde goes down.
Oh no, redemption went from gonna use the Hanzo arrow, doing a decent number of damage. Hanzo actually in a bit of a scary situation here, forced to run in, looking for the bunker coming out from Kyocha. Oh, Hanzo is gonna barely be able to survive and get that heal. Big stun coming out by Kyocha on the back line, but Hanzo just being ran down by the Muradin as well as the Chen. Sign looking to do damage. Gondar keeping himself alive with that time trap, but that's 2 heroes dead. Spell as well in a very scary situation. His ult got put on a 10-second cooldown. Actually, he is gonna die. Reset though is on this Tychus, potentially gonna fall 30 HP, and he is gonna die as well. That is 4 heroes dead, and this is gonna be a keep going the way of Headless. To kite out on the top side there. We're looking for the Rainer, not able to get him. Kyocha trying to hide using his failing scythe, looking to peel for Kyocha, but that's going to be 1 hero falling, and this looks disastrous. The health bars on the side of TWT are very low, and that's 3 heroes down. There's 2 Katas in the top lane. If they get this Immortal, this is a potential GG push for the side of Headless. I mean,
damage.
Yeah, Chen and the Muradin looking to go hard here. Kyocha actually falling very low, looking to kite out on the top side. They were looking for the Rainer, not able to get him. Kyocha trying to hide using his failing scythe, looking to peel for Kyocha, but that's going to be one hero falling, and this looks disastrous. The health bars on the side of TWT are very low, and that's 3 heroes down. There's 2 Katas in the top lane. If they get this Immortal, this is a potential GG push for the side of Headless. I mean, this looks like a scary situation, Tetcher. How does TWT bring it back here?
TWT, they never run alive. They need to fight past the Immortal, but that might not be an option here, as that Immortal has a huge shield, and we are seeing the aggressive push out of Headless, make the smart play, weaken that keep. The more health you take off that keep, the less health that Immortal has to take damage on, meaning that they could try and just take that team fight and let the Immortal push for win. Instead, we see TWT trying to take the fight before the Immortal spawns. This is their one opportunity. They have a bad advantage, but Spell is bodied by the barrel. Bunker buys time. Muradin dives deep. Lightbomb finally lands onto Hyde, who drops that reactive ballista balls, but is so low. Hero joins up with the rest of the team, finishing off the Immortal as the focus on Kyocha is too much. Kyocha's taken out, and there is no defense left outside of this Odin for the side of TWT.
Game number 5, are we going to see the upset? Is Team Headless going to be able to take down the absolute juggernaut that is TWT? Let's find out in the next game.
It shall all end after this map, the final map of the Chile Mountain Winter Cup South Korea. TWT, 2 wins. Headless, 2 wins. Alterac Pass is the final map. Tetcher, Udall, we're ready to go. Feels amazing, man. This has been such a hype series.
I know, it's been such a good one. Man, your intro was so good. I love that. Wow. That was such a good one. Tetcher casting God, guys. Alterac Pass. This is not a map we see that often in competitive. So it is definitely going to be interesting to see how the rotates come out. This is a map where something like Abathur has a lot of value. Globals have a lot of value. If there are any Vikings players in this game, Vikings have a lot of value. I mean, it comes down to this. Game number 5. The series is tied up 2-2. Are we actually going to see the upset? Is TWT actually going to fall here? That would be a big deal if they are actually going to lose this game. And that it hasn't happened yet. But I just want everyone to know that this would be a big upset going into this game. Game number 5, Alterac Pass. I mean, are we going to see the same bans? We are. Okay, we are going to see Anna, maybe potentially a Diablo as well. Chromie is potentially a scary hero here. One thing to note is that Headless is the team that chose this map. So they may have some hidden strategies that they may want to pull out, that they may want to whip out.
That could give them a lot of value if they do have something hidden away. Question is, has anyone, like you said, got that Vikings? I can tell you that Kyocha has played Vikings in the past. He has a 50% win rate on it over 2 games. 1 win, 1 loss, as Diablo is banned out. But these bans are just looking very familiar right now.
Yeah, I've seen this one before. And it looks like Chromie. I like this ban. I was gonna say, I think Chromie is scarier than the oh. So it is gonna be a Rainer first pick. I mean, this is something that Hero has played a lot of. Hero generally playing either Rainer or Greymane this series, and it looks like they are gonna take away that Rainer and actually opt to not pick the Stukov first. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Headless pick Stukov here in the 1-2, actually looking to deny it. And then I also could see them pair it up with something like a Greymane. Oh, Mura Greymane. Okay, so they don't care about the Stukov, and they're just going to go with Muradin Greymane. I mean, this is a composition that looks very scary if they are able to get Abathur with it, but it's something that, you know, potentially Abathur may be banned out. Would expect to see Stukov here, though, as Stukov is pretty good into the Greymane hero. Oh,
wow. This Stukov is just being completely ignored. No one wants it this time, as we see Lucio coming in once again. And it's a Nubarak, but this time it's for Spell. First Nubarak we've seen from him. A little bit more of an aggressive style here, and the potential interrupts onto the channels.
Yeah, the Lucio as well as the Nubrak, I mean, provides a lot of fast rotates and pretty decent dive on this map. I think this is maybe a map-specific heroes, right? Lucio, someone that will be able to rotate top, mid, bottom, go to the camp quickly, be able to stall and mess with people. I definitely think this is going to be Lucio's strong, like a strong map for Lucio, and that's why I do like them picking it up in the 2-3 here.
In terms of heroes that are strong on this map and supports that are strong on this map in particular, do you think it might be finally time for the Brightwing potentially from Headless, something that could give them that global soak and something that could be a dragon, seeing as this one's banned?
I wonder if we're going to see an Abathur this game. Abathur looks great for both of these compositions so far. I mean, either team getting an Abathur looks scary, right? Murden and Greymane, Raynor, Lucio, and Nubrak. I would love to see Headless take it here if they do want it, as it is something that TWT could potentially deny if they don't go for the Abathur. Like you mentioned, I think Brightwing is a really good support. The global on this map would be really strong, and they are going to go with the Chen as well as the Stukov, late saving their last pick, potentially allowing themselves to flex into that Abathur or into a second DPS like something like a Li Ming if they would rather opt into that.
Lots of options for them there. Very, very fun drafts for both teams. Right now, no global for either team, so that's where we might see that Abathur, like you said, if there's not a way to punish it effectively. Let's see what we get. TWT, they're preemptive here. They get themselves that Junkrat, which is going to be great objective control and harassment, and allowing them to double soak using that Ripper Air, and Zeratul, also potential double soak, and the ability to hunt down an Abathur and punish him for body soaking if he was to overstep. That might be enough to dissuade the Slug.
Maybe. I mean, if they don't pick the Slug, they can still go something like a Li Ming, potentially. I would probably want them to go some sort of backliner. It is going to be a Genji. I mean, Genji into Junkrat is a very strong matchup. Genji into Zeratul is not a bad matchup. Genji into Lucio is decent. I like the Genji pick here and a lot of confidence. Game number 5. Game is on the line. We have a Zeratul picked. We have a Genji picked. Gondar as well as Kyocha both going to be on those heroes with the ability to kind of carry the game for their team if they, you know, can make those strong mechanical outplays.
Very fun to see indeed. Will the Genji be enough? This is actually not that common of a hero when it comes to Gondar. His team Blossom that he played on most of the time, it was actually usually Modern who would play the Genji for that composition. So kind of interesting to see that they're flexing it up a bit and that he's improved since then, considering, which isn't saying much considering the last time he played in professional play in South Korean HGC, which is when my stats go up to, unfortunately, was 2018, 2 years ago. But he did play in a Gold Series since then, HoTS Revival, but he's had plenty of time to get this Genji all up to go.
Yeah, I mean, Genji, a hero that really is feast or famine, right? It really comes down to how well do you play on the hero. And it's either you're feeding or you're a god, right? So it's going to be one or the other. Really excited to get into it. Game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grand finals. This is for all the marbles. Whoever wins this is going to be winning the tournament. And on the left, in the blue, we have TWT, the juggernaut of the tournament, the expected favorite to win the whole thing, being pushed to game number 5. Are they going to be able to pull it out? We have Hyde on Lucio, Spell playing the Anubrak, Reset on the Junkrat, Kwepi on the Raynor, and Kyocha playing the Zeratul.
And on the right, already playing aggressively, fishing for kills, we have Muradin. Lockdown's playing the Chen, Crow on the Stukov, Hero on the Greymane, and Gondar, he's brought out the Genji. See what he can do. Lockdown already deep. They look for Spell, who will be able to back away and has started with many beetles. Lockdown made what is certainly could be called a play.
I think you forgot to say miss in front of it. Hey, pop, pop. But yeah, I mean, maybe that was Kyocha baiting him out. I mean, Kyocha was next to him. Maybe he blinked and got him to, you know, he had already clicked Q, you know what I'm saying? Where maybe he'd already clicked Q and then it was a good play coming out from Kyocha. But it looks like Greymane, Hero, as well as Crow, both going to instantly start this siege camp. Really good timing from them. One thing to note, this entire Heroes hero on this gray main, I mean, whatever hero he plays, it feels like he really is just ahead when it comes to the macro rotations. He's always there, ready to be doing the camps, always ready to be doing the timings. And this is going to allow them to get their siege camp faster than the side of TWT.
Yeah, Heroes really being a hero on this hero is putting on a lot of work for his team, as we do see the camp is matched, but like you said, a lot slower due to not having that grey main race, and no exterminator for Reynas, starting with the ace in the hole instead. Grey main, by the way, finally picking up his level 1. I was curious what he was waiting for, as we do go for Viciousness.
Yeah, it looks like Viciousness is going to be the selection. I mean, that's the grey main talent that I normally prefer at level 1. Muradin actually taking a decent amount of damage here, but he is going to be okay. Does have that trait, the second wind, so even though he takes some damage, it's not the end of the world. Looks like they are going to be looking to clear out mid lane. They do have their camp pressure here, so they could potentially look to push into the wall of Headless if they wanted to for TWT, as they still have 2 camps remaining, but it looks like instead they're going to run towards the bot side, maybe look for a Muradin pick.
Muradin caught a little bit on the rotation, but Dwarf Toss able to disengage without putting himself in too much trouble. Kyoto is zoned away by Lockdown, much more sustain on this Chen, but Kyoto's just going to start scaling. He's Psionic Strength, he's all about that single target burst.
Yeah, both teams posturing in the mid lane. The objective is going to be spawning in 25 seconds. Camp should be spawning in 10 seconds, as we do see the Grey main as well as the Stukov backing off, looking to potentially do this camp. Camp spawning for TWT in 15. This really is the objective on the map, guys. We're going to see a lot of camps being taken this game, as both teams hero a little bit early with the cocktail there, but both teams are just going to look to pretty much do their camp on cooldown, as it provides so much experience and it is such a strong camp, as we see Reset rotating over to it, and then Queppy as well, after he pushes out this bot lane, will most likely come and help also.
The armor reduction is so strong in this camp. It's what allows it to push really effectively. A couple people even affectionately refer to it as the real boss, as we do see Hyde helping out Reset there, as they will be able to finish off that camp. And theirs will actually defend under towers if they're lucky, which might actually give them a little bit more D-push here.
Yeah, which is, I mean, a pretty good timing for them, as, you know, if they're able to clear up the wave without losing too much of their towers, it is going to be pretty good. And it looks like that is going to be what's happening. But Spell on this bot side is going to be forced to burrow charge out, is going to be first to escape. I mean, we see Hyde. Lucio was picking to 2-3. They opted to pick this hero over the Stukov, and this is part of why, right? You see him in the rotates, just dismounting everyone, being a nuisance, being annoying, just making everyone's life more difficult when they're trying to rotate around here. And I really like this adaptation coming out from TWT to actually select the Lucio, and really smart play coming out by Crow here, actually just using the Stukov silence, and Queppy's Q barely actually misses. But during all of this, I mean, Lockdown and Kyoto are just 1v1ing. I feel like this is not favorable for the Zeratul. I feel like Chen should actually win that matchup. And it does look like Zeratul did actually go for the one-shot build, so that is one thing to know. He is going to be going Might of the Nerazim most likely, and he is going to be going for the one-shot build.
Delayed teamfight build, on the other hand, for the Anubarak with Leeching Scarabs. This is all about him sustaining for long periods during the fights. It also means more beetles, which means more ways to interrupt Genji, who's gone for Shuriken Mastery. Block those Shurikens, try and deny a little bit of damage, and of course, block the Storm Bolts, really try and deny Muradin those stuns.
Yeah, it looks like Lockdown taking a decent number of damage here, actually. Kyocha as well as Queppy looking good job coming out from Spell. Hyde just using so many boobs. Reset has a boob setup as well. Muradin being ran down here by the Zeratul as well as the Lucio. TWT does not want to lose this tournament. And Gondor, Hyde with the mechanical outplay, using his sound wave to actually interrupt the mobility, the cyber agility from Genji to get over that wall. Really well played. That's 3 kills going in favor of TWT, and this should allow them to secure the objective, and maybe they can push and pressure a fort with this, as they are pretty close to level 10.
Hero is wondering where his team went as he was doing the mercenary camp in mid lane, and it was leashed just in time by Reset for the match camp. That is a very well-timed camp, which will seriously help them with the push. That mid lane is about to have many problems, and those problems are color blue.
Yeah, level 10 has now been achieved for the side of TWT. Oh no, but during all of this, Kyocha on the bot side playing a bit aggressive is actually going to get killed by the Genji, Stukov, and the Chen. And that kind of stops their push in their tracks, as it is now going to be a 4v5. They still have a brief level 10 advantage, but the Kyocha dying there is huge, as this was potentially going to be a mid push keep, and it looks like it still might be a pressure, but Crow actually getting pushed in by Reset. Good damage coming out, as well as the Riptire. Hans or Nubrak trying to kite out. Good job coming out from Hyde, using that Soundbuyer spell, trying to peel, trying to kite. Reset gonna get barreled in. Hyde as well, trying to kite. Hero, I think, has that go for the throat. Reset is gonna be looking for Hyde. Hyde looking to pressure, Sign falling as well. Hyde somehow just weaving in and out on the Lucio, is able to survive. But during all of this, they do have top and bottom pressure, so they will be able to get the walls here. But a good team fight going the way of Headless.
Very nicely done. Trying to set up the kill there. They dove deep, but they were unable to set up the kill. The Riptide and the Cocoon both burned onto Muradin. Neither one able to capitalize on it. And as such, turnaround. Noob dropped too low, and that split the team's focus. Very nicely executed by Headless. They, again, start their mercenary camps. Peppy being a little saucy here, going to start on the boss. They, of course, have such good boss control with Junkrat, with those concussion mines. They have Lucio right now showing on the map, and they have Beetles, which will be able to tank this very effectively and give them a lot of extra sustain. Allow them to take this without too much congestion. Muradin says hello. Will realize they're doing this, but his team will not be here in time for them to contest.
Yeah, Hyde doing a good job zoning as well. Crow actually going to get... Oh, Mura able to get on the point. The Cocoon coming out the boop as well. But this is potentially a scary team fight for the side of TWT. It looks like they don't actually want to fight it. Junkrat going to be able to get the trap. Avatar coming down. Gondar taking a lot of damage. Actually, Hyde and Kyocha able to secure the kill. This looks disastrous for the side of Headless as they lose two. A good return kill coming out from Hero. Able to get the kill onto the Nubrak, but he's not going to be able to get the Zeratul as well. Kyocha trying to kite, doing a good job just waiting in the bush here, and that's going to be a full
Freedom.
Freedom! No, that's going to be a full 5-man team wipe in favor of TWT. They get the boss as well. They lose their they lose a lot of damage on the mid fort. They don't lose the mid fort, but they get bot fort. Really good team fight from them.
Very nicely done indeed, especially from Kyocha and Hyde there. With Kyocha finding the perfect in and out fights. This build is so mobile. Getting those resets allows you to punish people so much, and he was picking off kills exactly when he needed them. Hyde also diving into the backline, making sure no one escaped. Between Hyde and Spell, they interrupted Muradin's jump so many times, preventing him from getting out of that team fight and getting them the positioning they needed. With Junkrat confirming the boss with that concussion mine, that was executed beautifully by the members of TWT as they now begin to continue piling on the pressure. They didn't get too much damage on bot lane, but more than enough for that to be worth as they set up for top objective.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like they are going to be capping the objective now. It is a 40-second channel here, so I would expect to see Headless clear up mid and then look to walk on over and then look to pressure in and grab the objective. Mura already starting to channel, is going to get interrupted by the Anubrak as well as the Lucio. Hero did clear up the mid lane, is now going to be rotating over. Mura still pressuring the channel, is going to be able to get it on the top side though. Lockdown needs to potentially be careful here as he is taking a lot of damage and is forced to use his barrel. That is a 50-second cooldown. Now it is going to be down. I mean, that is pretty big for the side of TWT. They could potentially look to force it if they wanted to.
They need to sustain. We're in fact going to see Lockdown run all the way back to his tier 2 to grab the fountain, the only one that's available due to the amount of damage mid lane took. But the defense holds. We do still see Headless holding this mid lane for the moment, holding the objective. And Spell creeps forward. Gondar, that is quite aggressive, buddy. He's forced to X-Strike defensively, and that's not what you want to do. Virulent Reaction did land at the Spell, but he's able to sustain easily through. Burning Beetles is able to clear out the defenders of the camp, and they're able to get the channel. And this will be the next set of cavalry going over to TWT, unless we see an incredibly aggressive engage.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be going onto the Rainer here. Good Riptire coming out. Protect from the Genji, keeping himself alive. A 3-man barrel actually zoning the team of TWT. Lockdown falling really low here. Is going to be able to jump onto the Cocoon, able to keep himself alive. Crow trying to heal everyone up as he is just recently got out of the Cocoon. And his team is going to be healthy. That's going to be ults used on both sides. Go for the throat is still up. X-Strike is up in 15 seconds. Barrel in 25. Camp is going to be started and taken for the side of Headless, but I would potentially love to see them pressure as they do have the ult advantage currently.
That was a great little bit of pressure. Like you say, now they have the heroic advantage, but we immediately see TWT move back onto the point. Gondar is just diving in without a care in the world. Camps for both teams pushing in almost exactly equal. Lockdown is deep, looking for Kyocha, but Kyocha blinks away. They're still ready to fight. The neutrals were able to claim the point back due to the aggression of Headless, so the objective still available. Reset. Concussion Mine's out. Doesn't want to get caught out by Gondar. They're creeping forward, but Lockdown has rarely been above 50% health most of this fight. He can't really get near to Crow, who's stuck with the 4-man, while Lockdown is forced to do some cleanup duty.
Yeah, Lockdown taking a decent amount of damage. Kyocha actually may potentially get the solo here. Lockdown maybe trying to bait here and is actually going to fall. Was opting to not take the heal. Spell may potentially get rooted here. Stukov looking for it. Avatar used by the Murden. It looks like a full retreat for the side of Headless, as they have lost 2 heroes and they may potentially lose more. Genji barely able to escape. Hyde wants more, not going to be able to get it. And is this going to be a boss plus objective play for the side of TWT? It looks like it is. Kyocha as well as Reset and Raynor are going to have enough damage to do this boss, and the objective is going to be capped by the side of Spell. This looks like a scary push. TWT said, we do not want to go home today. We want to go home today we want to go home today victorious. And, you know, currently they're in the driver's seat. This feels a bit like their game to lose, as they are going to be getting the objective and the boss and potentially pressuring in for this top team.
That's so much pressure. Cavalry's going to be a little slower, so it looks like they're going to just at least clear out mid lane first. Gain the value there as we see a full defense from Headless, because, oh god, time to deal with this or there will be problems. They're going to try and clear that out as quick as possible. Problem is, that is the immediate reaction out of TWT to push in mid and try and guarantee a keep there while they have Headless busy.
Yeah, mid lane is actually the highest in priority as well, because if you can get those, if you can get the mid keep, it makes your siege camp that much stronger, right? Because every single time you have the siege camp pressuring, it will also have those catapult minions, which are very difficult to kill on this map. And it looks like TWT is going to be rotating bottom. Greymane on the top side is looking to clear up that objective. It is a 4v5 down here. Spell looking potentially for the Greymane. Looks like they are just going to chunk out mid-keep, do a little bit more damage here, trying to min-max, get everything that they can, but they also don't want to have to force before level 20 here, as it looks like, oh, Gondar.
Kyocha blinks away, playing it safe. Stun lands on Spell, but a disengage is effective and will be enough to allow TWT to live. Good defense though, considering by Headless, considering just how much was just sent at them. They saved all their keeps. That is very important for them. They are still even on talents. This is still winnable. They just need to group up. They definitely need Lockdown down here. If they believe that the boss is being taken, they gotta have that barrel ready. But the boss isn't being taken. It is but a trap, while Kyocha goes and cleans out the cap.
Yep, really smart rotations coming out for the side of TWT. Now they're going to have their siege camp advantage. They're also winning the race to level 20. As long as they don't take a team fight here before level 20, I think TWT is in a very good situation. If I am on the side of Headless, I feel like you have to force this bottom boss potentially once you get your own siege camp out. You need to force a fight. You need to force, you need to force them to do something. Otherwise, they're just going to play passive. They're just going to hit level 20. And I'd like to see them potentially, again, look for that force. Hyde. Gonna get stunned here by the Murden. Tetcher, both these teams just kind of posturing. Gondor going in, looking to do some damage. Double blink coming out by the Zeratul, but both teams are just posturing at this point.
Murden pulls the steel trap, tried to get onto a minion. It actually hits Gondar, forcing him to back up. Shield with enough to share. Actually tanks them through it though. Neither team able to get positioning on the boss. Objective right next to them. Great positioning for both these teams if they want to try and pressure boss and try and set up that way, as we do see Gondar over the wall, clearing out, trying to de-push the opponent's bruiser camp so they can try and get mid-fort.
Yeah, but level 20 is literally a hairbreadth away for the side of TWT, and here it is. It looks like Heedless is going to try and force, but they're not actually going to be able to get it, and level 20 is about to be achieved for the side of TWT, and we see Greymane already running towards the top side. There is a ginormous wave up there, and he recognizes, all right, I guess we're just playing for level 20. We're going to give this up. We're going to look to push out our waves, and we're going to look to make it so that we don't have to lose this game. Greymane is still in the top lane, and Zeratul and Rain are actually starting up the boss here. A really smart heads-up shot-calling play here coming out for the side of TWT. Tetcher, if they get this boss and the objective, they may potentially win the game.
They have so much pressure to push in. They could even go hyper-aggressive due to Lucio's level 20. He went for Summer Anthem. That gives them a little bit of extra protection from that Grey main and might give them what they need to push in. Channel being interrupted. You can see Spell. He's using those burning beetles to just continuously damage people. Continues to interrupt the channel. 12 seconds left. Cavalry's going to be a little slow. Hero, he's trying to soak, but there's just not enough minions.
Yeah, he's just trying his best to get level 20, but there is a boss pushing in as well at this point. There's an objective that's going to be coming as well soon. Boss still at, you know, around 25,000 HP. Keep falling low here. I don't know if they can pressure into the core with this boss though. It will take the core HP a bit low. I'd like to see them potentially, I mean, actually it looks like they are just going to be pressuring for it. They need to play for kills though, as it looks like TWT is posturing here towards the core, looking to see if they can end it.
If they can't end it, they can of course rotate to mid and grab themselves a second keep of the game, lowering that core armor even more. They get a decent chunk of damage, not enough to have committed for this. Attempted dive, pre-20. If they can get a kill, they hit that 20 immediately, but otherwise passive XP will achieve this. Double cleave from Kyocha, looking for the kill, not enough. But the cavalry has arrived and the core has not fully healed. Mid keep almost certainly gonna fall. The question is how much more value can they get? They force their way forward, trying to set up with 20. Sound barrier comes down, barrel reset, pushed into the keep to finish him off. Down goes Junkrat.
Yeah, Junkrat is slain, and it looks like at this point Mura's gonna fall as well. 1-for-1, Gondar in the back, very low on this Genji. Lockdown trying to do his best. That's a big root coming out for the side of Crow, but is it gonna be enough? I'm not sure if it is, as Genji falls, and the core is at 7,000 HP, 5,000 HP. Kyocha going a bit deep here, may have been a vote over an extension. Is the core potentially gonna fall 4,000 HP, and that's gonna be it. That's going to be the series, and that is going to be the Chili Mountain Cup champion, TWT. Everyone expected them going into this tournament. They were the #1 seed. They were the team that, on paper, everyone agreed they're the one that is most likely going to win the tournament. But guess what? Being the team on paper and being the team that actually wins the tournament, as we saw today, is not always the best. I mean, they were the best. I just more have meant that, like, it wasn't an easy showing, right? They had to really work for it, and really shout out to Headless there, taking them to a game #5. What a great series. Man, I love Korean HoTS.
It's so good, dude. So entertaining. Again, big congrats to them. In that last fight, Hyde with the unkillable to keep Kepi alive. Gave them the DPS they needed to finish off Lockdown, and that just let them snowball to all the kills they needed. What a performance coming out of TWT. They are able to claim victory all the way to the end. All the way to the final game in the series. All 5 games utilized. Well deserved from all of these HGC professionals running into the new year. We've got CCL professionals, and we have some incredible players across the board. Genji did manage to top damage at the end there, and you can see Hero, he really struggled to find his footing in that game.
Yeah. You know, a very, very difficult game. I mean, he spent a lot of the game split pushing, right? As the Grey main, he doesn't have that much damage, but if you look at his siege damage and his XP, right, he spent a lot of the game split pushing, a lot of the game pushing waves. And yeah, I mean, but a well played game by both teams. I felt like the Zeratul was just really difficult for the side of Heedless to answer. Right? Like, it didn't feel like they were able to actually keep up with him, and it felt like Kyocha, especially in the late game, once he reached level 16, reached level 20, was just able to kind of do whatever he wanted. So really, really good series coming out by both of those teams. I mean, that's what you like to see for a grand finals. It goes to game 5. Every game is pretty intense, and the team fighting we saw today was superb. Definitely feel like Hyde on his Stukov was something that really personally impressed me. It's nice to be able to see Kyocha, Hyde play on normal ping, not being forced to play on 180 ping like they are in CCL, right? Being able to see them unlocked at their full potential is always a beautiful sight.
it's really entertaining, and we got to see some very interesting stuff. Seeing that Zeratul, especially multiple times today, from Mada, from Kyocha, it's so fun to see Zeratul where it's just not in the meta as much. It does pop up every now and again, but seeing it twice in one day and just seeing how insane the burst was. Chen is hard enough to kill as it is. When you see Zeratul literally 1v1 him multiple times in that game, if it starts just shows how strong Zeratul is, if the second just shows how good Kyocha is.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Kyocha is such a strong player. That was, yeah, I'm speechless, man. I don't know what else to say. I loved being able to cast these games the past 2 days, and I just want to say a big shout out to Chili Mountain for putting this all on. Thank you, Chili Mountain, for investing in the Eastern scene, putting on these tournaments for the Korean as well as the Chinese players. This has been something that I've loved to be able to be a part of, and thank you guys for organizing it. Thank you for everyone a part of the production team. Tetcher, thank you for co-casting with me. This is just so grateful to be able to be a part of this, to be able to be a part of the resurgence of Heroes of the Storm, and it's awesome to have high-level competitive HoTS every weekend. I missed it.
It's so nice, dude. It's really nice to see this resurgence of Heroes Esports. Hopefully, it keeps going. 2020 is nearly over, and if we can fight through what is one of the worst years in our generation's history and come out with good HoTS, then I have so much hope for 2021 to keep it going and for us to keep having amazing stuff, especially thanks to organizations like Chili Mountain for supporting the Eastern scene. This was so much fun. Thank you for casting with me, MichaelUdall. It was such a good time. Really fun to cast with you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hitting !raid and downloading Raid Shadow Legends and playing 5 minutes of that tutorial. If you do that, it's still open for you to do so. Then you have supported this tournament by paying for the prize pool, and each little bit you get it higher. Each person who downloads it and plays the 5-minute tutorial will get us closer to funding the next tournament too. So big thank you, Chili Mountain. Big thank you to you for playing Raid Shadow Legends, and big thank you to Raid Shadow Legends.
Yep, definitely. That's our sponsor. They're amazing.
And of course, big thank you to the players for putting on just some astounding games.
Yep. I mean, I think that's going to be it for us, guys. Thank you all for tuning into the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, if you're watching it on my stream, please hit that follow button. You guys can check me out. My Twitter is Michael_Udall. I also am the org owner for 30K, which is one of the teams within CCL. We have merchandise that's going to be dropping during the playoffs. So that's going to be, early/middle of January. Also, we're going to be hosting an academy tournament January 2nd and 3rd. So if you guys want to watch some of the academy teams, if you want to see 30K Black in action, definitely stay tuned for more information coming on that. And then, I stream Tuesday through Sunday on this Twitch channel, twitch.tv/MichaelUdall, and you guys can always find me there. I also do YouTube content. Man, my sellout is getting so long. Jesus. Tetcher, where can people find you? Where can people check you out at?
You can find me on basically everything at Tetcher on Twitter, at Tetcher on YouTube, at Tetcher on Twitch. I stream casting mostly on I cast all the CCL games. I missed this Saturday because my computer decided to do a die. Luckily, I've bought some new bits, and I will hopefully get the replays of the 2 CCL days, because I'm not going to try risking streaming again today. Hopefully I'll get the 2 days of CCL that I missed done during the week. But if you want to see me stream something that's a little less intensive on my PC, on Tuesday I have my new show, The Heroes Global Quiz. It is a very silly pub quiz style show with Heroes personalities and very dumb questions. We're on episode 3 right now. The guests on this week are Cavalier Guest, Jay Howe, Jixie, the current reigning champion, and of course, Lauber. Those are our contestants for that. So make sure you tune in. It's at 9 p.m. your British time, which I believe is 1 p.m. Pacific. So make sure you tune in then and watch the show. It's very silly. The VODs of it are on YouTube. That's where you can find me. Check out what I do. I cast things and make dumb shows.
That's awesome. Hey, I'm excited. If you're ever looking for a guest, Tetcher, I'd love to be a part, man. That sounds like an awesome show.
I would love to have you on. You can. So far, the highest score on our show is held by Crowan, but he did lose last week to Jixie. So if you think you can beat the score of 28, I think it is, then I would love to have you on. The challenge, the gauntlet is
Crowan
set.
is free is all I'm gonna say. You know, he was in fact the problem. Smile. Just kidding. Crowan's a very good friend. Don't think he was the problem. Very good player. Just live for the memes. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in to the tournament. I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and that's gonna be it for us.
Thank you all very much for watching. Have a wonderful day, and we will see you all during the next tournament. Make sure to stay tuned to Chili Mountain to see when the next tournament is. They're doing a great job supporting the Korean scene. Thank you for watching, and see you all next time.